The war room inside Draven's fortress was dimly lit, the massive iron chandelier overhead casting jagged shadows across the stone walls. The heavy scent of burning metal and blood hung in the air, carried from the forges that never stopped hammering out weapons for the coming war. Draven stood over a map of murk dusk, his fingers tightening around the edges as his mind worked through every possible scenario. His forces were growing stronger, his war machines were nearly ready. But something felt off. The attack should have come by now. Echo Division had taken prisoners. They had captured or killed nearly every one of his operatives sent to Earth, except for one. The captain. Draven's jaw clenched at the thought. The man was still missing, which meant one of two things. Either he was dead, or worse, he was talking. His cold, sharp eyes lifted toward the only other person in the room. The trader. The trader stood with his usual relaxed stance, arms crossed, his dark eyes unreadable as he gazed at the map, his lips curled in that familiar, untrustworthy smirk. "You seem uneasy, my lord," the trader said smoothly. Draven wasn't in the mood for his games. "I don't like waiting," he muttered. The trader hummed in thought. "And what exactly are you waiting for?" Draven turned toward him, eyes flashing with restrained fury. "A response. Echo Division doesn't just sit on their hands. If they know about this," he gestured to the war map, the legions of forces gathering within his fortress, "then they'll act before we do." The trader tilted his head slightly, considering. In truth, he knew Echo Division was already mobilizing. He had played his part perfectly, keeping Draven on edge while feeding Ravina everything she needed to stay one step ahead. But Draven, he was still in the dark, and the trader intended to keep it that way. "Perhaps," the trader mused, "but you underestimate your own reach. They don't have the numbers to stop you. Even if they move first, they'll only weaken themselves before the real war begins." Draven exhaled slowly, the tension in his shoulders not easing. He was no fool. He knew when he was being handled. Still, the trader had a point. After a long moment of silence, Draven spoke. "Double the guard shifts at every gate," he ordered. "Reinforce the armories. Get my war machines ready for transport." The trader smiled. "You expect them to strike?" Draven's grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. "I expect them to act," he said coldly. "And when they do, they'll find out I'm ready." The war horns sounded in the distance. In the lower halls of the fortress, mercenaries, soldiers, and dark sorcerers assembled in perfect rows, their armor catching the glow of the black forge fires. Weapons were passed out. Strategies were finalized. The fortress of Draven was no longer just a stronghold. It was a war machine. And when the first battle came, it would not be the last. The fortress gates slammed shut. The banners of war rose over the crumbling ruins of Eldermire. And deep in the shadows, the trader watched, his smirk growing wider. Everything was going exactly as planned. The workshop was alive with movement, the air charged with the weight of preparation. Gunnar stood in the armory, hands braced against the steel table, as he surveyed the organized chaos around him. Crates of ammunition were stacked against the walls, weapons lined up in perfect order. But the reality was clear. They were running short on enchanted rounds, and with a war coming, every bullet counted. Eli stormed in like a woman on a mission, tablet in hand, eyes flashing with frustration. She was still in her work gear, her silver hair pulled back into a loose braid, oil stains on her fingers from working on the Wolfmobile's systems. She didn't waste time with greetings. "We have a problem," Gunnar exhaled through his nose. "Yeah? Which one? 'Cause I got a list." Eli didn't blink. "Ammo." Gunnar's single blue eye flicked to the tablet she slid across the table. The numbers glowed on the screen, grim and unforgiving. 100,000 rounds of 5.56mm. Sounds like a lot, but in prolonged combat, that wouldn't last. 1,000 rounds of 7.62mm for the 240B. Barely enough for sustained fire. 150 rounds of 40mm. Damn near precious. Each enchanted round had to be hand-etched, spellbound and tested. There was no mass production, no factory line, just painstaking craftsmanship, meaning every bullet spent was a bullet lost until they could make more. Gunnar ran a hand through his beard, eyes narrowing. We load everything in belts and magazines. 1 enchanted round, 1 tracer, 2 regular. He set the tablet down. Make it stretch. Eli nodded but didn't move. There's more, she said. Gunnar gave her a look that told her to just say it. She crossed her arms. We're burning through our stockpile too fast. Once this fight starts, we won't be able to resupply fast enough. I've already factored in careful use, but enchanted rounds are our biggest edge, and they don't grow on trees. Gunnar tapped his fingers against the steel, thinking. How much time would you need to make more? Eli sighed, rubbing her forehead. Not the issue. The artisans are maxed out. They can only etch and enchant so much, and with the packs of ammo I'm prepping for the Wolfmobile and every operator getting a full battle load, we're already stretching it. Meaning if this fight drags on, we're going to be picking our shots carefully or switching to straight mundane rounds. Gunnar muttered a curse. They weren't a damn army. Not in numbers, anyway. Their strength came from precision, from superior firepower combined with magic, and if they had to start switching to mundane rounds halfway through a war against supernatural forces, they were screwed. Before Eli could argue, the armory door swung open and Alatheris strode in, his movements as fluid as a river's current. The usual pristine elegance of an elf was marred by smudges of arcane residue on his leather workshop coat, a sign of his long hours at the forge. You're discussing the ammunition concerns, he stated, his piercing blue eyes scanning between them. No, we were just talking about what's for dinner, Eli deadpanned. Yes, we're talking about the damn ammo. Alatheris, unbothered by her sarcasm, set down a heavy steel case onto the workbench. The latches clicked open, revealing 150 rounds of .50 caliber ammunition, each meticulously engraved with intricate elven runes. The rounds gave off a faint silver glow, a sign of the magic carefully woven into their core. This batch is finished, he said, looking directly at Gunnar. For Dezera's rifle, they will cut through enchantments, barriers, and anything less than a god. He hesitated, then added, though she should still be selective with her shots. We won't have enough for waste. Eli whistled low, lifting one of the heavy rounds. Damn, these are gorgeous. Dezera, leaning in the doorway, smirked as she stepped forward, claiming the case with an appreciative nod. They'll do. Gunnar crossed his arms. Good, but we're going to need a hell of a lot more than that. Alatheris met his gaze. Then it is fortunate I can take a shipment to Alfheim. That caught Eli's attention. She straightened. You're heading back? Alatheris nodded. We do not have the numbers here to engrave and enchant at the pace needed. But in Alfheim, we have 4 trained artisans who specialize in this work. If I bring them a stockpile of unenchanted rounds, we can return with far more ammunition than we could ever create alone. Gunnar considered it. How fast can they work? Alatheris exhaled slowly. With priority placed on the process? A week, possibly less. Eli frowned. That's cutting it close. Everything is cutting it close, Gunnar said, then turned back to Alatheris. How much can you carry? Alatheris glanced at the stockpiles in the armory. I can transport 20,000 rounds of 5.56mm, 5,000 of 7.62mm, and 1,000 more .50 caliber rounds. That is the limit of what I can safely bring through the portal at once. Eli ran a hand through her hair, considering. That still leaves us low on numbers. We ration, Gunnar said. Alatheris gave a firm nod. Then I will depart within the hour. Expect my return in 5 days. Gunnar gripped his shoulder briefly, a silent understanding between warriors. Make sure you come back. Alatheris smirked. Wouldn't miss it. As he left the armory, Eli sighed, rubbing at the smudge on her cheek. We should have started this weeks ago. Didn't have weeks, Gunnar said simply. We have now. Eli rolled her eyes, but there was no real bite behind it. I'll prep the shipment. Gunnar nodded, already moving. Good. Because when Alatheris gets back, we won't be waiting. Gunnar sat in his office, the dim glow of the holographic interface casting harsh blue light across his face. His fingers tapped impatiently against the desk as he waited for the connection to stabilize. It had taken 3 separate attempts to get through to Aeliana. The shimmering image of the Alfheim Council chamber finally materialized in front of him. Towering, ornate columns of silver-etched stone loomed behind Aeliana, their runic inscriptions glowing faintly in the candlelight. It was an image of serenity, one that was completely at odds with the expression on Aeliana's face. She looked exhausted. Her silver hair, usually impeccably arranged, was slightly disheveled. Her piercing blue eyes held a sharp frustration, her jaw set in a tight line. "This had better be good, Gunnar," she said, her voice carefully even. "That's my line," he shot back, folding his arms. "What the hell is going on over there? I reached out 3 times. Aeliana exhaled, rubbing at her temple. "The council," she said, voice laced with irritation. "They refuse to move." Gunnar's fingers clenched. "They refuse to—" He stopped himself, inhaling deeply through his nose. "We don't have time for their games, Aeliana." "Oh, believe me, I know," she muttered, turning slightly as muffled voices echoed from somewhere behind her. The council was still in session. She had likely stepped away just to take this call. Gunnar narrowed his eye. "What's the hold-up?" Aeliana let out a bitter laugh. "What isn't? Half the council refuses to believe that an outright war is even coming. They call it a skirmish among mortals, claiming it isn't our place to interfere." Gunnar's jaw ticked. "And the other half?" "They agree Earth is at risk, but they're demanding endless deliberation on how much support is appropriate." She shook her head. "We are at an impasse." Gunnar scoffed. "That's a fancy way of saying they're too afraid to commit." Aeliana's silence was answer enough. Gunnar leaned forward, voice dropping lower. "Where does Melorian stand in all this?" Aeliana sighed. "He's on our side. He sees the danger for what it is, but even he can't force their hand. Not yet. He's using every argument, every precedent he can pull, but they refuse to see this war as anything but Earth's problem." Gunnar ran a hand down his face. "Typical. Elven politics are worse than human politics," he muttered. Aeliana gave him a dry look. "That's an understatement." He exhaled through his nose. This wasn't what he wanted to hear. If the council refused to act, Earth was left with whatever support Aeliana and Melorian could provide off the books, which wasn't nearly enough. Gunnar's voice turned cold. "So tell me, how long before they make up their minds?" Aeliana hesitated. "Days? Weeks? It depends on how hard Melorian pushes." "We don't have weeks, Aeliana," Gunnar growled. "I'm aware," she snapped back before exhaling sharply. "I'm trying, Gunnar, but if we push too hard, we risk them shutting down all aid entirely." That gave him pause. The last thing they needed was Alfheim cutting off the limited resources they already had. Gunnar flexed his fingers, his mind already turning through alternatives. "So what do we do?" Aeliana folded her arms. "We work with what we've got. Alatheris is handling the enchanted ammunition. The Elven guards already stationed at the workshop are reinforcing your defences as best they can. And She hesitated, then continued. "I'm keeping the council from completely dismissing this war before it begins." Gunnar gritted his teeth. He hated this, hated the waiting, hated the politics. But he trusted Aeliana. Even if the council was blind, she wasn't. He exhaled slowly. "All right. You do what you have to do. But when this war hits, don't expect me to wait on them." Aeliana's lips curved slightly. "I would never make the mistake of expecting patience from you, Gunnar." Despite himself, he smirked. But the moment faded as the voices behind her grew louder. Aeliana turned slightly, glancing over her shoulder before returning her gaze to him. "I have to go," she said. "But Gunnar, watch your back." Gunnar raised a brow. That a warning or a threat? Her expression turned serious. A warning. If Draven and Ravina are moving, they're not the only ones, and there are forces out there watching you. The line cut out before he could respond. The glowing projection flickered, then vanished, leaving Gunnar alone in the dimly lit room. For a long moment he just sat there, staring at the empty space where Aeliana's image had been. Gunnar sat at his desk, running a hand down his face as he processed Aeliana's report. The Council's useless stalling wasn't a surprise, but that didn't make it any less infuriating. They were on their own. Again. With a deep breath, he flipped open his secure comms and scrolled until he found the one name he needed. Sophia Carlyle, Homeland Security. She answered on the first ring. "I was wondering when you'd call," Sophia said, her voice sharp and knowing. Gunnar leaned back in his chair. "What have you heard?" She let out a dry chuckle. "I don't have to hear much. You don't check in unless something's going to hell. So, what is it this time? Supernatural invasion? Rogue faction? Someone finally put a bullet in Darren?" Gunnar smirked despite himself. "Not yet, but give it time." Sophia's tone sobered. "You need something." "Yeah. Reinforcements." There was a pause on the line, followed by the sound of shuffling papers. Gunnar knew her well enough to picture it, her sitting at her cluttered desk, flipping through classified files while balancing a coffee that had probably gone cold hours ago. "All right," she said. "Tell me what's coming." Gunnar laid it out for her. Draven, Ravener, the Black Dawn's growing influence, the war that was no longer a question of if, but when. Sophia didn't interrupt, but he could hear the way her breathing slowed. She knew this was bigger than the usual skirmishes. By the time he was finished, there was no humour in her voice. "Damn," she muttered. "That's worse than I expected." Gunnar didn't waste time. "We need to reinforce the facility. It's our fallback point if the workshop falls. We can't afford to lose it." Sophia exhaled sharply. "You know the facility isn't built for magical defense. It's off-grid for a reason, strictly covert. No enchanted weapons, no mystical wards, no glowing runes." "I know," Gunnar said, voice even. "But it has bodies, trained operatives, ex-agents who know how to fight and won't flinch when the first unnatural thing comes at them." Sophia was silent for a long moment then. "I'll send a detachment." Gunnar raised an eyebrow. "That easy?" "Oh, don't get excited." He could hear the smirk in her voice. "I'm not doing this because you asked nicely. I'm doing it because I don't like getting blindsided. If this war's coming, then I want my people ready before we're up to our necks in eldritch nightmares." Smart. That was why Gunnar worked with her. "How many can you spare?" he asked. 30. She didn't even hesitate. "And before you bitch about the number, I'm sending my best. Field agents, ex-special forces, people I trust to hold the damn line if it comes to that." "Fine." Gunnar nodded. It wasn't a lot, but it was something. And right now they needed every advantage they could get. "There's more," Sophia added. "The facility's got a full staff of 100 trainees and 50 support personnel. That's enough to hold defensive positions. They might not have enchanted weapons, but they're not amateurs. I'll make sure they know what's coming." "Good," Gunnar said. "Get them ready." "And what about you?" Sophia asked, voice turning sharp again. "What's your next move?" Gunnar's gaze drifted toward the war map on the wall, toward the growing list of enemy factions, the tangled mess of alliances and betrayals. "We hit first," he said simply. "We don't wait." Sophia let out a low whistle. "You always were the aggressive type. It's kept me alive this long." A pause, then her voice dropped lower. "And if you don't make it out of this one," Gunnar smirked, "then you're in charge of making sure Darren doesn't take my chair." There was a beat of silence before Sophia laughed. "Christ, now I have to keep you alive." Gunnar chuckled, but it faded as the weight of everything settled back on his shoulders. "Send your team in by tomorrow night," he ordered. "And Sophia?" "Yeah?" "Make sure they're ready for war." The line went dead. The garage bay of the workshop was a controlled mess. Tools scattered, half-assembled equipment, and the faint hum of arcane energy pulsing from the charging stations. Overhead, lights buzzed faintly, casting flickering shadows over the beast of a machine parked in the center, the Wolfmobile. Darren stood in front of it, arms crossed, expression set. He'd been elbow-deep in repairs for hours getting the vehicle up to combat standards. Eli and Ashley were usually there to help, but now Eli was being pulled in 10 different directions prepping gear, and Ashley, she was deploying with the forward team. That left him alone, and he had thoughts about that. Eli, still tapping away at her holodisplay, glanced over. "You look pissed," Darren snorted. "You mean because this?" He gestured to the half-finished minigun mount. "Is still my problem, because you're ditching me for your magic nerd stuff, and Ashley's off playing war?" Eli sighed. "I told you to finish it last week." Darren rolled his eyes. "Yeah, well, last week I was busy keeping our asses alive. Remember that whole demon attack in the woods thing?" Eli didn't look up. "Excuses, excuses." Darren rubbed his face, looking at the unfinished setup. The Wolfmobile was a war machine, but it didn't drive itself, and it sure as hell didn't shoot itself. And that was the problem. He turned to Eli. "We need another body." Eli, still focused on her work, muttered, "The pack is stretched thin. Everyone's assigned." Darren leaned on the Wolfmobile, thinking, "Then we get someone outside the pack." Eli stopped typing. "Who?" Darren grinned, knowing exactly how much she was going to hate what he was about to say. "Caleb." Eli whipped around so fast she almost dropped her tablet. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Darren held up his hands. "Look, I know he's a pain in the ass." "A pain in the ass?" Eli laughed bitterly. "The guy hates us. He hates the pack. Hell, last time he was here, he nearly got eaten by Alpha. Twice." Darren shrugged. "Yeah, but here's the thing, he's a good shot." Eli's glare was borderline murderous. "That does not make him trustworthy. Come on, Keebler. You and I both know he's more pissed at the agency than he is at us. He's just bitter." Eli crossed her arms. "That doesn't mean he wants to hop in a death machine and fight for us." Darren grinned. "Doesn't mean he won't, either." Eli huffed. "Gunner's gonna love this." Darren snorted. "Oh, I know, that's why I'm letting you tell him." Eli threw a wrench at him. Darren dodged, laughing. Darren ducked, laughing, and that's exactly when Gunner walked in. The sound of metal clanging off the floor was loud enough that Gunner paused in the doorway, one brow arching as he took in the scene before him. Eli was still mid-throwing motion. Darren was grinning like a dumbass, and the Wolfmobile's turret was still half-assembled. For a solid 3 seconds, Gunner just stood there. Then, his voice cut through the garage like a blade. "Do I even want to know what the hell is going on?" Eli froze. Darren, to his credit, barely hesitated before answering. "Team-building exercise," he said smoothly. Eli threw up her hands. "Gunner, I swear to God I was about to kill him." Gunner's eye twitched. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "And that somehow explains why my gun turret isn't finished?" Darren clapped his hands together. "Oh, right. About that. We need a gunner." Gunner exhaled slowly. "What?" Darren grinned. "For the turret. I nominate Caleb." Silence. Eli turned to Gunner, her voice deadpan. "See? See why I threw the wrench?" Gunner's jaw clenched. He stared at Darren like he was debating whether or not to throw something himself. "You want to put Caleb," he said slowly, "the guy who would rather chew glass than work with us, in charge of our biggest gun?" Darren smirked. "Yep." Eli folded her arms. "Absolutely not." Darren looked between them. "Come on, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that we don't need another body. Tell me that Caleb isn't a damn good shot." Gunner stared at him, then at Eli, then back at Darren. "You're really pushing for this?" Darren grinned wider. "I love making you uncomfortable." Gunner grunted, rubbing his temple. "Fine." Eli blinked. "Wait, what?" Gunner fixed Darren with a sharp look. "You want him? You convince him." Darren's grin only grew. "Oh, I will." Eli threw up her hands again. "Unbelievable." Gunnar just shook his head. You two figure it out. I've got a war to prepare for. And with that, he left. Eli glared at Darren. If this backfires... Darren grinned. Relax, Keebler. Worst case scenario, Caleb tells me to go to hell. Eli sighed. And best case? Darren's grin turned cocky. I get to blow shit up with style. Darren found Rose in the small weapons bay down the hall. Darren leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, that familiar smirk playing on his lips. Damn, firecracker! You gonna sharpen that dagger all night, or you actually planning on using it? Rose, seated on a crate, didn't look up as she ran the silver dagger across a whetstone, the rhythmic scrape filling the space between them. She took her time responding. That depends, Darren. You volunteering? He chuckled, low, amused, and just enough to be irritating. Tempting, but I'd rather die in a more dignified way. Like a bar fight, or an explosion. Rose finally looked up, archway of an eyebrow, lips quirking. I can arrange that. Darren grinned, stepping inside and casually grabbing a throwing knife off the nearby table. He spun it between his fingers, watching her. Speaking of arrangements, I need a turret gunner for the Wolfmobile. Rose went completely still, just for a second. Then she resumed sharpening. And you're here. Why? Darren took his time walking around her, picking up one of her spare bullwhips, examining it with far too much interest. Figured you might have an opinion. Darren, she warned. He tossed the whip onto the table and leaned in, a little too close. Thinking Caleb. This time Rose did freeze, just for half a breath. Then she exhaled slowly and set the dagger down. Caleb? Yup! She gave him a long, unreadable look. Darren could almost see the wheels turning in her head. Why? She finally asked. Darren shrugged, keeping it casual. He's got the instincts. He's been in the field with you. And if I'm being honest, I'd rather have someone on the gun that doesn't mind getting their hands dirty. Caleb's not Pack, Rose pointed out. Neither are you, Darren countered, tilting his head. But that's never stopped you from raising hell at my side, firecracker. Rose rolled her eyes. But there was something else there. You really think he'll say yes? I think he's more likely to say no just to piss me off. Rose snorted, because that was accurate. He won't say yes if he thinks you're screwing with him, she said, finally standing. Darren watched her carefully, noting the slight tension in her shoulders. So how do I get him to say yes? Rose crossed her arms. Caleb doesn't trust easily, but he trusts me, Evelyn, and Argos. If you want him on board, you better not make him feel like a damn outsider. Darren nodded, processing that. Then he smirked. You know, firecracker, if I didn't know any better, I'd think you actually cared. Rose gave him a look. And if I didn't know any better, I'd think you were actually capable of a well-thought-out decision. Darren grinned. Flirting with me won't distract me from the fact that you're avoiding the subject. Rose picked up her bullwhip, gave it an experimental flick, and coiled it neatly at her hip. Get out, Darren. Not even a little thank you for involving you in this brilliant decision. Rose smiled sweetly. You want a thank you? Stand still while I get my dagger. Darren barked out a laugh, holding his hands up in mock surrender. All right, I'll go. He turned, paused at the doorway, and looked back over his shoulder. You think he can handle it? Rose's smirk faded, just slightly. Caleb's handled a hell of a lot more than you realise. Darren didn't miss the shift in her tone, didn't push it either. Noted. And with that, he walked out, already working on his next plan. Caleb was elbow-deep in the engine to his SUV, his hands covered in grease as he worked on tuning it up. The faint sound of music crackled from an old radio nearby, the soft hum of a blues guitar, barely audible beneath the whir of tools and the occasional muttered curse from Caleb himself. He didn't look up when Darren stepped into the garage. If you're here to be an arse, come back later, I'm busy. Darren grinned, right on cue. Oh, don't worry, buddy. I wouldn't dream of interrupting your riveting date with a wrench. Caleb sighed, wiping his hands on a rag before finally turning. His sharp green eyes narrowed immediately. What do you want? Darren leaned against the workbench, arms crossed over his chest. I need a gunner for the Wolfmobile. Caleb stared at him, expression flat. And you're it? A beat of silence. Then Caleb laughed, short, sharp, and completely disbelieving. No. Darren barely blinked. That wasn't a request, partner. Caleb's amusement vanished. He grabbed a nearby wrench and pointed it at Darren. First off, don't call me that. Second, what the hell makes you think I'd sign up to be your trigger monkey? Darren's smirk never wavered. He pushed off the workbench and took a slow step forward. Because whether you admit it or not, you've got the instincts for it. You can read a battlefield, you don't freeze under pressure, and you sure as hell know how to fight. Caleb's jaw tightened. Yeah? And what part of my extensive resume makes you think I can handle a goddamn minigun? Darren grinned. You got 2 hands, don't you? Oh, screw off. Caleb turned back toward the engine, muttering under his breath. Go find someone else. Darren's voice dropped slightly. Can't. No time. Something in his tone made Caleb hesitate. Darren wasn't joking. Caleb turned back, finally studying him. How bad? Darren shrugged. We move in a few hours. First team needs to be light and fast, but we need backup. The Wolfmobile's our best bet for heavy fire support, and I need someone I trust on the turret. Caleb scoffed. Trust? Since when do you trust me? Darren rolled his eyes. I don't. But I trust Rose and she trusts you. So that's got to mean something, right? That hit differently. Caleb's fingers curled into a fist, and for a moment, he didn't respond. Then he exhaled sharply. If I say yes, and I screw it up, you won't. Caleb's green eyes locked onto Darren's. A long, silent exchange. Finally, Caleb gritted his teeth, tossed the wrench aside, and swiped the rag over his hands. Fine, but if this thing jams, I'm shooting you first. Darren grinned. Attaboy. Now let's go get you a crash course in point and shoot. Caleb muttered a string of curses, but followed him anyway. Because whether he liked it or not, he was in. Caleb grumbled under his breath as he followed Darren toward the Wolfmobile, already regretting every decision that had led him to this moment. So, let me get this straight, Caleb muttered, rolling his shoulders. Not only do I have to be the gunner, but now I have to install the damn thing too. Darren grinned, unbothered. You catch on quick, buddy. Caleb shot him a withering glare. Again, stop calling me that. Darren just patted the side of the armoured UTV like it was a prized stallion. Look, you want to ride in my baby, you gotta earn it. That minigun ain't gonna install itself, and Eli's busy making sure the world doesn't explode. So congratulations, you're officially my assistant mechanic. Caleb stared at him. Then at the disassembled turret system sitting in a heap next to the Wolfmobile. Then back at Darren's smug face. You're actually serious? Oh, yeah. Caleb exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down his face. You do realise I've never installed a turret-mounted minigun before, right? Do you know what a wrench is? Darren asked. Caleb narrowed his eyes. Yes. Great. You're qualified. Caleb clenched his jaw, muttering a curse as he yanked off his jacket and tossed it onto a nearby crate. You're a menace. I get that a lot, Darren said cheerfully, tossing him a heavy-duty ratchet. Now get to work. Caleb got to work immediately, rolling up his sleeves and studying the mounting system. The minigun itself, a beast of a weapon, lay on its side, gleaming under the fluorescent lights of the motor pool. Okay, Caleb muttered to himself, running a hand over the turret's mounting bracket. Turret cradle looks solid, but you didn't lock down the pivot bolts. If this thing takes a hit, the whole mount could shear off. Darren arched a brow. Huh, you actually know what you're talking about. Caleb gave him a dry look. You expected me to be an idiot? No, I just expected you to be bad at following instructions. Caleb ignored him and got back to work, tightening the pivot bolts before adjusting the ammo feed system. The 2,000 rounds of enchanted ammo Eli had set aside were stacked in steel-lined boxes, prepped for loading. "All right, genius," Darren said, leaning against the frame. "How long before she's good to go?" Caleb wiped his hands on a rag. "Give me 20 minutes, maybe 15 if you shut up and stop distracting me." Darren smirked. Not a chance. 20 minutes later, Caleb locked the last bolt into place and took a step back, inspecting his handiwork. "That should do it," he said, rolling his shoulders. Darren whistled. "Not bad, rookie. Now let's see if it works." He hopped into the driver's seat, firing up the Wolfmobile's systems. The armoured beast rumbled to life, engine growling as the console lights flickered on. Caleb climbed up to the turret seat, gripping the minigun's handles. The weapon felt heavy, the smooth metal cool beneath his fingers. The HUD display flickered on, showing targeting assist and ammo diagnostics. "All right, cowboy," Darren called up. "Let her rip." Caleb tested the turret's rotation, the motorized mount humming smoothly as he aimed toward the designated test targets. Old wrecked armor plating set up downrange. Then with a deep breath he pulled the trigger. The minigun roared to life. BRRRRRTTTTT. A stream of gold and silver tracers lit up the range, enchanted rounds interwoven with standard munitions shredding through the metal plates. Sparks erupted, smoke rising from the obliterated targets. Caleb held it for 3 seconds, then released the trigger. The minigun spun down, its barrels steaming. Darren let out a low whistle. "Well, damn. Guess I don't have to train you after all." Caleb cracked his knuckles. "You told me. Point and shoot." Darren grinned. "Welcome to the big leagues, kid." The convoy of 3 SUVs cut through the dark, winding roads, leading from the workshop toward the isolated beach along the shores of Lake Michigan. The only sounds were the hum of the engines, the occasional crackle of the radio, and the quiet tension lingering between those inside the vehicles. Gunnar drove the lead SUV, his grip firm on the wheel, his face unreadable. Rose sat beside him, arms crossed, staring out the window. Jewel sat in the back, going through her medkit. Rose hadn't spoken much since her confrontation with Lyra earlier that evening, but the weight in her posture said enough. In the second SUV, Eli tapped a sequence into her tablet, double-checking the portal calibration, ensuring everything would go smoothly once they arrived. Darren, behind the wheel, whistled softly to himself, occasionally glancing at Eli's screen with mild curiosity. Lieutenant Aerendil sat in the back, quietly meditating. "You sure this thing isn't going to send them into the middle of the ocean?" Darren finally asked. Eli didn't even look up. "No, but if it does, at least they'll have a fun swim." Darren smirked. "You say that like Ashley wouldn't just ride Beta across the waves like a warhorse." Eli snorted but didn't take the bait. The third SUV carried the infiltration team, Shade, Katrina, Lyra, Ashley, Beta, and Bianca. No one spoke much. Shade sat in the passenger seat, idly sharpening his blade, his mind already on the mission ahead. Katrina adjusted the straps on her gear, occasionally glancing at Lyra, who sat toward the back looking far too relaxed. Ashley, perched near the window, fed Beta a small strip of dried meat, keeping the wolf calm before deployment. Beta, always attuned to tension, let out a low huff, eyes flicking between the team. Jewel tightened the straps on her medical bag, her usual smirk replaced by a focused expression. Bianca beside her was oddly quiet. She wasn't a soldier, but she was still part of the pack, and she intended to make herself useful. As they neared the drop-off point, Gunnar spoke into the radio. "We're 3 minutes out. Final checks." One by one, voices confirmed readiness. Shade, good. Katrina, good. Ashley, locked and loaded. Beta's ready. Lieutenant Aerendil, set. Jewel, prepped. Bianca, good. Lyra leaned forward, voice full of amusement. "Oh, you know me. Always ready for trouble." Rose rolled her eyes but didn't comment. The SUVs rolled to a stop at the edge of the tree line, headlights clicking off as the team stepped out onto the sand. The lake stretched endlessly before them, dark waves rolling beneath the full moon. Eli wasted no time. She strode toward the open clearing, tapping into her tablet and adjusting the portal stabilizers she'd set up earlier. Small enchanted beacons pulsed around the perimeter, their glow barely visible against the night. "Portal will be active in 3 minutes," she called out. "Everyone get in position." Gunnar crossed his arms, watching as the team made their final adjustments. Shade and Katrina did their usual silent exchange. A flicker of a glance, an unspoken understanding. Lyra, meanwhile, checked the straps on her twin blades, rolling her shoulders like a predator limbering up for the hunt. Ashley knelt beside Beta, murmuring something to the massive wolf. Beta's ears twitched in response before turning her sharp gaze to the portal site. Lieutenant Aerendil, a quiet but formidable presence, adjusted the weight of his longbow, his quiver full of specialized arrows enchanted by the elves of Alfheim. He glanced toward Bianca and Jewel, giving them a subtle nod of reassurance. Rose stood a few paces away, her stance rigid, eyes fixed on Lyra. Lyra felt the weight of that stare but didn't immediately acknowledge it. Instead, she let the silence stretch, let the anticipation simmer. Then, without warning, Rose stepped forward. All conversation stopped. The team wasn't deaf. They had all noticed the storm brewing between these two women. But now, as Rose closed the distance, no one spoke. Lyra turned to meet her, arms loose, face unreadable. For a long second, nothing happened. Then, Rose broke the silence. "I have one question." Lyra arched a brow, feigning amusement, but there was something tight in her jaw. "Oh? Do I get to phone a friend?" Rose didn't bite. She took another step. "Did you ever love me?" Lyra's smirk faltered. It was slight, so quick that most wouldn't have caught it, but Rose did. The silence between them stretched. Then, Lyra sighed, rolling her shoulders. "I did." Rose exhaled sharply, but she wasn't done. "Then why?" Lyra's expression didn't change, but her voice lost its usual edge. "Because it was you or my family." Rose's breath caught. For the first time, she really looked at Lyra. Looked past the smirks, past the arrogance, past the blade-sharp confidence. There was something there. Something broken. And for the first time, Rose believed her. She didn't forgive her, but she believed her. Lyra, sensing that shift, let out a slow exhale and turned toward the portal. "I'll see you around, Red." The moment the portal stabilized, the team moved like clockwork. Shade, Katrina, and Lyra vanished into the ruins without a word, their forms swallowed by the night. The shadows themselves seemed to bend around them, making their footfalls silent as ghosts. Ashley and Beta took the high ground, Ashley settling behind her rifle while Beta's nose tested the wind, ears flicking at every sound. Bianca launched her drone, its wings cutting silently through the air. The screen flickered to life as she locked onto heat signatures scattered throughout the landscape. Jewel knelt beside the portable relay, fingers working to adjust through the magical interference that saturated Eldermire's ruins. Her voice crackled through the static. "Workshop, this is Echo 2-1. Comms are unstable, but we're in. Recon team has moved out. Support team establishing post." Lieutenant Aerendil's voice rose in steady Elvish, tracing glowing sigils to reinforce the portal's stability. His expression darkened. "This place is still fractured," he muttered. "Too much residual interference. Something is still wrong here." Bianca adjusted her headset. "Shade. Movement on your end. 1,500 meters out. Patrol. But they're not heading your way." Shade's voice filtered through. "Understood. Keep tracking them." "We're moving deeper," Katrina added. "No sign of Ravina yet, but this place feels wrong." Lyra scoffed quietly. "Wrong is an understatement." Ashley shifted position, her breath steady as she scanned through her scope. "Too damn quiet," she whispered. Beta's stance went rigid beside her, nose twitching toward the distant ruins. Then a low pulsing hum vibrated through the air. Distant, unnatural, the sound of energy discharges. Then a crack, sharp, electric, then another crack, crack, crack. Jewel's fingers froze over the relay. Ashley tensed. Bianca's hands hovered over the drone's controls as the camera feed caught flashes of movement. The image sharpened. The creature was massive, shifting between corporeal and ethereal. Its form flickered, half solid, half shadow, its limbs too long, its movements unnaturally erratic. Draven's soldiers were firing their weapons, but they weren't using standard projectiles. Energy weapons. Pulses of vibrant blue and crimson light erupted from their rifles, colliding with the creature's shifting form. Each blast forced it back, its body momentarily destabilizing, then reforming, angrier. Bianca's breath caught. Ashley muttered a curse. That thing is feeding off something. Magic, probably, Jewel whispered, her eyes fixed on the creature. Lieutenant Aerendil's eyes flickered with recognition. It shouldn't be here. This is something old. Bianca switched channels. Shade, Katrina, change of plans. You're not the only ones sneaking around. Silence for a beat. Then, Shade's voice lower than before. We heard it. Draven's men are occupied, Katrina replied, calm but edged with tension. That's our window. Either we use the chaos or waste time deciding, Lyra added. We press forward, Shade decided. Moving now, Katrina confirmed. The three infiltrators vanished deeper into the ruins, moving toward the fortress while the battle between Draven's men and the unknown entity raged in the distance. Shade led the way, his body melding with the darkness. Katrina followed, her movements silent, precise, an assassin in her element. Lyra brought up the rear, her twin blades gleaming faintly under the sliver of moonlight. Every movement was calculated, every breath measured. Draven's patrols were everywhere, but they were ghosts in the night. Lyra signaled for them to halt, crouching behind a shattered archway. Two-man patrol west side, another near the outcrop. Shade knelt beside her, studying the guards' movement patterns. His eyes narrowed at their weapons, bulky, strange, not quite steel. They're carrying something different, he murmured. Katrina adjusted her position. Weapons. They weren't the standard blades and crossbows Draven's forces had once relied on. These hummed. We take them out, Shade said. Silent. Quick. They moved as one. Katrina struck first, sliding behind the first guard like a shadow. Her blade kissed his throat, one smooth, precise motion. He dropped without a sound. Shade took the second, his dagger finding the soft spot under the man's ribs. A sharp gasp, a twitch, then nothing. Lyra dispatched the third with a flick of her wrists, her twin blades crossing in a blur, one fiery, one icy. The guard crumpled before he could register his mistake. Shade crouched, retrieving one of the fallen soldier's rifles. His frown deepened as he examined it. The weapon wasn't steel. It was something else entirely. A strange metallic alloy ran along its barrel, pulsing faintly with an eerie blue light. The air around it crackled with energy, as if the rifle itself was barely stable. Katrina knelt beside him, running a careful hand along the surface. Her expression darkened. This isn't from murk dusk. Lyra examined the intricate carvings along the rifle's side. She traced the faint engravings, runes crude but effective. That's not something they should have, she muttered. Shade turned the weapon in his hands, weighing it. It felt wrong. Heavy, yet not. Cold, yet humming with power. It's crude, Katrina observed, fingers brushing the trigger mechanism. Like a prototype. Shade exhaled sharply, the pieces starting to fall into place. Draven was always power-hungry, always looking for an edge, but this was beyond anything he should have been able to create. Magic-infused weaponry. Shade looked at Lyra. Her eyes were already on him. Where the hell is Draven getting this tech? He murmured. Lyra's smirk was gone, replaced by something far more unsettling. That, she said, voice low, is the question that should scare you the most. The trio pressed forward, slipping between the broken remains of Eldermire's ruins. The deeper they went, the more the air changed. heavier, charged with tension. The last time Shade and Karina had been here, Draven's forces had been present, but this was different. There were more of them, a lot more. They crouched behind a crumbling stone barrier, staring at Draven's fortress. What had once been an imposing but practical stronghold was now a full-fledged military compound. The perimeter bristled with guards, sentries patrolling in pairs, towers where before there had been none. More importantly, something was different about the men themselves. Lyra frowned, scanning the troops. They're moving in patterns, tight, efficient. This isn't mercenary work. Shade nodded, his expression grim. These aren't hired blades anymore. They've been trained. Karina kept her gaze locked on the fortress. And outfitted. She motioned subtly to the rifles slung across the sentries' backs, the same crude energy-based weapons they had just confiscated. Draven wasn't just arming his forces, he was modernizing them. "We need eyes on the inside," Shade muttered, but before they could move. The comms crackled in their ears. Bianca's voice came through, hushed but clear. "Echo team, this is Overwatch. Hold position. I'm running recon from above." Karina glanced up, catching the faintest shimmer of Bianca's drone in the night sky. Silent, invisible to the naked eye. From her high ground, Ashley kept her 240B trained downward, watching through her scope. Beta lay flat beside her, ears forward, tail flicking in anticipation. Lieutenant Aerendil remained near the portal site, eyes scanning their surroundings with unnatural awareness. Jewel worked the comms relay, fingers moving over the device as she fought against the residual magic, warping the space around them. "We're holding here," Bianca confirmed. "No one is leaving this position. You get the intel, we'll cover your way out." Shade acknowledged with a soft click over the channel. Their job was clear. Lyra exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing at the fortress. "So, do we sneak in and have a look? Or do we grab one of these bastards for questioning?" Karina's gaze was sharp as a blade. "Depends on what we find first." Shade pulled his hood up, eyes locked on the fortress ahead. "Then let's move." The cold night air pressed in around them as they moved through the ruined outskirts, shadows swallowing their every step. Draven's fortress loomed ahead, more fortified than before, but fortifications meant weaknesses. "Echo Team Overwatch," Bianca's voice was crisp in their ears. "I've got a weak spot. Southwestern wall, 3rd level. Patrol is thin, and there's an access hatch leading to the inner courtyard." Shade smirked. "How thin?" "2 guards. If you time it right, they won't even know you were there." Karina was already moving. "Then we go now." Lyra trailed behind with an amused hum. "I do love a well-placed entrance." Bianca's intel was perfect. The southwestern wall was old, reinforced with patches of stone that weren't quite as strong as the original structure. The 2 guards moved in a slow, predictable pattern. Shade timed their steps, waiting until their backs were turned. Then they moved. Karina was first. She scaled the wall with silent efficiency, slipping over the ledge before either guard could react. Shade followed. His blade was already out as he reached the top, cutting the first man's throat before he even had time to exhale. Lyra took her time. She climbed up gracefully, perched herself on the ledge like a cat, then whispered, "Night-night," before driving her dagger into the second guard's back. The bodies were down. No alarm was raised. They were inside. The fortress was alive with movement. Patrols moved in tight formations, their energy rifles humming faintly with unfamiliar power. Workers moved along the forge lines, sparks flying from mass production stations crafting more weapons. At the centre, a massive supply depot stood, crates stacked high with unknown contents. Karina's eyes narrowed. "We set the charges here." Shade nodded. "We take out the forges and the depot. Draven's war machine dies before it starts." Lyra smirked, already reaching into her pack. "Then let's get planting." The fortress walls loomed like sentinels of a mechanical hell, iron-reinforced gates standing against the bitter night. The air burned with the stench of hot metal and something worse, an acrid chemical tang that made their eyes water. The relentless clang of hammer on steel echoed through the massive training grounds, where Draven's war machine ground on like a hungry beast. They moved like wraiths through this industrial nightmare. Shade, Karina, and Lyra wove between patrols, their hearts pounding with every near miss. One wrong step, one misplaced shadow, and it would all go to hell. They'd reached their targets. 5 explosives armed, 1 left. Karina crouched against a pillar of blackened stone, sweat trickling down her neck as she pressed the last charge against a critical support beam. Above her, crates of weapons and prototype rifles stretched toward the ceiling, enough firepower to wage a war. When this went up, it would be spectacular. Her fingers trembled slightly as she activated the stealth enchantment Eli had built into the devices. The sigils pulsed once, then the charge vanished from sight, becoming one with the structure. The timer blinked red. 10 minutes. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Done. Then, a piercing wail shattered the night. The alarm ripped through the fortress like a banshee's shriek, bouncing off stone walls, reverberating through their bones. Shit! Lyra slammed back against the pillar, hands flying to her blades, her usual smirk replaced by something feral. Shade had already turned, his entire body coiled like a spring. Through the archway to their left, torches blazed to life in sequence, golden light flooding the lower courtyards. The sound of boots on stone thundered through the corridors. They weren't running toward them, they were rushing to the breach point. Bianca, what the hell just happened? Karina hissed into her comm, her heart hammering against her ribs. Static crackled, then Bianca's voice sharp with tension. I don't know. Patrol found something, maybe the bodies, maybe a tripwire we missed. But they know someone's here. Shade's jaw clenched hard enough to crack teeth. Our exit is cut off. Lyra exhaled sharply, a sound like a trapped animal. Well, that's inconvenient. Karina checked her timer. 9 minutes left. They had to move. Now. Above them, a guard's shout cut through the chaos. Movement! North corridor! More torches! Bianca's voice crackled through their comms, tight with urgency. Second patrol incoming from the barracks. Damn it, they're locking this place down. From their position, Shade, Karina, and Lyra watched as something far worse than regular guards emerged. A line of soldiers in matte black armor stepped into the torchlight. They moved with mechanical precision, their boots striking stone in perfect unison. The weapons they carried hummed with barely contained power, cylindrical cores pulsing with crackling blue energy that made the air itself shiver. These weren't Draven's usual thugs. This was something else entirely. Shade's stomach turned to ice. That's not good. Lyra pressed herself harder against the crates, her usual bravado gone. Those weapons, that's not something they should have. That's not something anyone should have. Karina's fingers whitened around her katana's hilt. They weren't using these before. Where the hell is Draven getting this tech? Shade's voice carried an edge of real fear. Lyra's smirk had vanished completely. Her expression darkened to something that made even Karina pause. The fact that Lyra didn't know was the worst answer of all. We need a way out. Now. Karina growled through gritted teeth, shadows writhing around her fingers like living things. I'm working on it, Bianca snapped, her fingers flying across controls as the drone banked sharply, searching desperately for an escape route. The timer on Karina's wrist blinked mercilessly. 8 minutes. Then, movement in the deeper shadows. Bianca's drone caught something. A door. Small. Hidden. Unmarked. The drone's sensors pulsed with urgency. I've got something. Bianca's voice was barely above a whisper. Auxiliary tunnel. South wall. No guards posted. Yet. Shade's voice turned to steel. We move. Now. 7 minutes until the charges blew. The fortress was sealing itself like a tomb. They needed an exit before they became part of the rubble. The fortress walls groaned with the sound of ancient mechanisms awakening. Metal gates slammed down in sequence, each thunderous impact marking another escape route lost. The auxiliary tunnel was their last hope. The moment they reached it, he stepped out of the shadows, calm, waiting. The traitor. He looked exactly as Karina remembered. Sharp features, eerie stillness, a man who dealt in secrets like others dealt in gold. But something was wrong. His eyes were darker now, as if something had hollowed him out and filled the space with shadows. Karina went rigid, primal rage flooding her veins. The shadows around her rippled violently, responding to her fury. The trader's smile spread slowly, a knife cut across his face. I wondered how long before you came back. Shade's grip on his great sword tightened until his knuckles cracked. Lyra shifted her stance, measuring the trader like a predator sizing up dangerous prey. But Karina, she was already moving. Her blade sang through the air in a killing arc. And the trader disappeared. Not into shadows. Not with magic she recognized. This was something else entirely. A rippling distortion in reality itself. A void where magic shouldn't exist. Black Dawn. They'd done something to him, something unnatural. Karina spun, scanning wildly, rage making her voice roar. Coward! A low, mocking chuckle echoed from everywhere and nowhere, fading into nothing. Then, the fortress shifted. Doors slammed open on either side of the passageway. Hidden alcoves revealed figures stepping from the darkness. Draven's elite guard. 10 of them. Not mercenaries, not cannon fodder. These were his best. Their black armor seemed to drink in the torchlight, and their weapons, those impossible weapons, hummed with unstable power. No words, no threats, just pure violence. The first elite lunged at Karina, his weapon trailing streams of distorted reality. She dodged by a hair's breadth, but as the blade passed, she felt reality itself ripple, like the weapon was tearing holes in the fabric of existence. Not normal steel, not normal magic. This was something much, much worse. Bianca's drone picked up the explosion from the LPOP. Her voice cracked through the comms, urgent and strained. "We see the blast! What the hell happened? Do you have pursuit?" Shade's voice came back ragged between heavy breaths. "Oh yeah, we've got pursuit. Open that damn portal now." "Trying." Jules' voice was tight with concentration. "Too much interference. Get to the rendezvous and hold position." Draven's forces were closing in. The team ran. The portal was their only way out, and then Shade went down. The shot came with a high-pitched whine, followed by searing impact. He barely registered the sound before something slammed into his leg. A burning jolt of pain shot up his thigh, and his momentum sent him crashing into the ground. "Shade!" Karina spun instantly, but he was already gritting his teeth trying to push himself up. His leg wouldn't respond. The wound wasn't just burned, the energy had disrupted his nerves. Lyra cursed viciously. "We don't have time for this." More enemies were closing in. They had maybe 30 seconds before they were overwhelmed. Ashley's voice snapped over comms, sharp as a blade. "I have eyes on you. Get down now." Shade didn't hesitate. He dropped flat. Then Ashley opened up. The 240B thundered from the high ground, the suppressed bursts thumping in rapid succession. Beta launched into the fight, a grey blur of fury and fangs. She slammed into the closest elite, her massive jaws clamping down on his arm, yanking him off his feet with brutal force. The elite's weapons weren't built for wolves. The man screamed as Beta thrashed violently, armor crumpling under her strength. Karina and Lyra didn't waste the opening. They turned into the fight, weapons flashing. Draven's elites were well trained but not fast enough. Karina's katana danced between them, her blade finding the weak points in their armor with lethal precision. Each strike severed tendons, cut through weapon arms, dodged return strikes with impossible speed. Lyra moved like a demon unleashed. Her twin blades found gaps in armor that shouldn't exist, slicing through flesh before her targets could register she was behind them. Her usual smirk was gone, replaced by cold focus. The line was holding, but Shade still couldn't move. Jewel and Lieutenant Aerendil burst from cover, sprinting toward him. Jewel's medical bag slapped against her side as she slid to her knees beside him. "Hold still, dumbass," she muttered, ripping open a vial of enchanted salve and pressing it against the wound. Shade grunted in pain. "Not a lot of choice here." The wound smoked where she applied the salve. The magic inside it fought against her treatment like a living thing. "It's interfering with healing," Jewel growled, frustration evident. Aerendil raised his bow, covering them. Another elite broke through the fight, raising his rifle. Aerendil's arrow found the man's throat before he could pull the trigger. "Can you stand?" The elf grabbed Shade under the arm. Shade's face was tight with pain. "Not sure that's an option." Bianca didn't hesitate. She grabbed the drone, the extra explosives, and the relay equipment, throwing everything through the portal. "Not leaving this behind," she snapped. Ashley kept firing, her 240B providing the covering fire they desperately needed as Aerendil and Jewel dragged Shade toward the portal. Katrina and Lyra were still fighting, the last line of defense. Beta's jaws snapped around another elite, shaking him violently before throwing him aside. Then Ashley's voice cut through the chaos. "I'm empty." That was their cue. "Go!" Katrina ordered. Lyra turned on her heel, disengaging first. Katrina backpedaled, her blade flashing one last time before she sprinted after her. They were almost there. "Cover!" Ashley's voice ripped through the comms. The ground erupted, but through the flames something massive emerged. Not just a soldier, a monstrosity of advanced armor and augmented flesh. 8 feet of enhanced muscle and magical-grade hardware. Its armor pulsed with the same unnatural energy as their weapons, but stronger, more refined. A super soldier. One of Draven's elite experiments. It moved faster than something that size had any right to. One moment it was in the flames, the next it slammed into Lieutenant Aerendil with bone-crushing force. But Aerendil wasn't just any warrior. Centuries of combat experience kicked in. He rolled with the impact, turning the momentum into a fluid counterstrike. His elven blade sang through the air, enchanted steel meeting augmented armor in a shower of sparks. The blade didn't break, it drew blood. The super soldier roared, the first sound they'd heard it make. It swung a massive fist, each punch leaving trails of distorted reality in its wake. Aerendil dodged the first 2 strikes, his movements like liquid grace. The third caught him in the ribs with a sickening crack. But even as he staggered, his left hand came up, fingers weaving complex patterns, ancient elvish words cut through the air. The ground beneath the soldier erupted with magical force. The thing stumbled but didn't fall. Instead, its armor began absorbing the magic itself. "The armor! It's drinking his spells!" Bianca shouted, yanking her battle axe free. Lyra was already moving. "Then let's give it indigestion." She struck like a viper, both blades finding gaps in the armor's joints. The super soldier spun with terrifying speed, backhanding her into a fallen column. Katrina's shadows writhed. Together! Katrina's shadows struck first, wrapping around the super soldier's legs. Her blade sparked against its armor, searching for weak points. The super soldier's fist caught Katrina square in the chest, sending her flying into a broken column. Before she could recover, it was on her, energy blade materializing from its gauntlet, arcing down for a killing blow. "No!" Aerendil's voice cut through the chaos. The ancient elf moved with impossible speed, centuries of combat training crystallizing into a single moment. Diving in, pushing Katrina clear, taking the energy sword straight through his own chest. "No!" Katrina's scream tore through the night. The super soldier tried to wrench its blade free, but Aerendil's hands locked around its arm, holding it in place. Blood stained his lips as he looked at Katrina. "Your people need their queen." That's when Lyra struck. Her twin blades found the joints in the soldier's armor, ice and fire working in lethal harmony. The thing roared, trying to shake her off. Bianca's battle axe came next, powered by rage and grief, biting deep into the monster's shoulder joint. Sparks and hydraulic fluid sprayed as augmented flesh gave way. Karina rose, shadows writhing around her like living things. Her blade moved with killing precision, finding the gaps Lyra and Bianca had created. The super soldier was strong, but it couldn't fight all three at once. Every time it turned to face one attacker, the others struck. Bianca's axe severed hydraulic lines. Lyra's blades froze and burned through enhanced muscle. Karina's sword found vital points with surgical accuracy. Finally, Lyra vaulted over its shoulders, driving both blades into the base of its skull. Bianca's axe took out its knee. And Karina's blade punched straight through its throat. The thing collapsed, twitching. But victory meant nothing. Aerendil lay in a growing pool of blood, the energy blade's damage too severe for healing. "Lieutenant!" Bianca rushed to him, already trying to lift him. "The realm," he coughed, eyes fixed on Karina. "Your people wait, in darkness." Bianca lifted Aerendil carefully but quickly, his blood soaking through his elvish armor where the energy blade had struck. The lieutenant's breathing was shallow, labored. "Hold on," Bianca said through gritted teeth, moving as fast as she dared toward the portal. Ashley's voice cut through the comms. "More hostiles incoming." Beta's snarl confirmed the warning as shadows moved through the ruins behind them. Lyra and Karina covered their retreat, blades ready as they guarded Bianca's path to the portal. In the distance, they could hear the sound of Draven's reinforcements approaching. "Tell Alfheim." Aerendil coughed, blood staining his lips. "I did not break faith." "Tell them yourself," Bianca muttered, pushing forward. They reached the portal. Jewel had already helped shade through, with Ashley and Beta providing cover. Bianca carried Aerendil through first. Karina turned to follow, then realized Lyra wasn't moving. "Lyra!" Lyra stood facing the approaching forces, her stance shifting subtly. "Go." Karina took a half step forward. "Lyra." "I know what I'm doing," Lyra said softly, her usual smirk gone. A heartbeat passed. Then she did the one thing Karina didn't expect. She reached to her belt, pulled her enchanted fire dagger free, and tossed it toward Karina. Karina caught it instinctively, blinking in surprise. Lyra shrugged. "Give that to Red for me, she had dibs." A heartbeat passed. Then she turned. Lyra picked up the fallen trooper's rifle, testing its weight as the energy core hummed to life. "Lyra," Karina started. Lyra didn't let her finish. She flashed one last smug smile over her shoulder. "Tell Red I'm sorry for everything." Then she pulled a charge from her belt, knelt by the portal's base, and set the timer. 60 seconds. Karina's heart pounded. Lyra wasn't coming back. "Lyra!" But Lyra was already moving, charging toward the reinforcements alone. The portal wavered. Karina stumbled back, into the portal's pull. The last thing she saw was Lyra's silhouette against the ruins, still holding that stolen rifle. Then the portal snapped shut, and Lyra was gone. Cold air, the scent of lake water, the crackling hum of the portal fading. They hit the ground hard, the team tumbling onto the damp sand as the magic flared behind them, sealing off the ruined fortress and the battle they'd barely survived. The night air was sharp and cold, biting through sweat-soaked clothes. Jewel was already moving, her medical bag hitting the ground beside her. Shade groaned, rolling onto his back, his body seizing up as the energy wound crackled with residual static. He tried to push up, but his leg gave out. Karina landed beside Aerendil, her hands already pressing against the wound in his chest. Too much blood, too deep. She grabbed a field dressing from Jewel's bag, trying to stop the bleeding, her hands slick with red. Aerendil breathed shallowly, his silver eyes barely focused. A queen should not be on her knees, he rasped. Karina's hands shook. "Shut up and breathe, Aerendil." "Forget me! Work him!" Jewel reached for Shade first, but he shoved her off, his voice a raw snarl. "Help him!" He tried to sit up, but gritted his teeth as pain lanced through his body. Bianca was already moving, dropping beside him, grabbing the trauma kit. "You're an idiot," she muttered, ripping open a pack of stabilizer foam and pressing it against the wound. Jewel barely glanced at Shade again. Her focus was on Aerendil. She knelt beside him, her hands pressing gently against the wound. "I'm here, Lieutenant. Just breathe." Karina was still working, her fingers fumbling with bandages. "We can... if we..." Jewel met her eyes, steady, calm, unwavering. Katrina's heart stumbled in her chest. She knew, but Jewel didn't say it. She just worked, her hands steady. "Stay with us, Aerendil." His breathing shuddered. His fingers twitched, reaching out. Katrina grabbed his hand, clutching it tightly. "Echo 1, we need emergency evac. Now." Ashley's voice cracked over the comms. "Echo 1, we're through. We have 2 down. Repeat, we need an evac. Now." Katrina snatched the radio from Ashley, her voice tight, urgent. "Gunner, we need immediate evac. Shade is down but stable. Aerendil is critical. We need a direct portal to medical now." Silence. Then, Gunner's voice sharp as a knife. "Repeat that." Katrina's throat was tight. "Aerendil is down." A beat. "Stand by," Gunner said. The line cut. At the workshop, Gunner lowered the comm, his jaw locked tight. Eli was already scanning her tablet, pulling up portal data. Gunner exhaled sharply, grabbing his tailsman, calling out for Aeliana. Aeliana's voice answered immediately, sharp and controlled. "What happened?" "Aerendil is down. We need a portal. Now." There was a pause. Then Aeliana's voice, tight with something deeper. "Stand by." The air split open as a new portal flared to life, light washing over the sand, illuminating the team in an eerie silver-blue glow. Through it. Gunner stepped through first, rifle grip tight, his expression dark. Eli followed, tablet still in hand, already scanning for anomalies. Darren came next, his usual smirk gone, eyes sharp as he assessed the battlefield. Rose stepped through last, and then, she counted, 1, 2, 3. Her stomach twisted. She did a second count. Her heart stopped. "Where's Lyra?" Nobody answered. Katrina didn't look up. The wind howled off the lake, and Jewel kept working, her hands steady. "But Rose?" Her fingers curled into fists. Her voice was low, dangerous. "Where is Lyra?" Katrina closed her eyes for half a second, then, quietly, she stayed behind. Rose went completely still. "You left her." The words were quiet, sharp. Katrina's gaze snapped up. She chose to stay. Rose took a step forward. "And you just let her?" Katrina's breath hitched, just for a second, before she could answer. The portal behind them flared again. Jewel hadn't stopped working. Her hands were still on Aerendil. Her voice was soft, steady. "We're almost home, Lieutenant." Aerendil's lips moved, but his voice was too faint to hear. Bianca hauled Shade up, helping him limp toward the portal. Gunner moved to help with Aerendil. Katrina turned toward the portal. But Rose didn't move. She was still staring at the space where Lyra should have been. Eli's voice cut the silence. "Move. Now." One by one they stepped through, but Eli and Darren stayed behind. As the portal flickered one last time, Gunner glanced back. He didn't need to say it. Eli nodded. "We'll get everything sorted." Darren sighed, rolling his shoulders as he turned to face the shoreline, now littered with hastily thrown gear, weapons, and supplies. "Great. So while they're getting patched up, we get clean-up duty." Eli ignored him, already sweeping the area with her scanner, marking locations of anything important. Gunner's voice filtered through the comm before the portal fully closed. "Recover what's intact. Anything compromised, destroy it." Darren smirked slightly. "I do love when he gives me permission to break things." Eli didn't even look up. "Just work fast. I don't like how exposed we are here." The portal flared open inside the Echo Division medbay, the shimmering light casting long shadows across the sterile, well-lit space. The medical team was already in position, gurneys prepped, hands steady, expressions unreadable but efficient. They had done this before, but this time, the stakes felt heavier. Bianca and Ashley moved fast, guiding Shade onto a gurney. Jewel, still holding pressure on Aerendil's wound, didn't stop moving, even as the medics took over, seamlessly working around her. BP's dropping. Breath sounds weak. We're losing him. The words were clipped, clinical, but Jewel heard everything. She knew. She had known back on the sand. Aerendil weakly opened his eyes, his breath barely audible. Jewel leaned in closer, voice steady. "You're home, Lieutenant. Just hang in there." But even as she said it, she knew he wouldn't. Gunnar stood at the far end of the med bay, watching the scene unfold. His expression never changed, but his fingers gripped his comm unit tight. He wasn't one for prayers, and Aerendil needed more than a medic right now. He punched in the secured line to Aeliana, his voice gravel and steel. "Aeliana, we need you." A beat of silence. Then, her voice calm but edged with urgency. "What happened?" Gunnar exhaled sharply, his grip tightening. "Aerendil is down. It's bad." Another pause, and this time her voice wasn't calm. "I'm coming." The line went dead. Gunnar closed his eyes for half a second, then turned back to the medbay floor. They were running out of time. The air in the medbay was thick with tension. The medical team worked fast, but it wasn't enough. Aerendil's breathing shallowed, his fingers twitching against the blood-stained sheets as his body fought, but failed. Jewel leaned over him, her hands steady, her voice low but firm. "You're home, Lieutenant," she murmured. "Just hold on." Karina was at his side, her fingers gripping his arm, her violet eyes burning with unspoken grief. Aerendil's lips moved, barely a whisper. A name, a warning, a farewell. Then the monitors flatlined. Jewel froze. The med team went silent. Katrina's breath hitched, and then the portal flared. Aeliana stepped through, silver robes billowing, her expression sharp, expectant. Then she saw the flatline, and she moved. The moment Aeliana reached him, the air changed. Her hands moved quickly, pressing over his chest, glowing with an ancient silver-blue radiance as she whispered something in Elven. A command, a plea, a demand. The magic pulsed, flickering across Aerendil's form like a dying ember trying to reignite. His body jerked slightly, a reflex, a flicker of something. Then, nothing. The magic faded. The flatline didn't change. Aeliana's hands stilled, her breath caught. The room was silent. And for the first time, Aeliana Vale, guardian of Alfheim, a being of grace and wisdom, lowered her head, her hands curling into fists over Aerendil's still chest. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "No." Katrina turned away sharply, her breath uneven, but she didn't leave. Jewel closed her eyes briefly, exhaling through the weight of failure. The med team backed off slowly, respectfully, but Aeliana didn't move. For a long moment she just stared down at Aerendil's lifeless form, her fingers trembling slightly, the last traces of magic flickering away like dying starlight. Then she stood abruptly, turning on her heel, and when she spoke, her voice was sharp, bitter, uncharacteristically cold. "He should not have died." The words cut through the silence like a blade. Her head lifted, her piercing blue eyes flashing with something rare. Anger. Her gaze snapped toward Gunnar, toward Katrina, toward Jewel, toward the entire room. "Your world fights alone because the Council refuses to see what is coming. They sit in their halls, weaving words instead of wielding steel, and they let him." Her voice caught. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to continue. "They let him die." A rare fury burned in her expression. It was not rage, not reckless anger. It was something deeper. It was a guardian who had reached her limit. The council had hesitated too long, and now an elven warrior had fallen on Earth's soil. This would not be forgotten. This would change everything. Gunnar had been watching her carefully. He had seen people break before. But this was different. She wasn't just angry, she was grieving. And it wasn't just Aerendil. It was the council's failure, the weight of every battle she fought alone, the realization that she had tried, again and again, to make them see, and they had ignored her. And now, this. He took a step closer. "Aeliana," he said, voice low, steady. She didn't look at him immediately, her shoulders tense, her breath shallow. But when she did, her expression was raw. He reached out, his cybernetic fingers brushing against her wrist, grounding her. Not in command, not in strategy, just in this moment. "You did everything you could," Gunnar said. "No orders, no tactics, just truth." Aeliana's breath shook. For a second, just a second, she let herself lean into the touch. It was barely anything, a fraction of a moment, but it was real. Then she pulled away, not sharply, not coldly, just carefully. She closed her eyes briefly, drawing in a breath, regaining her composure. When she opened them again, the guardian had returned, but Gunnar had seen the woman underneath. And for the first time, she had let him. The moment Aerendil's life faded, the pack knew. It started with Alpha. The massive wolf, Gunnar's bonded companion, lifted his head from his usual spot near the training grounds. His ears twitched, sensing something beyond sight, beyond sound. Then, slowly, he howled. A deep, mournful cry, one that cut through the night and sent a chill through the air. Omega and Beta joined seconds later, their own voices rising into the darkness, a sound that carried loss, respect, and remembrance. Their voices echoed across the Echo Division compound, reaching every member, every soldier, every spirit connected to the pack. It was a sound of honor. Aerendil had fought beside them. Now he was gone, and the pack would not forget. Aeliana heard it from the medbay, her hands clenched at her sides, her jaw tightening as she stared at the still form of the fallen warrior. She whispered something so quiet only Gunnar heard. "May the stars guide you home, my friend." Gunnar said nothing. He simply stood beside her as the howls continued to mourn the fallen. The holographic display flickered, casting a faint glow over the war room's stone walls. Clara stood rigid, arms crossed, deep in thought. She had spent months in Alfheim, fighting, studying, leading. Aerendil had been a brother in arms. She had fought beside him, covered his flank, bled on the same battlefield. And then, a sharp, unseen force hit her chest like a hammer. Her breath hitched. Her fingers tightened against the table. Her vision blurred for a split second, not from exhaustion, but from something deeper. A cold weight pressed down on her chest, a gut-wrenching, aching emptiness. The bond, Omega. He felt it, and through him she did too. The howl rose outside a second later, but she already knew. Before the sound even reached her ears, she felt it in her soul. Omega's morning cry ripped through the compound, haunting, deep, raw. And Clara knew why. She swallowed once, her throat tight, her hands trembling just for a second. Then she turned, already moving, her voice low, steady, but firm. "He's gone." No hesitation. She didn't need to be told. She felt it, and she would see him off, properly. Clara strode into the medbay, her expression calm but resolute. She saw Aeliana still standing over Aerendil's body, the weight of loss heavy on her shoulders. 5 elven guards, Aerendil's brothers-in-arms, stood silently along the walls. They had come from the portal chamber only minutes before. They had come to bring him home. Clara took a slow breath. then stepped forward, addressing Aeliana directly. "I would stand with you." Aeliana's head lifted, her blue eyes flickering with recognition, with understanding. "You knew him?" It wasn't a question. Clara nodded once. "I fought beside him in Alfheim. I know the rights. I know what this means." Aeliana studied her for a long moment, then a small, solemn nod. "You will stand with us." The air in the medbay shifted. Aeliana took a slow step forward, her hands moving gracefully through the air, weaving something unseen. A soft glow began to form around Aerendil's body, a whisper of elven magic, a symbol of passage. The 5 elven warriors stepped forward, their heads bowed in silent reverence. Eli remained still, respectful, understanding that this was something deeper than logic, deeper than science. And Clara stood among them, head held high, a warrior standing among warriors. The wolves' howls still echoed faintly outside, a tribute that had not gone unheard. And one by one, the warriors spoke Aerendil's name in Elven, an ancient tradition, a final farewell. "Aerendil Vorthalin, warrior of Alfheim, may your soul find the eternal stars." The words carried weight, honor, grief. Aeliana's voice was the last to speak. "Go in peace, my friend. You are not forgotten." The light around his body flickered, then faded, like the last embers of a dying flame. Silence followed, a moment of stillness. Then Aeliana turned to the elves. "We bring him home." Darren moved methodically, boots crunching over damp sand as he gathered the scattered gear. The team had been forced to dump everything through the portal in a rush, and now it was his job to make sure nothing was left behind. He flipped over a med bag, checked the straps, and marked it on his inventory list. A few feet away, Eli was deep in concentration, her silver hair catching in the wind as she worked furiously on her tablet, trying to reconnect to the portal. Darren sighed, shaking his head as he lifted an ammo crate. "Empty." "Great. Just what we need," he muttered, tossing it aside. That's when he saw it, half buried in the wet sand just past a cluster of scattered gear. "A rifle, not one of theirs." Darren paused, his instincts kicking in. He crouched down, brushing away the sand, lifting the weapon carefully. It was sleek, well crafted, but something about it felt off. And then he saw the runes, glowing, etched deep into the metal, and just below the trigger guard, a symbol, a Black Dawn insignia. Darren's stomach twisted, his fingers ran over the engraving. He exhaled slowly, turning the rifle over in his hands. "Well, shit. Got something." Eli barely glanced up, still focused on her tablet, her expression tight with frustration. "This portal should still be detectable," she muttered. "But it's like it was erased." Darren raised an eyebrow. "Erased?" Eli tapped something on the screen, narrowing her eyes. "If a portal collapses naturally, there's always residual energy. Some trace left behind. But this?" She turned the screen toward him. "Nothing. It's like it never existed." Darren whistled low. "So what, someone blew it?" Eli exhaled. "More like surgically removed it. Someone knew exactly what they were doing." Darren studied the rifle in his hands. "Keebler," Darren said, voice serious now. Eli finally looked up. "What?" Darren turned the rifle, letting her see the Black Dawn symbol. Eli's expression shifted instantly. The weight of the realization settled between them. First, the portal was deliberately destroyed. Now, a Black Dawn weapon. Darren sighed, tossing the rifle over his shoulder. "So, do we tell Gunnar, or do we let him figure it out on his own and enjoy the fireworks?" Eli didn't even hesitate. "We tell him." Darren groaned. "Damn, I was hoping for option 2. The wind carried the last echoes of battle, but Darren and Eli weren't alone anymore. 2 SUVs rumbled onto the sand, their headlights casting long shadows across the abandoned gear. The engines idled low, the air between them heavy before either vehicle even came to a stop. Darren barely had time to sling the Black Dawn rifle onto his shoulder before the doors opened. Caleb and Evelyn stepped out. Neither of them said anything at first. Their expressions were tight, their movements precise and careful, but Darren caught it immediately. Something was wrong. Eli's fingers stilled on her tablet. She already felt it. "Load everything," Caleb said, voice flat, even. He didn't waste time asking what they found. Darren frowned, stepping closer. "What's going on?" Evelyn lifted a rifle case, securing it in the back of the first SUV, before finally answering. "LT Aerendil didn't make it." The words landed hard. The air felt colder. Darren's usual smirk vanished completely. Eli didn't move, didn't speak, but Darren saw it. The way her fingers curled slightly, the way her posture stiffened, the way her jaw locked just a little too tight. She was from Alfheim. Aerendil had been one of hers. And now, he was gone. Evelyn exhaled, closing the tailgate. "Aeliana is waiting. They need us for a debrief before she takes him home." Darren slowly ran a hand through his hair, glancing at Eli. She finally looked away from her dead screen, blinking hard. "All right," she said, voice clipped, unreadable. "Let's go." Darren hesitated just for a second, watching her closely. Then, without a word, he tossed the Black Dawn rifle into the back of the SUV, slamming the door shut behind it. "Yeah," he muttered. "Let's get this over with." The engines rumbled back to life, kicking up sand as they sped back toward the compound. Aerendil was gone, and the war was only getting worse. The doors to the OR swung shut, sealing off the chaos inside. Jewel and the medical team worked fast, wheeling Shade into surgery. Aeliana followed them, ready to work on his leg, her focus locked onto Draven's new weapon and what it had done. The moment the doors locked, silence filled the corridor. Karina turned, and Rose was still there, standing rigid, unmoving, her expression locked in quiet fury that had been burning since the moment they returned. Her eyes burned with one question. "Where is she?" Karina met her gaze, forcing herself to stay steady. "Let's talk." The words barely left Katrina's lips before Rose was moving, fast, sharp, furious. She grabbed Katrina's jacket and yanked her into the nearest side room, slamming the door behind them. The second they were alone, Rose rounded on her. "You left her." It wasn't a question, it wasn't a statement, it was a damnation. Katrina's jaw tightened, but she didn't flinch. "She stayed." Rose's eyes flashed. "You're saying she chose to stay? That's your answer?" Katrina exhaled sharply. "Yes." Rose scoffed, laughing, but it wasn't real laughter. It was shattered, broken. "You're lying." Katrina's fists clenched at her sides. "No, I'm not." Rose took a step forward, closing the space between them. "Then make me believe it." Katrina's throat felt tight. This wasn't just a mission debrief, this was Lyra's last stand. She exhaled sharply. "Lyra knew," Katrina said, her voice quieter now. "She knew the mission wouldn't be clean. She saw it coming before any of us did." Rose's expression flickered, but she didn't speak. Katrina continued. "When things went south, we didn't have time. The portal was our only way out. Draven's forces were too close. If we all went through, they would have followed." She swallowed. "Lyra made a choice," Katrina said, forcing the words out now. "She stayed behind to make sure they couldn't—" Rose's breath hitched. Katrina pushed forward. "She planted a charge on the portal, and she blew it." Silence. Rose's lips parted slightly, but no sound came. Katrina let the moment sink in. "She saved us." Katrina's voice wasn't shaking, but it wasn't cold either. And she knew exactly what she was doing. Rose's hands were shaking. "You watched her do it," Rose whispered, voice barely above a breath. Katrina's jaw locked. "Yes." And then Rose moved, fast, Her fist collided with Katrina's shoulder, shoving her back hard against the wall. Katrina barely had time to react before Rose was right there, hands gripping her jacket, eyes blazing. "You let her die," Rose snarled. Katrina's breath hitched, but she didn't fight back. "You let her." Rose's voice cracked, the fury breaking just enough to let something else in. Something worse. Something like grief. "I wanted to stay," Katrina whispered. "Finally. I wanted to fight with her." Rose's grip tightened. "Then why didn't you?" Katrina's voice broke. "Because she made me leave." The words hung between them. Rose let go. Just like that. She took a step back, her breathing sharp, uneven, her hands trembling at her sides. The room was too quiet, too heavy. Then, softer now, softer than Katrina had ever heard from her. Rose asked the one thing that mattered. "Do you think she's dead?" Katrina didn't answer right away. Her fingers curled into fists, nails biting into her palms. Then, "I don't know," she admitted. "But if she is, she didn't die for nothing." Rose looked away. A long silence stretched between them. Then, without another word, she turned toward the door. Before she could open it, "Wait." Rose stopped. Katrina inhaled sharply, reaching into her belt pouch, fingers wrapping around the blade Lyra had pressed into her hands. The fire dagger. She pulled it free, turning it in her palm. "She told me to give you this," Katrina said, voice barely above a whisper. "Because you—" She swallowed. "You called dibs." Rose froze. Katrina extended the dagger, handle first. Rose turned slowly, her gaze falling to the weapon. The dagger was still warm, as if it carried a flicker of Lyra's magic, her will. Rose's hands shook as she reached out, fingers wrapping around the hilt. For a long moment she just held it. Then Katrina spoke one last time. "She wanted me to tell you she was sorry," she whispered. "For everything." Rose's grip on the dagger tightened, her jaw locked, her expression unreadable. Then, without a word, she turned and walked out. And this time, Katrina let her go, because there was nothing left to say. The medbay was silent except for the steady beeping of monitors and the faint hum of enchanted medical tools at work. The air smelled of antiseptics and scorched fabric, remnants of the injury that had brought shade onto the surgical table. Aeliana stood beside Jewel and the surgical team, her expression unreadable as she traced her fingers just above the wound, feeling the unnatural energy still lingering beneath the skin. This wasn't a normal wound. This wasn't even a normal weapon. This was something else. Something dangerous. Something designed to break people from the inside out. Jewel adjusted the settings on the surgical scanner, nodding toward the screen. "The damage is localized," she muttered, focusing on the deep, charred entry wound in Shade's thigh. "No physical shrapnel. No external spread." She shook her head. "But his leg still won't respond to stimulation." Aeliana barely heard her. She had closed her eyes, extending her senses further, letting her magic sink into the wound, not just to heal, but to understand. And what she found wasn't natural. Her eyes snapped open, her fingers tightening over the edge of the surgical table. Jewel caught the shift immediately. "What?" Aeliana exhaled sharply. This wasn't just a weapon, it was a suppressant. Jewel's brow furrowed. "A what?" Aeliana's hands hovered over the wound again, tracing the damaged pathways. "It's not just a burn or an energy wound," Aeliana said carefully, her voice carrying something rare, concern. "This shot didn't just hit his leg, it cut off the signals to his nervous system. It shut him down from the inside out." Jewel's eyes narrowed. "You're telling me this thing overloaded his nerves, like a magical EMP for the body?" Aeliana nodded grimly. "Exactly." Jewel swore under her breath, grabbing a medical scanner and adjusting its settings. "This explains why he locked up the second he got hit," she muttered. "His leg didn't just go numb. It stopped responding entirely." Aeliana's fingers twitched, magic still humming at her fingertips. "This is experimental," she murmured. This isn't something I've seen before. Jewel shot her a look. Then who the hell built it? Aeliana's expression darkened. We already know the answer to that. Aeliana's eyes flickered with cold fire as she looked back at Shade's wound. If Draven had perfected this technology, the next shot wouldn't just lock up a limb. It would take someone out permanently. And if they didn't figure out how to counter it, they'd be walking into a war where their enemies could shut them down before they ever fired a shot. Aeliana narrowed her focus, pushing her magic deeper into the wound, trying to trace the damage, not just to heal but to understand. Jewel adjusted the surgical scanner, eyes locked onto the monitors displaying Shade's vitals and nerve activity. At first, everything looked the same. The nerve signals in Shade's leg were still suppressed, still unresponsive. But then, something shifted. The readings flickered. A tiny blip, a pulse. Jewel frowned. Hold on. She adjusted the scanner, focusing on the lower limb nerves. The blip came again, then again. Shade's leg twitched. Aeliana felt it at the same time. The energy within the wound was fading, retracting, like a spell losing its grip. Jewel's eyes widened slightly. Wait! She glanced at the clock on the wall. Aeliana followed her gaze. Shade had been shot roughly an hour ago. Jewel's voice was sharp. He's starting to respond. Aeliana studied the residual energy still lingering in the wound. It wasn't gone yet, but it was weakening. Jewel looked back at the monitor. If he's regaining feeling, then that means... Aeliana finished the thought for her. It's temporary. Jewel exhaled. About an hour, give or take. They locked eyes. The relief was short-lived, because this meant something bigger. If this weapon's effect was temporary, then Draven wasn't trying to kill outright. He was trying to disable, take people out of the fight, leave them vulnerable. Aeliana's stomach tightened. This wasn't just a battlefield weapon. This was a control mechanism. The room was already filling when Darren stepped inside, the black dawn-marked rifle slung over his shoulder. The atmosphere was tight, heavy with unspoken tension. This was the first time the entire team had gathered since the mission ended. The cost of the operation was still settling in. LT Aerendil was dead, Lyra was missing, the portal was destroyed. And now, they were facing something new, something they weren't prepared for. Darren tossed the rifle onto the war table, its weight hitting with a dull metallic thud. This, he said, crossing his arms, is a problem. The engraved runes and Black Dawn symbol catching the light. This, he said, crossing his arms, is new. The room quieted. Gunnar reached for the weapon, running his cybernetic fingers along the engravings. The Black Dawn's mark, he muttered. Shade, seated nearby with his leg propped up, shifted slightly. Yeah, picked that off a patrol we took out in Murkdust. The statement landed like a punch, because that meant only one thing. The Black Dawn wasn't just expanding their reach, they were upgrading their weapons. Aeliana's gaze darkened. Draven's forces have never used modern firearms before. Eli, already scanning the rifle with her tablet, nodded sharply. Yeah, and that's what worries me. She turned the screen, displaying a detailed analysis of the weapon's structure. This isn't just a scavenged rifle, she explained. It's custom-made, enchanted. The runes aren't decorative, they're functional. This thing was built for them. Gunnar's jaw tightened. They're not just adapting, he said. They're being supplied. The implications were clear. Someone, somewhere, was arming the Black Dawn, and that meant the war was about to escalate. Darren leaned back in his chair. About that. Eli turned her tablet around, showing a detailed energy scan of the exfil site. There's no trace of residual magic, she explained. The portal wasn't just destroyed, it was erased. That doesn't happen by accident. Aeliana's expression darkened. You're saying someone deliberately ensured it couldn't be reopened? Eli nodded. Exactly. Gunnar's gaze flickered toward Katrina. She didn't flinch. She had already given her explanation to Rose. Now she was giving it to all of them. Lyra planted a charge, she said. She made sure they couldn't follow us. Silence settled over the table. Gunnar nodded once, slowly. Then we owe her, he said. No one disagreed, but that didn't change the fact that she was still missing. Aeliana took a slow breath. The council will not ignore this, she said. An elven officer, killed in the defense of Earth. This will change things. Gunnar met her gaze evenly. For better or worse? Aeliana exhaled. We'll find out soon enough. Clara, standing near the end of the table, spoke for the first time. I'll stand with the elves when they take him home, she said. I fought beside him in Alfheim. He deserves that respect. Aeliana's expression softened slightly. Thank you. No one spoke for a moment. Then, finally. Gunnar's gaze landed on Karina. How's Rose? Karina looked away. Then, without emotion, without hesitation. She knows. The weight of those two words settled over the room. Everyone understood what that meant. Everyone understood what it cost. Gunnar tapped the table once, bringing everything back into focus. All right, here's what happens next. Eli, I want a full analysis on that rifle. Find out what makes it tick and how we stop it. Darren, take point on Merkdust intel. If Draven's getting weapons from there, I want names. Katrina, Clara, you'll handle the Elven passage for Aerendil. Make sure we don't burn bridges. And Shade, Gunnar gave him a dry look. You're on forced recovery. No arguments. Shade huffed. Wasn't planning on getting shot again anyway. Gunnar's expression didn't change. Then his voice dropped. And Rose? Silence. Then, I'll talk to her, Katrina said. Gunnar nodded. Do it soon. Because the longer Rose sat with this, the worse it would get. And this war, it was just getting started. The weight of everything settled over them. The Black Dawn had modern weapons. Aerendil was dead. Lyra was missing. The war was no longer the same. Gunnar ran a hand over his face, exhaling as he took one final glance at the Black Dawn rifle on the table. We've got work to do, he said finally, voice gruff, steady. No arguments, no hesitation, just cold, hard reality. Dismissed. One by one they left. Eli was already lost in her tablet, scanning the weapon, muttering theories to herself as she headed straight for the tech lab. Darren stretched, cracking his neck before giving Shade a quick mock salute. Try not to get shot next time, yeah? Shade, still seated, just flipped him off. Jewel nudged Shade's chair toward the exit, pushing him along, ignoring his grumbling protests. Aeliana lingered last, sparing Gunnar a glance but saying nothing before she followed the others out. Only Gunnar and Katrina remained. Katrina stood silent, staring at the rifle. Gunnar watched her, reading the tension in her shoulders, the weight she wasn't saying out loud. Finally, he spoke. You need to talk to her. Katrina didn't move. I know. Gunnar's voice was steady but edged with warning. Don't wait too long. Because Rose was already slipping. And if Katrina didn't reach her before she made up her mind about all of this, she might never reach her at all. Katrina exhaled. One deep breath. Then she turned and left. Gunnar stayed a moment longer staring at the Black Dawn's weapon. This war wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about who was pulling the strings. And Gunnar planned to find out. The air was heavy with silence. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of respect, of warriors honoring one of their own. From the med bay to the portal bay, every hallway, every corner of Echo Division's compound was lined with its people. Men and women stood at attention, backs straight, eyes forward, shoulders squared against the weight of what this moment meant. They had all fought. They had all bled in the shadows, unseen, unknown. And now they stood for one who had fallen. The doors of the medbay opened, and the honor guard emerged. Aerendil's body was shrouded in an elven burial cloth, embroidered with the symbols of his house, a warrior's farewell, a soldier's passage to the eternal stars. The elven warriors bearing him walked in perfect sync, their faces stone, their grief buried beneath centuries of discipline. But inside they were shattered. At the head of the honor guard, Clara walked in silence, her steps measured, her heart heavy. Her ceremonial armor gleamed, her commendations reflecting the torchlight flickering in the dim corridor. The weight of her lieutenant's insignia felt heavier than it ever had. Because she had worn it beside Aerendil, because she had earned it beside him. Because Silverleaf still haunted her. She could still hear the screams, the clash of steel, the scent of blood in the air as the elven city burned, as their warriors fell. She could still see Aerendil fighting beside her, blade flashing, his voice carrying over the chaos, ordering the retreat when all seemed lost. She had fought beside him that day, held the line as long as they could. And when they finally fell back, they had lost too many. Aerendil had been one of the few who made it out. And now he was gone too. Clara's hands tightened into fists, her jaw locked as she marched forward, refusing to let the weight in her chest break the exterior of the soldier she was trained to be. But inside she was breaking. As the procession passed, Echo Division stood unyielding, their backs straight, their eyes fixed forward. But in the smallest of ways, the cracks showed. Some saluted, their hands trembling just slightly before lowering them again. Others clenched their fists at their sides, fighting to keep their composure. A few swallowed hard, locking their grief away behind their rigid stances. There was no ceremonial command to salute, there was no forced uniformity. Each member of Echo Division honoured Aerendil in their own way. And that made it real. At the rear of the formation, Gunnar walked in silence, his boots heavy against the floor. On either side of him, Aeliana and Eli matched his stride. Aeliana's expression was unreadable, but her hands clenched at her sides. Aerendil had been her soldier, her responsibility. She had fought to save him, and she had failed. The High Council could speak of balance and fate all they wanted, but this was wrong. Eli walked with her head high, but her violet eyes shimmered. She had known Aerendil for years. He had been a piece of home. Now that piece was gone. Behind them, silent shadows padded forward. Alpha and Omega. They did not growl. They did not whimper. But their golden eyes flickered with a sorrow as deep as the warriors who walked beside them. They knew what had been lost, and they walked in mourning. As the honor guard passed through the corridor, the members of Echo Division began to fall in behind them, one by one, without hesitation. One by one until the hallway emptied. They did not march as soldiers of Earth. They did not march as warriors of Alfheim. They marched as one, for Aerendil, for all the fallen, for the war that was not yet over, and for the vengeance that would come. The hallways had emptied, but the weight of Aerendil's passing remained. The solemn march ended here, at the threshold between two worlds. The portal to Alfheim shimmered, its swirling surface reflecting the dim torchlight of the bay. The elves stood ready, waiting to take him home. This was it, the final step. Clara took a steady breath, stepping forward. She had led warriors through many portals, to battle, to the unknown, to the brink of death, but never like this. The portal rippled, swallowing her whole. One by one, the honor guard followed. Alpha and Omega hesitated, not out of fear, but because they knew this was the end. Omega's ears flattened, his head lowering slightly as his golden eyes flickered between Ashley and Beta. Alpha exhaled a deep, slow breath, then stepped forward, disappearing into the glowing abyss. Omega followed, his tail low but steady, and then, just before the portal closed, Beta tilted her head back, her mournful howl cutting through the silence. A sound of loss, of respect, of farewell. Ashley's hand snapped up in a crisp salute, her posture locked in place, her expression hardened but not unfeeling. This was the moment between the past and the future, between what had been lost and what was yet to come. As the last of the elves vanished through the portal, Ashley slowly lowered her salute. Then she turned, because this war wasn't over, because vengeance waited. The portal flared open, and the honor guards stepped through one by one. The air was cool, crisp, carrying the distant scent of sacred groves and moonlit waters. The chamber was vast, its high, arched ceilings carved from ancient silverwood, runes glowing softly along the walls. The assembled elves stood in solemn formation, rows of armoured warriors, each bearing the crest of Alfheim's High Guard. And at the forefront, the Elven High Council. They had gathered in full strength, their ornate robes flowing like liquid starlight, their expressions carved from centuries of discipline and expectation. This was not just a passage. This was a reckoning. The sound came. Beta's howl tore through the chamber, her mourning wail carried through the still air, amplified by the lingering echoes of the portal's magic. It cut through armor. It pierced through composure. It was raw, untouched by the polished restraint of elven mourning. It was grief. Pure, untamed, and undeniable. The elves stiffened. Some flinched. Others exhaled sharply, caught off guard by the weight of it. Even the council, so accustomed to control, seemed momentarily shaken. Because in that moment there was no distance between them. No divide between elven tradition and mortal loss. There was only the sound of the fallen being mourned. And it could not be ignored. The portal sealed behind them. Clara stepped forward, her footsteps echoing in the heavy silence that followed. Her armour gleamed in the chamber's soft glow, her commendations polished, her lieutenant's insignia reflecting the weight of her past battles. She walked as one of them. But more than that, she walked as someone who had fought beside Aerendil, as someone who had bled for this realm just as he had. The honor guard followed, their steps precise, reverent, bearing Aerendil's body forward. And the elves, they parted. Not because protocol dictated it, but because warriors make way for their own. At the head of the chamber, the High Guard moved forward, ready to take Aerendil home. But the council did not speak. Not yet, because they were still listening, still hearing Beta's howl echo in their bones. And for the first time in a long time. They were feeling the cost of a war they had not yet chosen to fight. The chamber was silent. The weight of Aerendil's body, of Echo Division's losses, hung heavy in the air. Gunnar stood unmoving, his single blue eye locked on Melorian. At his side, Alpha mirrored him, the massive wolf's fur bristling ever so slightly, his golden eyes fixed on the elven warriors before them. The pack understood loss, and this was their loss too. For a long moment no one spoke. Then Gunnar broke the silence. His voice was low, firm, unwavering. "We lost good people because you waited." A ripple went through the gathered elves. Not a single one moved. The High Council's faces remained still, unreadable as ever. But the warriors, the ones who had fought, who had bled, they felt it. They knew it was true. Alpha let out a slow, quiet huff, his ears twitching, his stance tense but controlled. Gunnar didn't wait for a response, didn't care for whatever justifications or excuses might come. He turned, walking toward the portal, his steps steady, unhurried. Alpha followed, his movements a mirror of Gunnar's own. When they reached the portal, the operator hesitated. Not long, just for a second. As if the weight of the moment itself made them pause, as if they understood that something had shifted here. Then, without a word, the portal flared open. Gunnar didn't look back. He stepped through, Alpha right beside him, leaving Alfheim to deal with the cost of their hesitation. The portal flared open, and Gunnar stepped through. Ashley and Beta stood at their post, guarding the bay as the elves completed their rites on the other side. The moment Ashley saw him, she knew. Gunnar's face was set, his stride unyielding, his eye burning with something unreadable. His mood was etched into every line of his body. Beta's ears flicked, sensing the tension. Ashley didn't say a word, didn't ask. She just nodded once. A silent acknowledgement. Gunnar gave the barest nod in return and kept walking, straight to his office, because there was nothing left to say. Now there was only the war ahead. The night air was crisp, cold against Katrina's skin. She found Rose alone, standing at the edge of the tree line, arms crossed, shoulders tight with barely contained emotion. The dagger was already at her side. She had accepted it, but the weight of what it meant, that was a different story. Katrina exhaled, steadying herself. She had already told Rose the truth. She had watched her break, and now it was time to see where they stood. Katrina stepped forward. Rose didn't turn, didn't move. But her voice when she spoke was sharp, cutting. "What now, Katrina?" Katrina clenched her jaw. "You tell me." Rose let out a bitter laugh. "I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do with this." She lifted the dagger slightly, not looking at it, but gripping it so tightly her knuckles turned white. "I don't know how to make this right." Katrina swallowed hard. "Maybe you don't." That made Rose turn, and her eyes burned. "You got to leave her behind, Katrina. You got to live with that decision. I didn't." Katrina felt that like a blade to the ribs, because Rose wasn't angry at her for leaving. She was angry because she didn't get the choice. "You would have stayed." Katrina's voice was quiet, "and you would have died." Rose's jaw tightened. "And you think that would have been worse?" The words hung between them. Raw. Real. Katrina didn't move, didn't flinch. She just met Rose's gaze, unwavering. "Yeah." Rose exhaled sharply, stepping back like the words had struck her. Her chest rose and fell unevenly. She was angry. But more than that, she was tired. Her hands shook, not with rage, but with everything she wasn't saying. Finally, she looked down at the dagger and whispered, "She should be here." Katrina closed her eyes because she agreed, but that didn't change the truth. A long silence passed. Then Rose sighed. "I need time, Katrina." Katrina nodded. "Take all the time you need." And for the first time since Lyra was lost. Rose turned, and instead of walking away, she let Katrina stand beside her, saying nothing, just existing in the grief, together. Darren leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching as Gunnar stared at the map stretched across his desk. The markings were fresh, ink smudged from where Gunnar had been tracing battle lines, plotting the next move. "The Wolfmobile's up," Darren reported. Gunnar didn't look up, didn't pause. "What's it loaded with?" 10,000 rounds. Standard, traces, and enchanted." Darren smirked slightly. "Figured we'd need a little bit of everything." That made Gunnar glance up, his single eye gleaming with something unreadable. He gave a short nod. "That'll do." Darren waited, knowing that wasn't the end of it. Gunnar pushed off the desk, rolling his shoulders before speaking. "Get everyone in the war room." Darren huffed. "Everyone is Bianca, Desiree, Jewel, and Katrina. Shade's in the medbay, and Ashley's still on guard duty." Gunnar exhaled slowly, jaw tightening. He already knew they were running thin, but hearing it out loud made the weight of it settle in deeper. Too many pieces were off the board, too many injuries, too many missing. But they weren't done. Not yet. "Get Rose and her crew as well," Gunnar added. Darren raised a brow. "You sure?" "They're not exactly team players." Gunnar shot him a look. "They don't have to be. They just have to be ready to fight." Darren gave a short nod. "All right. I'll round 'em up." Without another word, he turned and left, leaving Gunnar alone with the weight of the coming war. The war room was tense, the air thick with exhaustion and unspoken frustration. The team had taken losses. They weren't about to take more. Gunnar stood at the head of the table, one hand braced against its surface, his cybernetic fingers drumming slowly, methodically. His eyes scanned the gathered operatives, the few who were left. Darren, Bianca, Katrina, Rose, Desera, Jewel, Caleb, Argos, and Evelyn. It wasn't enough. Not nearly. Ashley was still on guard duty. Eli and Clara were in Alfheim. Shade was in the medbay. Too many missing. Too many dead. But they would make do, because they had no other choice. Gunnar's voice cut through the silence like a blade. Start from the top. What did we face? What went wrong? What can we use? His gaze landed first on Katrina and Bianca. Katrina leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. The biggest problem wasn't the standard troops. Her violet eyes were sharp, calculating. It was the Black Dawn's enhanced warrior. Gunnar's expression didn't change, but the room stilled. Bianca exhaled, shaking her head. Not just enhanced, she said. This guy was a monster. Took all three of us, me, Katrina, and Lyra, to take him down. And when you say enhanced, you mean? Gunnar prompted, his voice low, steady. Katrina's jaw tightened. Stronger, faster, more durable, like he wasn't human anymore. She hesitated. Because I'm not sure he was. Bianca nodded. I've fought enhanced before. This was different. It was like he was made for war. Like they built him to withstand anything. Darren let out a low whistle. Sounds like a real joy. Was there anything specific? Gunnar asked. Anything you noticed about how he moved? How he fought? Bianca was the first to respond. His healing was off the charts. We put enough into him to drop a normal man in seconds. Didn't even slow him down. Katrina added, and his reaction time was insane. It's like he saw every move before we made it. Jewel leaned forward, frowning. That sounds less like enhancement and more like... She hesitated. Something unnatural, Rose finished for her, her voice flat. The room went silent. They all knew what that meant. Gunnar didn't speak for a long moment. Then, finally, you said it took all three of you to put him down. What worked? Katrina exhaled. Overwhelming force. We had to keep pressure on him constantly. No breaks, no hesitation. She glanced at Bianca. We went for the head. He still got up. Bianca scowled. We burned him. That slowed him. And Lyra... She paused, jaw clenching, before continuing. Lyra drove a blade through his heart. That finally dropped him. Rose's fingers curled into fists. The mention of Lyra was still too raw. Gunnar gave a slow nod, absorbing everything. So, we need more fire, more precision, and more ways to put these bastards down for good. No one argued. Darren, who had been quietly thinking, suddenly straightened. Hey, Bianca, have you cleaned your axe yet? Bianca's eyes narrowed. She folded her arms. Why? You think I don't take care of my gear? Darren smirked. Oh, absolutely not. I just think maybe for once your bad habits might actually be useful. She frowned. What the hell are you getting at? Darren turned toward Gunnar, gesturing toward Bianca. If she hasn't cleaned it yet, that means we still have his blood. Jewel's eyes widened slightly. That's genius. Bianca blinked, glancing down at her axe, realization dawning. You want to analyze it? Darren grinned. Ding, ding, ding. Give the woman a prize. Bianca huffed, but there was a flicker of interest in her gaze. Darren leaned forward, smirk widening. Think about it. If we can figure out what's in his blood, we might be able to reverse engineer their enhancements. Or at the very least, figure out what the hell we're actually up against. Katrina tilted her head. And the only one who can do that is Eli, Gunnar finished. Everyone nodded. Bianca rolled her eyes but relented. Fine, I'll get it to her when she's back. Darren grinned. See? I do have good ideas sometimes, Bianca muttered under her breath. Even a broken clock's right twice a day. Gunnar finally turned to Katrina. The fortress. What's the status? Katrina ran a hand through her hair. We planted the charges, but we had to exfil fast. We have no confirmation it actually went down. Desiree, listening closely, spoke up. You're saying it might still be operational? Katrina nodded. We hit it hard, but we were running. No way to be sure. Gunner's face was unreadable. Then we assume it's still standing. Silence stretched. Then Gunner spoke. We're running thin, but we still have work to do. He met each of their gazes one by one. Darren and Bianca. When Eli gets back, you get her that axe. If there's anything in that blood we can use, I want to know about it. Jewel and Evelyn. See if magic can counter whatever they're using. Find a weakness. Finally, Gunner looked at Bianca. Next time we fight one of these things, we go in prepared. Bianca nodded. Damn right we do. Gunner straightened. Meeting dismissed. As the team filed out, Darren nudged Bianca. See, that wasn't so bad. Bianca smacked him upside the head. Darren just laughed. The briefing was over. Most of the team was already filing out, heading to prep their gear, rest, or prepare for whatever came next. But Gunner didn't move, and neither did Rose and her crew. The silence stretched for a moment. Gunner leaned forward, placing both hands flat on the table. His cybernetic fingers flexed slightly, the faint whir of servos the only sound in the now empty war room. He studied them. Rose, Caleb, Argos, and Evelyn. They weren't Echo Division. Not yet. He didn't know them, didn't trust them. But that didn't matter. He needed them ready. You're staying? It wasn't a question. Rose didn't look surprised. She crossed her arms but nodded once. She expected this. Caleb exhaled slowly, arms resting on the back of his chair, expression unreadable. Argos frowned, already not liking where this was going. Evelyn simply watched Gunner, her sharp, calculating eyes giving nothing away. I don't know you, but you're here, and that means I have to count on you. Gunner's voice was level, calm, but absolute. So here's how this is going to work. Gunner's eye locked onto Caleb. You're with Darren. You'll be riding shotgun in the Wolfmobile, working as the gunner when we're in the field. Caleb raised a brow. Not exactly my first choice of a seat. He sighed but nodded. He wasn't about to argue. Gunner's attention shifted to Argos. She straightened slightly, already looking annoyed. Draven's after that gem you're carrying. The goblin turned human, narrowed her eyes. Yeah, I noticed. Which means we keep you moving, and we keep you protected. Gunner's tone was final. You're now our early warning system. You see something, you call it in. No second guessing. Argos's scowl deepened. So you're putting me on the sidelines? No, Gunner said evenly. I'm keeping you alive. Argos opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She wasn't happy, not at all. But she wasn't stupid. Gunner turned to Evelyn. You're with her. Evelyn's expression didn't change, but Gunner caught the flicker of something in her eyes. You two are our eyes and ears. I don't care what it takes, you keep us informed. Evelyn tilted her head slightly, considering him. You don't even know what I can do. Gunner's expression was unreadable. I don't have to. You're here. That means you have a role to play. Evelyn studied him for a long moment. Then, finally, she nodded. Argos still looked pissed, but she crossed her arms and muttered, Fine. Gunner didn't react. He expected the pushback. Gunner had just assigned their roles. Now he needed one more person. He hit the comm. Darren, get in here. A moment later, the door pushed open and Darren strolled in, his usual smirk in place. You rang, boss? Gunner ignored the sarcasm. He motioned for Darren to shut the door. This was important. I need you to handle something. Darren leaned against the table. Oh, good. Another hey you job. Gunner's eye narrowed. Keep talking and I'll make you teach them knife fighting too. Darren held up his hands. All right, I'm listening. One more thing, Gunner said, locking eyes with Evelyn. She raised an eyebrow. Oh? There's more? Darren's going to suit you all up, arm you, get you to the range. Evelyn frowned slightly. I don't use firearms. Darren grinned. Oh, you will. Evelyn's eyes narrowed. I don't need them. Gunner's expression darkened. Yeah? How'd that work for you at the brownstone? The room went dead silent. Evelyn's breath hitched just slightly before she masked it, but Caleb's jaw tightened, because they both knew what he was talking about. Draven's captain and sorcerer had captured them. Because they hadn't been armed. Because they hadn't been ready. Evelyn's fingers twitched slightly, but her voice was calm. That was different. No, it wasn't, Gunner said flatly. You got taken because you weren't prepared. That doesn't happen again. Evelyn held his gaze for a long moment. Then slowly she nodded. Fine. Gunner didn't look satisfied, but he accepted it. Good. Darren, get them suited up. Darren clapped his hands together. All right, rookies, let's go get you some guns. Argos rolled her eyes. You're enjoying this way too much. Darren grinned. Oh, absolutely. As they all filed out, Gunner watched them go. He still didn't trust them, but at least now they'd be ready. The last of the team had filed out. Rose was halfway to the door when Gunner's voice cut through the still air like a blade. Stay. She hesitated just for a second. Then, with an exaggerated sigh, she turned around slowly, arms crossed over her chest. Let me guess. This is where you tell me to fall in line, follow orders, and stop making things personal. Gunner's expression didn't change. Sit down. Her brow arched, but she smirked as she dropped into a chair, boot resting against the table's edge. All right, boss man. Let's hear it. Gunner didn't immediately speak. He just stood there, watching her, studying her. Something about it put her on edge. Finally, he said, I don't make assumptions. Rose frowned slightly. That's supposed to mean something. It means I don't assume Lyra is dead. His voice was steady, firm. And I don't assume she's alive either. Rose's fingers tightened slightly where they rested on her arms. What I do know, Gunner continued, is that we don't have an answer. She said nothing, because he wasn't giving her false hope. He wasn't feeding her lies. And that made it worse, because it meant she had to face the truth. They didn't know. And that uncertainty was hell. Then Gunner exhaled slowly, his voice lowering slightly. I'll help you find out. Rose's head snapped up. She studied him, her expression unreadable. Why? Because I don't leave my people behind, dead or alive. The words hit hard. Rose looked away, processing. Then, finally, she spoke. Even if you don't trust them. Gunner frowned. What are you getting at? Rose huffed a humorless laugh. Then she leaned forward, resting her arms on the table. You know why Lyra and I worked so well together? Gunner didn't answer. Waiting. Rose tilted her head, voice dry. Because neither of us ever had to explain ourselves. We already knew each other's bullshit. Star. She tapped her fingers on the table, her smirk growing sharper. You? You don't know shit about me. Star. Then start talking. Gunner's tone didn't shift. Not an order. A challenge. Rose's smirk faded. She leaned back, folding her arms across her chest again. Fine. You want to know the truth? I worked for Draven. Silence. Gunner's entire stance shifted. His one eye hardened instantly. Rose kept going. I was his apprentice. A long time ago, back when Eldermire was still standing. It was a massive portal hub. Trade, travel, magic, you name it. I studied under him there. Learned everything I could about portals. And then... Her lips curled slightly, but it wasn't a smile. Then I watched him burn it all down. He tried to take power from his old man, and the whole damn city paid for it. Gunner's jaw tightened. And you never thought to mention this before? Rose lifted her left wrist, holding it up between them. The silver bracelet gleamed under the lights. The one he locked on her. The one that once suppressed her magic. The one only he could remove. Why would I... For a long moment neither of them spoke. Gunner's eye darkened. His cybernetic fingers flexed, then relaxed. She saw it. That flicker of frustration, of exhaustion, of too many fights like this, too many people lost. And for a second, just a second, she saw past the scowl. She saw the man who had stood alone against the Demon King, who had nearly died, who had lost an eye, an arm, who had watched too many others die in front of him. Gunnar exhaled sharply. "You should have told me," Rose scoffed. "And what? You would have suddenly started trusting me?" Her violet eyes gleamed as she rattled the bracelet slightly. "You put this on me, Gunnar, and I let you. So don't stand there and act surprised that I kept secrets too." Gunnar's jaw tensed. She wasn't wrong, and that pissed him off even more. Rose rolled her shoulders, done with this part of the conversation. "Look, we can sit here all night and have a trust exercise, or we can do something useful." Gunnar crossed his arms. "Like what?" Her grin sharpened. "Like hacking Draven's network." Gunnar's brow furrowed. "Explain." Rose leaned forward again. "Portals are a network. They need connections. If I can access one, I can trace his activity, find where he's moving, maybe even where he took Lyra." Gunnar stared at her, processing. "And how do you suggest we access one?" Rose's grin faltered slightly, because they both knew the answer. "The only permanent portal on Earth is here," Gunnar said flatly, "and I'm not risking it." Rose rolled her eyes. "Of course you're not." Gunnar's gaze narrowed. "But I will talk to Aeliana about using one of Alfheim's." That got her attention. Rose sat up straighter. "You think she'd go for that?" Gunnar's expression remained unreadable. "You tell me. You're the one who has a connection with her now." Rose tilted her head slightly, considering. Then, finally, "Yeah, I think I can make that happen." Gunnar gave a short nod. "Then let's get to work." Darren strolled into the armory, whistling to himself as he glanced over the selection of firearms. Behind him stood Caleb, Argos, and Evelyn, 3 very different students, all about to get their first taste of Darren's unique training style. "All right, rookies," Darren said, turning to face them. "Today's lesson is simple. Bang sticks go boom. Questions?" Argos frowned. "Why would a stick go boom?" Darren sighed. "Oh, we're starting at rock bottom, huh?" Darren's gaze landed on Caleb first. "You ever shoot before?" Caleb nodded. "Yeah, I used to hunt with my dad." Darren raised an eyebrow. "What's your weapon of choice?" Caleb shrugged. "Rifle. Bolt action, mostly. Good for precision shots." Darren grinned. "Cool, so you're not completely useless." Caleb smirked. "Neither are you, apparently." Darren snorted. "All right, hotshot, I'll set you up with something familiar later. Next." Darren turned to Argos, who was eyeing the wall of weapons like someone trying to decipher an ancient text. "Ever handled a gun before?" Argos shook her head. "Never. Merc Dust doesn't have these metal death sticks." Darren blinked. "Metal?" He shook his head. "Okay, so you're starting from scratch. Cool, cool." He grabbed a simple 9mm handgun from the rack and held it out. "Try this. Basic, small, good starter piece." Argos took it like it was a dead rat. She held it between 2 fingers, inspecting it with deep suspicion. "How does this thing even work? It doesn't have a blade, or runes, or poison." Darren pinched the bridge of his nose. "Oh my God." Caleb, chuckling, reached over and adjusted her grip. "You hold it like this, not like it's a cursed artifact." Argos grumbled, but at least now she was holding it somewhat correctly. "It still seems unnecessarily complicated," Darren muttered. "Yeah, welcome to my life." Darren turned to Evelyn last. He eyed her up and down before sighing. "Let me guess. You've never shot a gun before in your life?" Evelyn shrugged. "Why would I?" "I have magic." Darren rolled his eyes. "Oh, great. We've got a wand waver in the house." Evelyn's expression flattened. "Excuse me?" Darren crossed his arms. "Look, I get it. You probably think you're too good for a firearm. Just wave your hands, say some spooky words, and boom. Problem solved, right?" Evelyn's eyes narrowed. "I mean, yeah." Darren snorted. Right. So what? You'd rather flick your wand at someone? Or maybe you ride in on your broomstick and run 'em over? The room went dead silent. Caleb winced. Argos, still fumbling with her pistol, froze. Evelyn's smile was slow, dangerous. Oh? So that's what you think witches are like? Darren hesitated. I mean, yeah. Isn't that... Caleb under his breath. Oh, you messed up. Evelyn took a step closer, arms crossed. You think I'm some broom-riding, green-skinned hag from the Wizard of Oz? Darren blinked. Wait, was that not? Evelyn threw up her hands. Are you kidding me? That is the dumbest stereotype I've ever heard. Hey, I don't know. You're the first witch I've met that wasn't trying to kill me. Evelyn's brow twitched. Well, Darren, allow me to correct your ignorance. She flicked her fingers toward the range. A nearby training target exploded into flames, disintegrating into ash in less than 2 seconds. Darren's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Caleb smirked. Yeah, she does that. Darren turned back to Evelyn, slowly nodding. Okay. That was impressive. And also terrifying. Good to know. Evelyn huffed, arms crossed. Next time, think before you make dumbass comments. Darren held up his hands in surrender. Lesson learned. Caleb stepped in, placing a hand on Evelyn's shoulder. All right, let's all relax. Darren, just find her something that works for her. Evelyn, no more fireballs indoors, please. Evelyn rolled her eyes, but the tension eased. Fine. Darren muttering, Man, I really thought witches rode brooms. Evelyn gasped dramatically. Say it again, and I will hex you. Argos, still holding the gun like it was a cursed artifact. So, where's the safety on this thing? Darren groaned. Oh, this is going to be a long day. The sky was clear, the air crisp. And Darren had a headache already. Standing on the firing line, he gestured to the targets lined up downrange. All right, rookies, it's time to see what you can do. Darren handed Caleb a sleek, well-maintained, enchanted M4 with a standard magazine. Figured you'd want something that feels familiar. Caleb tested the weight, checked the sights, and pulled the bolt back with ease. Yeah, this'll do. Darren grinned. Good, now don't embarrass yourself. Caleb raised the rifle, exhaled slowly. Tap, tap, tap. 3 clean shots, 3 headshots. Darren nodded approvingly. Okay, hunter boy, you're not useless. Caleb smirked. Neither are you. Apparently. Darren snorted. Keep talking, pretty boy. Let's see if the others do as well. Next up was Argos. She was still holding the pistol like it was an unfamiliar piece of alien tech. All right, Goblin, let's see what you've got. Argos hesitated. What's the spell to make it fire? Darren blinked. It's called pulling the trigger. Argos squinted. So, no incantation? Darren groaned. No, just... Hold it properly. Finger on the trigger. Look down the sights. Pull. Argos nodded, looking extremely serious. She lifted the pistol, aimed carefully, and jerked the trigger so hard she nearly dropped the gun. The shot went wide. The recoil sent her stumbling back. Argos blinked at the gun. It fought back. Darren dragged a hand down his face. This is gonna be a long day. Finally, it was Evelyn's turn. Darren handed her a lightweight SMG. Something easy, point and shoot. Evelyn looked at it like it was a dead fish. This is ridiculous. No, what's ridiculous, Darren muttered, is the fact that you still think you don't need this. Evelyn sighed dramatically. Fine, let's get this over with. She raised the weapon, aimed, then hesitated. Something felt off. Her fingers curled around the trigger, but it felt unnatural. What's wrong? Your magic hand's not working? Darren grinned. Evelyn exhaled sharply. I'm used to channeling energy, not whatever this is. Welcome to the real world, sweetheart. Oh, shut up. She pulled the trigger. The SMG kicked, rattling off rounds downrange. The spread was wild. She hit a target. Kind of. Darren whistled. Wow, those poor innocent walls never saw it coming. Evelyn's eye twitched. Oh, you want me to hit a target? She raised her free hand. A bolt of arcane fire shot out, hitting the dead center of a target and completely disintegrating it. The range went silent. Darren blinked. Caleb smirked. Yeah, she does that. Evelyn crossed her arms. See, who needs a gun? Darren sighed. You do, because I'm not letting you incinerate every problem. Now stop being difficult and shoot it again. Evelyn grumbled but complied. Darren stepped back, hands on his hips. All right, not the worst first round. Caleb, you're solid. Argos, you need work. Evelyn, he smirked. Try not to burn the place down, yeah? Evelyn rolled her eyes. No promises. Argos was still staring at the gun. So, how do I make sure it doesn't fight back? Darren groaned. Oh, we're going to be here all day. The sound of gunfire and frustrated groaning echoed across the range as Argos nearly dropped her pistol for the third time. Darren, standing nearby, dragged a hand down his face. By the gods, how do you survive in murkdust without accidentally killing yourself? Argos scowled. We use swords, not tiny metal explosions. Darren muttered something about needing a raise. Nearby, Evelyn fired her SMG again. This time the shots were a little better but still scattered. She huffed, clearly unimpressed. That's when Desera appeared, watching with arms crossed, shaking her head. Darren, remind me again why we trust you to teach people. Darren grinned. Because I make it entertaining. Desera rolled her eyes. Then she turned to Evelyn. Come with me. You and I need to have a chat. Evelyn followed Desera to a quieter part of the range, eyeing her warily. If this is another attempt to tell me why I need a gun, I swear to— No, Desera interrupted. This is about endurance. Evelyn frowned slightly. What about it? Desera leaned against a crate, arms crossed. Can you maintain your magic for an extended fight without exhausting yourself? Evelyn hesitated. That hesitation was enough. Desera nodded knowingly. Thought so. Magic burns energy, your energy. The stronger the spells, the more stamina it drains. You ever been in a prolonged fight? Evelyn exhaled sharply. Yes. And, yeah, it wears me down, but I manage. Managing and surviving are different things, Desera pointed out. The thing about a gun, it doesn't drain you. It's a tool. Like a backup generator when your magic starts to run low. Evelyn was quiet. She hated to admit it, but Desera had a point. You can aim magic, right? Desera continued. Evelyn nodded. Then a firearm works the same way. You're channeling force, just in a different form. Close quarters. This SMG is reliable. Distance? Your magic gives you the edge. Evelyn studied the weapon in her hands, brow furrowed. You're saying, use both? Exactly. Desera gave a small smirk. A smart fighter doesn't rely on just one trick. Evelyn sighed, rolling her shoulders. Fine, let's try this your way. Desera nodded. Good. Now let's fix your stance before you embarrass yourself. Meanwhile, Darren and Caleb were still struggling with Argos. She held the pistol like it was going to bite her. Okay, Caleb said patiently. You need to stop acting like it's a venomous snake. But it is dangerous, Argos protested. So is a sword. So is magic. You just need to respect it, not fear it, Caleb reasoned. Darren sighed dramatically. For the love of— just watch. He pulled his sidearm, fired 2 quick shots, both sent a mass on the target. See? Easy. Now just— Argos gripped the pistol properly, braced herself. And fired. The shot actually hit the target. Barely. Argos squinted. Did I get it? Caleb grinned. You hit the edge. That's a start. Darren nodded, smirking. See? Only took you 5 tries. Argos scowled. You are very lucky I like you. Oh, I know. Caleb is fully comfortable. His enchanted M4 is a natural fit. Argos is struggling, but improving. Slowly. Evelyn is starting to see the tactical advantage of using both magic and firearms. Desera keeps things focused and professional, balancing out Darren's sarcasm. Darren grinned, watching the group finally start to get the hang of things. All right, rookies, let's try not to get shot in the next fight, yeah? Evelyn rolled her eyes. You make it really hard not to hex you know that. Darren smirked. Yeah, but that's what makes it fun. Caleb just shook his head. This is going to be one hell of a team. Darren dragged a crate across the floor, popping it open with his boot. Inside, lightweight body armor gleamed under the fluorescent lights. All right, kids, time to suit up. He tossed a vest toward Caleb first, who caught it easily. Standard Echo Division loadout, lightweight, reinforced, and enchanted to take more of a hit than it looks. Caleb nodded, already slipping it on. Makes sense. I'll be up in the turret. I'll take all the protection I can get. Darren grinned. Smart man. See, this is why I don't have to yell at you. Darren turned to Argos, tossing a vest her way. She caught it, frowning instantly. This is too bulky. Darren rolled his eyes. It's lightweight. It's the least bulky thing we've got. Argos scowled, adjusting it. I can't move properly in this. What's wrong with my leather armor? Darren deadpanned. It's old. And smells. Argos huffed. It does not. Goblin, I swear to every god out there that thing smells like a damp cave, which, let me guess, is exactly where you got it. Argos crossed her arms stubbornly. It's flexible. It doesn't restrict me. Darren sighed. All right, fine. Let's find a compromise before you start whining. After digging through gear, they found a custom lightweight chest plate with reinforced sleeves, allowing Argos to keep her mobility while still having some protection. She tested her movement, nodded. Acceptable. Darren grinned. Glad we could find something that doesn't smell like goblin feet. Argos glared. Darren turned to Evelyn, tossing a vest her way. She caught it, held it up, and immediately shook her head. Nope, not happening. Darren groaned. What now? Evelyn shrugged. Not my style. Too restrictive. She walked past him, rummaging through another gear crate, pulling out a black leather jumpsuit. This'll do. Darren stared. That's not armor, that's fashion. Evelyn smirked. It will be once I enchant it. Darren pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, whatever. If you get shot, don't come crying to me. Evelyn grinned. If I get shot, I'll just hex the poor bastard who did it. Caleb is fully armoured. He understands protection is necessary, especially in the turret. Argos gets a customised set. More mobility, but still armoured. Evelyn refuses standard gear, finds her own solution with enchantments. Darren somehow keeps his sanity intact. Darren crossed his arms, nodding. All right. You're all geared up. Try not to die in your first fight, yeah? Caleb smirked. No promises. Argos adjusted her armour. This still feels weird. Darren patted her shoulder. Don't worry, you'll get used to it right about the time someone tries to stab you in the gut. Evelyn grinned. Comforting. Darren chuckled. Oh, sweetheart, I'm full of comfort. The door swung open and Rose strolled in, hands in her pockets. Her eyes scanned the room. Caleb stood there, fully geared, looking the part. Evelyn adjusted her enchanted leather jumpsuit, still looking mildly annoyed. Argos was fidgeting in her modified armour, scowling like someone had just forced her into a corset. And then there was Darren, looking far too pleased with himself. Rose let out a slow exhale, shaking her head. Wow, you look like a team now, or at least 2/3 of 1 inch. She walked up to Caleb first, giving him an approving nod. Not bad, golden boy, you actually look like you belong here. Caleb smirked. Appreciate that, boss. Then she turned to Evelyn and Argos. And then there's you two. Evelyn rolled her eyes. Oh, here we go. Rose took in the sight of them. Argos looks like she got dragged through a scrapyard. And Evelyn. Well, I guess if we ever need to attend a Gothic leather convention, you're all set. Evelyn crossed her arms. It's enchanted. Rose grinned. Uh-huh, sure it is. Argos muttered. My old armour smelled just fine. Darren snorted. Yeah, if you enjoy the fine scent of fermented goblin swamp. Argos glared. I will stab you. Darren winked. You can try. Rose turned to Darren, smirking. You actually got them suited up. I'm shocked. I figured by now one of them would have hexed you, shot you, or, in Argos's case, tried to strangle you. Darren leaned against a nearby crate, arms crossed. Oh, sweetheart, they wanted to, but lucky for them, I'm too damn charming to kill. Rose snorted. Charming? That's an interesting way to describe mildly tolerable at best. Darren grinned. Funny? That's exactly how I describe you. Rose arched a brow. I've been called worse by better. Oh, I know, that's why I don't try too hard. Caleb, watching this back and forth, muttered to Evelyn. Is this how they flirt? Evelyn whispered back, I don't want to know. Argos muttered, adjusting her armour. This is painful to watch. Rose sighed, looking back at her team. All right. At least you all look the part. Try not to die before we actually do something useful. Darren grinned. Oh, boss. You do care. Rose rolled her eyes. If you get yourself killed, I have to find someone else to annoy me. That sounds exhausting. Darren chuckled. Admit it, you'd miss me? Rose, already walking toward the door, called back over her shoulder. Like I'd miss a bad hangover. Darren snapped his fingers, turning to Caleb. Damn, that was good. Almost like she rehearsed it. Caleb just shook his head. You're lucky she didn't hit you. Darren grinned. Oh, she's saving that for later. The room was dimly lit, cluttered with reports, maps, and ammunition schematics. Gunnar sat at his desk, one hand resting on his cybernetic arm, the other rubbing his temple. The hollow screen flickered in front of him, displaying Sophia's familiar calm but calculating expression. You're getting reinforcements. Gunnar exhaled slowly. How many? Sophia leaned forward. Enough. I'm sending a full operations team to reinforce your facility. Combat specialists, tech support, logistics, everything you'll need to keep this war from turning into a one-sided slaughter. Gunnar grunted. Took you long enough. Sophia narrowed her eyes. You're not the only war effort I'm dealing with, Gunnar. Be grateful you're getting priority support. Gunnar didn't argue, because for once she was right. Fine. Send them as soon as possible. We need them yesterday. Sophia nodded. They're en route. Expect boots on the ground within the next 48 hours. Make sure your people are ready to integrate them. We'll be ready, Gunnar muttered. We always are. Before Sophia could respond, the door to his office swung open. Clara and Eli strode in, both looking like they had just walked off a battlefield. Omega padded in silently behind Clara, his golden eyes sharp and alert. Gunnar glanced up, his expression shifting. Looks like I've got more news coming my way. Sophia raised a brow. I'll let you deal with that. But Gunnar. She paused, her voice lowering slightly. Watch your back. The screen flickered off. Gunnar leaned back in his chair, watching as Clara and Eli moved closer. You two look like you've seen some tea. Eli smirked slightly. Oh, you have no idea. Clara was still in her ceremonial elven armour, and for the first time Gunnar could see the weight in her eyes. Eli, standing beside her, crossed her arms, her silver hair falling over her shoulder. You did it, Gunnar. Gunnar arched a brow. Did what? Clara let out a short exhale, shaking her head. You shook Alfheim to its damn core. Silence hung in the room. Gunnar tilted his head. Explain. Eli's violet eyes gleamed. The High Council is mobilizing. You didn't just piss them off, you forced their hand. The warriors of Alfheim are demanding action, and now the Council can't ignore them anymore. Gunnar's cybernetic fingers drummed against his desk. How bad was it? Clara snorted. Oh, it was ugly. The rank and file, hell, even some officers, started openly questioning the Council's inaction. They saw Aerendil's death, heard your words, and realized they were watching a war from the sidelines. Eli nodded. It got to the point where even the Guardians couldn't keep the peace. The Council had no choice. They're sending troops, resources, spellcasters. They're establishing a permanent foothold to assist Echo Division. A long silence. Gunnar sighed, rubbing his face. Took them long enough. Clara watched him carefully. You don't look as thrilled as I thought you'd be. Gunnar exhaled sharply. Because I'm tired, Clara. I'm tired of watching people die before the ones in charge decide to move. I've seen it too many times. Too many wars, too many bodies left behind. I don't celebrate delays. I just hope it's not too damn late. Omega let out a low whine, sensing Gunnar's frustration. Clara nodded slowly. It's not too late. Gunnar looked up, his blue eyes sharp. We'll see. Eli walked into the armory, now dressed in her usual blend of tech and enchanted gear, her ceremonial robes finally put away. She expected to get back to work. She did not expect Darren and Bianca standing there, both looking like they had something urgent. Darren grinned when he saw her. Finally. Took you long enough, Keebler. Eli rolled her eyes. I swear, Darren, if the next words out of your mouth aren't important, I'm hexing your boots together. Darren held up his hands. All right. We need your magic skills, genius elf. Eli crossed her arms. For what? Bianca stepped forward, her expression serious. We fought something. Something that wasn't normal. Eli tilted her head. Define not normal. Bianca gestured to her axe, still stained with dried blood. It took 3 of us, me, Katrina, and Lyra, to put one of these bastards down. I buried my axe in him, but he kept fighting, like he didn't feel pain. Eli glanced at the weapon. So you think something was off about him? Darren nodded. That's where you come in. We need to know what the hell was in that blood. Eli sighed, stepping closer to the axe. All right. What else? Darren gestured to the nearby workbench. Oh, and while you're at it, take a look at this. Eli turned and saw the Black Dawn rifle. She stared at it. The runic engravings, the dark sigil burned into the metal. She felt a pulse of old magic the moment she got near it. Eli exhaled slowly. Where did you get this? Darren shrugged. Shade took it off a Black Dawn guy in Murkdust. Thought it was just a cool trophy. Turns out it's probably more than that. Eli scowled. He took a magically enhanced weapon from a battlefield without scanning it first. Bianca speaks up. We were a little busy trying to stay alive. Eli pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, let me start before I regret all my life choices. Eli held her hands over Bianca's axe, murmuring a soft, elven incantation. A violet glow pulsed from her fingertips, tracing the dried blood. Her expression shifted. This isn't just human or supernatural, it's engineered. Bianca frowned. Engineered how? Eli exhaled sharply. There are foreign elements in this blood, reinforced tissue, something synthetic laced into the bloodstream. And it's infused with magic. Darren raised a brow. So, a super soldier. Eli nodded grimly. Something like that. The Black Dawn is modifying their troops, physically and magically. Bianca gritted her teeth. That explains why it took so much to kill him. Eli wasn't finished. She ran another spell over the axe, whispering an ancient phrase. The glow flared again, brighter this time. Then it dimmed. Eli's expression darkened. And there's something else. Darren sighed. There always is. Whoever did this wasn't just experimenting. This was deliberate, designed for war. Eli turned her focus to the rifle on the workbench. She ran her fingers over the runic engravings, feeling the residual energy. These symbols, they're not decoration. They enhance the weapon. This thing isn't just enchanted. It's been modified to integrate magic into its very function. Darren raised a brow. So, what? Magic-powered bullets? Eli smirked slightly. Something like that. She tapped one of the runes lightly, feeling the lingering energy beneath the surface. And this magic isn't modern. It's old. Someone with deep magical knowledge designed this. Bianca crossed her arms. So now we're up against enhanced warriors and enchanted weapons. Darren grinned. Great. Just what we needed. Bulletproof meatheads with magic guns. Eli sighed. This isn't just about power. It's about strategy. Whoever is behind this has resources, knowledge, and a very clear goal. Bianca exhaled. Which is? Eli glanced at the Black Dawn rifle. Whatever it is, they're preparing for something big. Eli pulled out a small rune-etched scanner from her belt and hovered it over the rifle. A soft hum filled the room as arcane energy pulsed through the device. Her brow furrowed. It's not normal enchantment work. This magic is layered, multiple spells reinforcing each other. That's unusual. Darren raised an eyebrow. Meaning? Eli tapped her fingers against the workbench. Meaning this wasn't made by some back-alley warlock throwing spells on a rifle. This was crafted with precision. Someone with serious magical expertise designed this. Darren nodded. So we're dealing with professionals. Love that for us. Eli ignored him and continued scanning. No standard energy source detected. No ammo chamber. No combustion system. She paused, eyes narrowing. But there is something... Darren grabbed his multi-tool, ready to pry it open. Eli snatched his wrist. Do you ever think before tearing things apart? Darren grinned. Not really. Eli sighed. Let me try something first. She placed her hands over the rifle, muttering a low incantation. The runes on the weapon pulsed. A soft glow emanated from within. Eli's eyes widened. There's something inside it. Something pulsing with energy. Darren leaned closer. What kind of energy? Eli took a breath. Let's find out. With careful precision, Darren removed a side panel. Inside, embedded deep within the weapon's core, was a crystal. It pulsed with an eerie, unstable glow, shifting between shades of blue and violet. Eli exhaled sharply. Well, that's new. Darren studied it. This thing is powering the whole weapon. Eli nodded slowly. Yes, but not just powering. It's acting as a conduit. Darren scratched his chin. A conduit for what? Eli's expression darkened. For something designed to incapacitate. Darren blinked. Come again? Eli pointed at the residual energy field surrounding the crystal. This weapon doesn't just shoot to kill, it disrupts. Darren processed that for a moment. You mean like... Eli nodded grimly. Like what happened to Shade, this crystal channels energy in a concentrated beam. When it hits, it doesn't just cause damage, it shuts down the target's nervous system. Darren whistled. So we're talking magical paralysis? Eli ran another scan. Temporary, but yes. This thing doesn't just take you out of a fight, it leaves you vulnerable. Darren leaned back. Well, Eli studied the runes carved into the rifle's interior. She muttered a soft translation spell, her expression shifting as the symbols became clearer. Then she froze. Darren caught the shift immediately. What? What is it? Eli's eyes darkened. These runes. They belong to an ancient school of magic, one that was thought to be lost. Darren narrowed his eyes. And that means... Eli exhaled sharply. Whoever made this isn't just some rogue warlock. This is someone with knowledge of forbidden magic. Darren whistled. Great. Just what we needed. Some lunatic with access to ancient magical blueprints. Eli looked at him. No, Darren. Not just access. She placed the rifle down, her fingers tightening around the edge of the table. Whoever made this knows how to improve it. Darren let out a long breath. Well, that's officially terrifying. Eli leaned over the workbench, running a scanning spell over the vial of blood she had taken from Bianca's axe. The dark red liquid shimmered strangely under the magical light, pulsing with an unnatural energy. Darren leaned against the table, watching. All right, Keebler. What's in the mystery blood? Bianca stood nearby, arms crossed. Better question, how screwed are we? Eli didn't respond immediately. Her eyes flickered with concern as she ran another test. This isn't normal. Darren tilted his head. Define not normal. Eli held the vial up, shaking it slightly. This blood is infused with void stone. Silence. Bianca stiffened. Wait. Like Ravina's drug? Eli nodded slowly. Yes, but this is different. She adjusted her scanner, measuring the composition. Then her expression darkened. The concentration is 50 times stronger than the sample we analysed before. Darren let out a low whistle. Well, shit. Eli kept scanning, cross-referencing with the data from their previous encounter with Ravina's drug. The original version of this drug was unstable. It broke down over time. That's why it needed to be constantly re-administered to keep the subjects under control. She paused, then tapped the vial against the workbench. This one isn't breaking down. Bianca's jaw tightened. So what does that mean? Eli set the vial down carefully. It means the Black Dawn has perfected it. Darren crossed his arms. So these guys weren't just jacked up on some temporary enhancement. They were built this way. Eli nodded grimly. The soldiers we fought, they weren't just enhanced, they were permanently altered. This is Voidstone 2.0. Darren exhaled. So what you're saying is, we've got an army of magically juiced-up super soldiers running around now. Eli nodded. Yes. And unless we figure out how to counter this, we're outmatched. Bianca gritted her teeth. Then we better figure it out fast. Eli placed the vial of blood down carefully, her mind racing. This is bad. Really bad. Darren leaned against the table. I mean, it's not great, but when has anything ever been great? Bianca wasn't smiling. We only ran into 10 of these things. Eli and Darren looked at her. The rest of the Black Dawn troops we fought, they weren't like this. They were deadly, sure, but they weren't these. Eli frowned. So? What? The others were standard infantry. Bianca nodded. Yeah, the big ones. The ones that took all 3 of us to bring down. There were only 10 of them. Darren ran a hand down his face. Okay, so either they're a prototype, or they're saving the big guns for later. Eli tightened her jaw. And if they can make more of these things... Bianca crossed her arms. We're in trouble. Eli grabbed her notes, shoving them into a datapad. We need to get this to Gunnar, now. Darren grabbed the Black Dawn rifle off the workbench. Agreed, let's go ruin his day. The door slammed open as Eli, Darren and Bianca marched inside. Gunnar looked up from his terminal, already irritated. This better be important. Eli dropped the datapad onto his desk. It is. We have a problem. Gunnar's eye narrowed. Just one? That'd be a nice change. Bianca crossed her arms. This isn't like anything we've seen before, Gunnar. Bianca crossed her arms. The blood we recovered? It's infused with void stone. But this isn't what Ravina used before. Gunnar gritted his teeth. How bad is it? Eli set down a datapad, tapping the display. 50 times the concentration, and it's stable. Darren ran a hand through his hair, which means no breakdown, no withdrawal, no weakness. Bianca nodded grimly. It's not an enhancement anymore. It's a full-body modification. Eli tightened her jaw. Whatever process they used, these soldiers aren't just stronger. They're permanently altered. This isn't a drug. It's a transformation. Gunnar exhaled sharply. So they're not making soldiers. His cybernetic fingers flexed, the servos humming. They're breeding monsters. Darren sat the Black Dawn rifle on the desk. And this? This thing is worse than we thought. Eli placed both hands on the desk. It's not a gun. Not in the way we think. Gunnar arched a brow. Explain. Eli gestured to the runes lining its frame. This thing doesn't fire bullets. It doesn't use conventional energy. It channels magic, focused through a crystal we found inside. She glanced at Darren. And when it hits, it disrupts the nervous system. That's what happened to Shade. His leg didn't just get hit, it shut down. Gunnar processed that for a long moment. So, a magical paralysis weapon? Eli nodded. Exactly. And the runes? They belong to an ancient school of magic, one thought to be lost. Bianca crossed her arms, which means someone out there isn't just collecting magic. Darren finished the thought. They're reviving it. Gunnar stood, hands pressed against the desk, his jaw tightening. Then, his cybernetic fist slammed down, the entire desk shattered beneath him, splintering into pieces. Silence. Darren blinked, then, without thinking. Well, you always wanted a new desk. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized his mistake. Gunnar turned his piercing blue eye on him. Darren slowly raised his hands. Wrong time for jokes. Got it. Gunnar exhaled sharply, stepping over the remains of his desk. We are officially behind in this war. His gaze flicked between them. We need a counter to these weapons, and we need it now. Eli nodded. We'll start working on countermeasures immediately. Gunnar looked at Bianca. And the Voidstone soldiers? Bianca tightened her jaw. We find a way to kill them. Permanently. Gunnar nodded. Then get to work. We don't have time to waste. Gunnar stood over the shattered remains of his desk, still processing the absolute disaster they had just uncovered. The Black Dawn had super soldiers. The Black Dawn had magic-powered weapons. The Black Dawn was reviving ancient forbidden knowledge. We need countermeasures, and we need them now. As the tension in the room hung thick, something unexpected happened. Darren slowly raised his hand. The room went silent. Eli and Bianca exchanged looks. Gunnar's eye twitched. Darren, what the hell are you doing? Darren kept his hand up, asking for permission to speak. Gunnar stared at him. Since when do you ask for permission? Darren shrugged. Since I'm about to say something you might yell at me for. Gunnar exhaled. Fine, speak. Darren lowered his hand. I know a guy. Bianca tilted her head. A guy? Darren nodded. Yeah, a guy who can get us some AT-4s. Eli blinked. You mean anti-tank weapons? Darren grinned. Yep. Gunnar stared at him. How the hell are you getting anti-tank weapons? Darren held up a finger. Do you really want to know? A long pause. Gunnar sighed, rubbing his temple. No, I do not. Eli folded her arms. Okay, I have questions. Several, actually. Darren grinned. Nah, you really don't. Bianca raised an eyebrow. And your friend is just going to hand over some anti-tank launchers? Darren smirked. For the right price, or a favour, or both. Gunnar pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine. Get the damn AT-4s. Darren grinned wider. Now we're talking. Darren scratched his chin, eyes lighting up with a new idea. You know, while we're at it, how about a Mark 19 for the Wolfmobile? Bianca immediately face-palmed. Eli stared at him. You want to mount an automatic grenade launcher on the Wolfmobile? Darren nodded. Think about it. High explosive grenades, fully automatic, perfect for clearing out those super soldiers. It'll be like Christmas. Gunnar slowly turned to look at him. His eye twitched. Get out! Darren held up his hands in surrender. All right, just an idea. Jeez. As he walked toward the door, he muttered just loud enough for them to hear. Man, nobody respects innovation around here. The room was silent. Gunnar stood by the window, his broad shoulders tense, unmoving. Outside, in the distance, Alpha and Omega patrolled the perimeter, their shadows stretching beneath the floodlights as they moved through the darkened tree line. It should have been a calming sight, a reminder that his pack was still here, still alive. But all he could see were the ones who weren't. Aerendil, Lyra. The soldiers lost because of the Council's inaction. And now? The Black Dawn was building an army, his hands clenched into fists. His cybernetic arm hummed faintly, the internal servos responding to his tension. Behind him, the shattered remains of his desk lay in ruin, the evidence of his earlier frustration. It wasn't enough. With a sudden explosive movement, Gunnar turned and grabbed what was left of the desk, lifting it effortlessly with his enhanced strength. And with a roar of pent-up rage, exhaustion, and frustration, he hurled it across the room. The splintered wood and broken metal crashed against the far wall, knocking over a chair, sending datapads scattering across the floor. And in the very same instant, the door opened. Aeliana stepped inside, closing the door behind her. She took in the scene, the destroyed furniture, the heavy breathing of a man who had held it together for too damn long, and then, in the way that only she could. She tilted her head, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Did the furniture cause you grief, or are you merely trying to rearrange the office? Gunnar exhaled sharply, running a hand over his face. I needed to let something go. Aeliana nodded, stepping further inside, her expression softening. I understand. And she did. She always did. Gunnar turned away, looking back out the window. They're getting stronger. They're using magic we don't understand. I lost good people because of it. And now? We're playing catch-up while they're already ahead. Aeliana watched him carefully. You've carried this weight for a long time, Gunnar. Too long. He let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. And it never ends. No matter how many battles we fight, no matter how many times we bleed, there's always another war waiting. His cybernetic fingers flexed. Aeliana closed the distance between them, standing beside him at the window. You are not alone in this. Gunnar glanced at her. For a moment. A rare moment. The walls he always kept up threatened to fall. He had lost so much, but not her. Not yet. And in that realization, in that unspoken truth between them, he let himself do something he rarely did. He let himself breathe. Aeliana didn't push, didn't demand words he wasn't ready to say. Instead, she reached out, not for his cybernetic hand, but his real one, and for the first time in a long time, Gunnar let someone hold the weight with him, even if only for a moment. The room was silent, save for the distant hum of security alarms cycling in the background. Aeliana stood beside Gunnar, watching him as he kept his gaze on the window, the shattered remains of his desk forgotten behind them. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then, softly, I brought 8 elven guards with me to secure the portal room. Gunnar nodded slightly, absorbing the information. Good. That needs to be locked down. Aeliana continued, her voice steady but measured. A full company of 100 troops is being prepared. It will take a few days before they arrive. Gunnar's jaw clenched slightly. We don't have a few days. I know. Aeliana watched him carefully. But they are coming, and when they arrive, they will be under your command. That made Gunnar turn. Mine? Aeliana nodded. They are here to reinforce your forces, Gunnar. The Pack, Echo Division, this war is not yours alone. Gunnar exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. The workshop isn't big enough to house them all. I know, Aeliana said, stepping closer. The facility has additional barracks space, does it not? Gunnar nodded. Yeah, we'll make it work. Aeliana tilted her head. I also have 4 trained artisans coming. The High Council is sending them in, the hopes that it will speed up your enchanted ammunition production. Gunnar was silent for a long time. Then he exhaled, his shoulders tense, but the weight pressing on them slightly lighter. You didn't have to do all this. Aeliana studied him, her piercing blue eyes seeing past the armor, past the mask. Yes, I did. For the first time, Gunnar didn't have a response. The air between them shifted, something unspoken yet undeniable hanging between them. Aeliana saw it all, the exhaustion, the weight of command, the frustration boiling just beneath his skin. She didn't say another word. Instead, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. Gunnar stiffened, not out of rejection, not out of discomfort, but out of sheer unfamiliar territory. Aeliana had never done this before. And yet, after a long pause, he let himself do something he hadn't done in years. He reciprocated. His cybernetic arm, cold and unyielding, remained at his side, but his real hand gripped onto her, like a man drowning finally finding something to hold onto. For just a moment he let himself breathe, the silence stretched between them, the weight of everything settling. Gunnar pulled back first, his expression hardening, not out of rejection, but because the war wasn't stopping. "I'll put Clara in charge of the Elven detachment." Aeliana tilted her head slightly. "Oh?" Gunnar nodded, his voice steady. "She fought with them. She understands how they operate better than I do. Hell, she attended the Elven War College because of you." Aeliana gave a small smile. "And she excelled there. I have no doubt she will lead them well." "Then it's settled." Gunnar turned back toward the window, watching the wolves in the distance. "This fight is changing, Aeliana. We need every advantage we can get." Aeliana stepped beside him, watching the same horizon. "And you are not fighting it alone." Gunnar glanced at her, just for a second, but in that moment, it was enough. No more words were needed. The war was coming. But at least for the first time in a long time, he wasn't standing against it alone. The tension had eased, slightly. Aeliana stood beside Gunnar, both of them watching the distant wolves patrolling the perimeter. Gunnar exhaled slowly, his mind already moving to the next problem. "There's something else I need from you." Aeliana glanced at him. That was inevitable. Gunnar allowed a brief smirk before his expression turned serious again. "Rose needs a portal." Aeliana tilted her head slightly. "For what purpose?" Gunnar turned to fully face her. "She thinks she can hack into Draven's network if she has access to a portal. The only permanent one we have on Earth is in our secure area, and I'm not risking that." Aeliana considered this, her piercing blue eyes studying him. "You want access to one of our portals instead?" Gunnar nodded. "We need a way in, Aeliana. Draven is always one step ahead. If Rose can find a way to track his movements, maybe we can finally get ahead of him." Aeliana was quiet for a long moment, then, "It won't be easy. I will have to speak with the council." Gunnar gritted his teeth. "They owe us." Aeliana exhaled, nodding. "I will see what I can do." "Do more than that," Gunnar said, his voice firm. "Make them listen." Aeliana smiled faintly. "Oh, I intend to." Aeliana studied Gunnar, watching him carefully. She had given him a way forward. Reinforcements, support, a possible portal for Rose. But there was something else lingering between them. Something that had been left unspoken for far too long. Gunnar exhaled, then did something he rarely ever did. He reached out and took her hand in his. Aeliana didn't pull away. Instead, she stepped closer. The air between them shifted, heavy, charged, something unbreakable drawing them together. For the first time in all the years of fighting side by side, after every moment stolen by duty or war, they finally allowed themselves this. Gunnar's fingers tightened slightly around hers. Aeliana tilted her head up, meeting his gaze. They were so close now. The tension between them wasn't battle-hardened this time. It was something raw, real. And as they leaned in, just as their lips were about to meet, the door burst open. "Boss, I got—" Darren froze. Complete, total silence. Gunnar closed his eye for a long moment, his jaw tightening. Aeliana slowly exhaled, amusement flickering behind her calm expression. Darren's brain visibly crashed. His mouth opened, closed, opened again. His finger lifted as if he were about to say something. Then he just stood there, absolutely speechless. Aeliana smiled softly, breaking the tension first. She nodded to Gunnar, her voice light. "I have to return to Alfheim." Gunnar rubbed his temple, letting out a slow, measured breath. "Of course you do." She turned to leave, passing Darren, who still hadn't moved. As she did, she paused just long enough to pat his shoulder. "Darren." And then she was gone. Darren blinked, looked at Gunnar, looked at the door, then back at Gunnar. "So..." Do I just leave, or? Gunnar stared at him. Darren held up his hands. Yeah, I'll go. And with that, he backed out the door before he could make it worse. The door shut with finality, leaving Gunnar standing alone, shoulders tense, the weight of what almost happened still lingering in the air. Then, Darren! The door creaked back open. Darren stuck his head back in, hesitant. Yes? Gunnar narrowed his eye. Get everyone in the war room, now. Darren nodded quickly. On it, boss. And then, gone. Gunnar exhaled, rubbing his temple. For a brief moment there was peace. Darren strode down the hall, shaking his head to himself. I just walked into the most awkward moment in history. Cool, totally fine. Not weird at all. Then his eyes landed on the intercom system. And suddenly, he saw an opportunity. A smirk spread across his face as he pressed the button. Intercom system, all channels. Pack, assemble. Silence. Then, from his office, Gunnar let out a long, deep sigh. He shook his head. I should have seen that coming. The war room was already full when Gunnar arrived, and from the tension in the air, he knew that Darren's little pack, assemble stunt had been met with mixed reactions. No one spoke about it outright, but the looks passing between some of them told Gunnar that Darren would probably catch hell for it later. That was fine. There were bigger things to deal with. As Gunnar entered, conversations died down, and all eyes turned to him. He wasn't the type to clear his throat or waste time with unnecessary words. He walked straight to the center of the room, placing his hands on the table, one flesh, one gleaming cybernetic limb still carrying faint scratches from countless battles. His gaze swept over the assembled team, Bianca standing with her arms crossed, jaw clenched, waiting for orders. Eli, her datapad in hand, prepared to go over her findings. Darren leaning against the back wall, looking far too pleased with himself. Rose standing with her crew, Caleb, Evelyn, and Argos, all tense, waiting for answers. Jewel near a chair that hadn't yet been occupied. Then, Shade walked in. A heavy silence fell over the room. Still pale from his injuries, he moved stiffly but with determination, his usual smooth grace hindered by the damage done to his leg. He leaned on the chair next to Jewel, but refused to sit down. Jewel caught Gunnar's gaze and gave him a slight shake of the head. Don't bother telling him to rest. He won't. Gunnar exhaled slowly before speaking. All right, here's what we know. He started with the worst of it. The soldiers we faced in the last battle? They weren't just enhanced, they were permanently modified. Voidstone 2.0 isn't just a drug anymore, it's a transformation. Once they take it, it changes them for good. Stronger, faster, nearly impossible to kill. And we know for a fact there's more where they came from. Bianca's expression hardened. We only saw 10 of them last time. The rest of the Black Dawn forces weren't like that. But if they start mass-producing these things, we're in trouble. Gunnar nodded. Which means we need to hit them before they can build an army. Eli tapped her datapad, bringing up a holoprojection of the Black Dawn rifle that Shade had recovered. We're also dealing with something we haven't seen before. Black Dawn's new weapons. This rifle doesn't fire conventional ammunition. It uses magic, channeled through a crystalline core. The energy it fires? It doesn't just wound, it disrupts the nervous system. That's what locked up Shade's leg. Shade gave a slight nod, his expression unreadable. Eli continued. Based on our analysis, the effect lasted for about an hour. Meaning, if they hit you, they don't even have to kill you. They can just shut you down and finish the job later. A grim silence settled over the room. Gunnar's voice was sharp. We're facing an enemy that's finally catching up to us. They're not just using magic anymore. They're evolving. He let that sink in before shifting the conversation. We're not fighting this alone. Aeliana brought 8 elven guards to secure the portal site. A company of 111 soldiers is being prepared, but they won't be here for a few days. Caleb let out a low whistle. That's a lot of elves. Gunnar ignored him. We also have 4 elven artisans arriving to help speed up our enchanted ammunition production. The sooner we get those rounds stockpiled, the better. Eli glanced at him. Do you trust them? Aeliana does. That's enough for now. Gunner's gaze shifted to Rose. There's one more thing. We might have a way to track Draven. Rose's eyes narrowed. Explain. You said you could hack into his network if you had access to a portal. I asked Aeliana to get us one. Rose blinked. For the first time in a while, she actually looked surprised. You asked for something from the council? I demanded, Gunner corrected. Aeliana's working on it. And if she gets it? Then you're going to get us inside Draven's network, and when you do, we'll use it to hit him before he knows what's coming. A slow, dangerous smirk spread across Rose's lips. Now that is something I can work with. The room was silent as they absorbed everything. Then, in true Darren fashion. So, magic super soldiers and laser guns. Cool, cool. Totally fine. Not terrifying at all. Rose shot him a glare. Not the time, Darren. Eli rubbed her temple. If we don't find a way to counter this, we're going to be fighting a losing war. Bianca folded her arms. The one we took down? It took all 3 of us, Lyra, Katrina, and me. If they roll out a full squad of them, I don't know if we can stop them. Shade, despite his injury, spoke up next. Then we don't let them get that far. We find out where these soldiers are being made. Gunner nodded. That's the next move. Rose, if Aeliana comes through, you're leading the charge on Draven's network. Eli, you and Darren need to break down that rifle and find a way to counter it. Eli nodded. Already working on it. Gunner looked around the table, meeting each of their gazes. The war just changed. If we don't hit first, we won't survive the next round. The room remained tense but determined. There was no more hesitation. This was the moment they moved from defense to attack. The early morning light filtered through the high windows of the mess hall, casting long shadows across the room. The air carried the familiar scent of coffee and breakfast, but there was something else in the air, something heavy, unspoken. The mess hall still bore the scars of the fight between Lyra and Rose. A shattered table near the far wall. A deep scorch mark on the ceiling where Rose's magic had struck home. The faint scent of burned ozone still clung to the edges of the room, despite every attempt to scrub it away. It had only been 3 days ago, but it felt like months. Now the team was here again, waiting. In the farthest corner of the room, Gunner sat alone. His cybernetic hand rested on the table, fingers idly tapping against the worn surface. In front of him, a cup of coffee sat, untouched, long gone cold. Next to it, a plate of food, barely touched. Bianca had set it there, but he hadn't even glanced at it. Because he could feel it. The fight was coming. It was a familiar gut-deep certainty, the kind only a lifetime of war could carve into a man's bones. He'd felt it before every major battle, that subtle shift in the air, the way time seemed to slow, the way his instincts sharpened as though his body already knew what was about to happen. He only hoped the reinforcements arrived in time. Bianca leaned against the counter, arms crossed, watching Gunner but saying nothing. She'd done what she could, set food in front of him, but she wouldn't push. Darren sat across from Caleb, poking at his food but not eating much either. He'd already been up early, running final checks on the Wolfmobile's ammo. Argos sat beside Evelyn, the celestial gem pulsing faintly against her skin. She hadn't said a word, but her fingers curled unconsciously around the gem's surface. Eli was reviewing sensor feeds on her datapad, scanning for any early signs of trouble. Rose and Katrina were talking in hushed tones near the entrance, their body language tense. Desiree sipped her coffee quietly, the sniper ever watchful, even now. Jules sat at the end of the table, medical kit beside her, already preparing for what she knew was coming. Even Clara and Omega had sensed it. The dire wolf sat near her feet, unusually still, golden eyes flicking toward the doorway every so often, as if expecting something. Gunner finally exhaled, lifting his cup. He took a sip. It was ice cold, bitter, stale. He set it down again. Then, the doors to the mess hall swung open. Ashley stepped in first, Beta at her side, followed closely by Shade. Ashley's expression was grim. "Gunner, we need to talk." Ashley had barely spoken the words before Eli's datapad erupted with alerts. The mess hall trembled as the first explosion rocked the facility. The distant thud of impact sent a ripple through the floor, rattling chairs and unsettling cups on the table. Eli's head snapped up, eyes widening as her datapad lit up with frantic warnings. Multiple portal openings. She barely got the words out before the next blast hit. They're inside the perimeter. Gunner was already on his feet before the echoes of the explosion faded. His chair tipped over behind him, but he didn't spare it a glance. He could feel it. The battle had begun. "Move," he ordered, his voice calm but carrying the weight of command. No one hesitated. Desiree and Shade were the first out the door, sprinting toward the nearest access ladder leading to the rooftop. Their gear was already slung across their backs, weapons locked and ready. The facility was a mile away, concealed by thick trees, but from up high they would have the best vantage point. Ashley snatched up the 240B, slinging the heavy machine gun over her shoulder as she ran after them. Beta stayed close at her side, ears pinned back, his muscles tense beneath his thick fur. "Katrina, Rose," Gunner continued, "front entrance." "Hold it. They're coming through there first." Neither woman spoke, but the way Katrina's hand closed around the hilt of her katana said enough. Rose rolled her shoulders, heat already radiating from her palms. Omega and Alpha were at their sides, their low growls filling the space between them. "Darren, Caleb, power up the Wolfmobile and hold position. Wait for my call." Darren gave a quick nod, already moving. Caleb was right behind him, reaching for his rifle as they broke into a jog toward the garage. Gunner turned to Eli, Evelyn, and Argos. "War room. Now." Eli barely hesitated, still scrolling through sensor readings, her mind racing to make sense of the chaos unfolding across the compound. Evelyn was quiet, her expression unreadable, but Argos was tense, one hand gripping the celestial gem tightly against her chest. The facility was under siege. Desiree and Shade reached the rooftop first. Shade threw open the hatch, stepping onto the gravel-coated surface, while Desiree immediately went prone, bringing her sniper rifle to her shoulder. The thick tree line blocked their direct line of sight to the facility, but the sounds of battle carried through the air, the dull pop of automatic gunfire, the unmistakable howls of the pack, the distant echoes of explosions. "We've got movement," Desiree murmured, scanning through her scope. They came prepared. Shade crouched beside her, pulling out his binoculars. Below them, the forest remained deceptively still, but he knew better. The enemy was already here. Ashley emerged a few seconds later, setting up the 240B on the roof's edge. Beta flanked her, head low, eyes sharp. "Where do you need me?" she asked. "Center Ridge," Desiree replied. "You'll see the first wave soon." Ashley braced herself, gripping the weapon tightly. The fight was about to reach them. Gunner stood motionless in the war room, his one good eye locked on the large display screen as the battlefield unfolded in real time. Explosions rippled across the facility, thick smoke curling into the sky. The once secure perimeter was breaking apart, fighters pulling back toward the inner bunker, their defensive line collapsing. Evelyn was already at the console, her fingers flying over the interface. "I'm launching the drones now," she said, voice tight with urgency. The system blinked to life, and within seconds multiple drone feeds appeared, sweeping over the facility. Gunner didn't react. He already knew what he was about to see. Argos, standing beside Evelyn, had her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps, and her hands trembled. She knew why this was happening. "This is because of me," she whispered. "They wouldn't be here if—" "You need to breathe," Gunner's voice cut through the rising panic, his tone firm but measured. He turned to face her, leveling her with a steady gaze. Losing it now isn't going to change anything. Her wide eyes snapped to his, her lips parting like she wanted to argue, but she couldn't. Evelyn, still monitoring the drone feeds, shot Gunner a look before placing a steadying hand on Argos's shoulder. "Listen to him. We need to focus." Argos swallowed hard and nodded, but the tension didn't leave her. On the screen, the situation at the facility was deteriorating fast. The enemy was pressing in, moving like a tide. Fighters inside the perimeter were falling back toward the last holdout, the bunker. Evelyn sucked in a sharp breath. "We need to send everyone there now." Argos, still pale, turned toward Gunner. "She's right. If we don't send help, they're going to—" "No!" Gunner's voice was absolute. Evelyn whipped around. "What do you mean, no?" Gunner didn't look away from the screen. "It's a diversion." Evelyn stared at him. "A diversion? Gunner, that's an entire facility about to be wiped out." "That's exactly what they want us to think." His tone didn't rise, didn't waver. Calm, calculated, cold. "Look at how they're moving. They're pressing hard, but not strategically. They don't care about the structure. They care about us running straight into it." Evelyn turned back to the screen, watching the chaotic, brutal battle unfold. Her stomach twisted. He was right. "They're drawing us away from the workshop," he continued. "Ravina knows we'd rush in. If we take the bait, we leave Argos and the celestial gem exposed." A long silence filled the war room, save for the distant echoes of explosions over the speakers. Then the doors opened. Clara stepped inside, her expression unreadable, but her eyes flicked straight to Gunner, as if she already knew what was happening. "What's the situation?" Gunner didn't hesitate. He turned to Darren standing by the wall, hands resting on his belt as he waited for orders. "You're green lit," Gunner said. "Get in there." Darren nodded once. No questions, no hesitation. He turned and left the room. Gunner's gaze shifted back to the screen, watching the feed from the drones as enemy forces swarmed the bunker. "There are no friendlies outside that structure anymore," he said, more to himself than anyone else. His cybernetic fingers curled into a fist. He exhaled slowly, then spoke the words that sealed the moment. "The Alamo is about to fall." The facility had been humming with quiet routine when Elizabeth first felt the shift in the air. She stood in the central command office, overlooking the courtyard below where students moved between training drills and lectures. The facility had always been a place of discipline, of learning, of preparation. And now, it was a target. Her mountain lion, a silent presence at her side, let out a low rumble of unease. She didn't need the warning, she'd already sensed it. Something was coming. Elizabeth had spent decades in the field. She knew when an enemy was stalking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The way the wind shifted, the way the birds in the tree line went silent, it was all too familiar. She tapped her radio. "Command to all security teams. Tighten perimeter sweeps. Something's not right." A pause, then her second-in-command, Reynolds, came back. "Copy that, Director. You got a reason?" "Call it instinct." That was all she had to say. In the pack, instinct was law. The facility wasn't defenseless. Far from it. 50 students, young, still learning, but trained. If it came to a fight, they wouldn't be useless. 20 staff, all former agents, instructors, and specialists, armed and experienced. 20-man guard force, dedicated security, M4s and sidearms always within reach. Elizabeth herself, a legend within the agency before she took over here. Her mountain lion wasn't just her spirit animal. It was an extension of her, a predator lurking beneath the surface, waiting for an excuse to unleash hell. She wasn't going to let this facility fall without a fight. She turned to the main security feed, eyes scanning the monitors, just as the first alert flashed red. Unauthorized portal signature detected. Multiple energy surges. Her jaw clenched. All units, she said into her radio, voice dropping into the cold, sharp tone of an agent preparing for war. We're under attack. Defensive positions. Now. The alarm blared. Then, the first explosion hit. The sun had barely risen over the treetops when the first explosion shook the facility. Inside the staff quarters, Olivia wiped the sweat from her brow, tossing a towel over her shoulder as she stepped out of the training hall. The early morning hand-to-hand combat session with the students had been a brutal one, just the way she liked it. If they weren't gasping for breath, they weren't learning. She barely had time to take a sip of water before the first alarm blared through the halls. Facility under attack. All personnel to defensive positions. Her instincts, honed over decades of covert operations, kicked in immediately. She dropped the water bottle and pivoted back toward the lockers. The students were scattering, running toward their emergency muster points. Some were shouting, some just stood there, frozen. Move! Olivia's voice cracked like a whip, and they obeyed without hesitation. She sprinted toward the locker room. She needed weapons, fast. Across the compound, Alex was halfway through a cup of coffee when the blast rocked the floor beneath her feet. The steaming mug slipped from her grasp and shattered as her instincts screamed at her. Attack! She was already moving toward the locker room. She darted out into the hallway, nearly colliding with Alethea, who was heading that way as well. About damn time, Alethea said, rolling her shoulders as if this were just another training session. Alex shot her a look. Tell me you've got intel on this. Alethea's smirk was sharp. Let's go make some. Together, they took off toward the locker room. The distant gunfire echoed through the facility, growing heavier by the second. The security forces were holding the line, but it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. Elizabeth didn't need to see the battle to know how it would go. She had spent too many years fighting, too many years leading teams into situations exactly like this. The thralls didn't use firearms or magic, just raw brute force. They would come in waves, and when the guards ran out of ammunition, the line would break. She and the others needed to be ready. Elizabeth strode into the locker room, her heels clicking against the tile floor with controlled precision. The room smelled of old metal and cleaning supplies, but underneath there was something else. Dust, history, the weight of the past. She wasn't alone. Olivia, Alex, and Alethea were already there, standing in front of lockers they hadn't opened in years. Olivia was the first to move, fingers hovering over the dented metal door before she swung it open. Inside, her old gear sat untouched, a perfectly maintained MP5, a pair of throwing knives, and the black combat gloves she had worn on every covert mission. She ran her fingers over the fabric, remembering the weight of it. Well, she muttered, reaching for the MP5. Guess retirement was overrated. Alex smirked as she pulled open her own locker. Yeah, no kidding. Inside hers was a Kevlar vest lined with hidden pockets, a pair of custom-built M9 pistols, and a toolkit that looked like it could open just about anything. She grabbed one of the pistols, rolling her shoulders as she adjusted the familiar weight of the weapon in her grip. Alethea stood in front of hers, tilting her head slightly before she opened it. Her combat uniform was still neatly folded, untouched. Next to it was a short, double-edged combat knife, her favourite weapon for close-quarters fights. She exhaled sharply, grabbing the knife and strapping it to her thigh. Finally, Elizabeth reached her own locker. The others fell silent as she slipped off her jacket, then unbuttoned her white blouse. Elizabeth wasn't a woman who rushed things. Even now, with the battle raging outside, she took her time, because this wasn't just about changing clothes. This was a transformation. She pulled off her skirt, kicking her heels to the side. Then she reached inside the locker and pulled out her old uniform, black tactical pants, a fitted combat shirt, sturdy boots. But the real prize sat on the upper shelf, her gauntlets. The sleek black metal forearm guards looked unassuming at first glance, but as Elizabeth slid them on, the hidden daggers extended with a sharp, mechanical click. She flexed her fingers, watching as the thin, deadly blades retracted just as quickly. Alethea raised an eyebrow. Still carrying those things? Elizabeth smirked, tightening the straps around her wrists. What's a lioness without her claws? The four women turned to each other, their old gear now secured, their weapons loaded. The past hadn't slowed them down. If anything, it had sharpened them. Elizabeth rolled her shoulders and cracked her neck. No more waiting. Let's move. They strode out of the locker room, heading straight into battle. The facility trembled with the force of distant explosions as Elizabeth and the others strode out of the locker room, geared up, armed, and ready for war. The hallway was filled with controlled chaos, guards moving to their positions, instructors arming themselves, students being ushered into lockdown areas. The air buzzed with tension, with the unspoken understanding that this battle wasn't going to be like the others. Then Michael rolled into view. The wheelchair-bound instructor moved with a smooth efficiency, his hands light on the wheels, his weapon resting across his lap. An M14 rifle, classic but well-maintained, was strapped with a 203 grenade launcher underneath it. The sight of it stopped Elizabeth in her tracks. She raised an eyebrow. Where the hell did you get that? Michael gave a cocky grin, tapping the stock of the rifle. I know a guy. Olivia let out a short laugh while Alex shook her head. Of course you do, Alethea muttered. Michael gave them a wink. Keep up, ladies. Then, without waiting for a response, he rolled forward toward the front of the facility, leading the charge. The four women exchanged a look. Elizabeth smirked. Well, you heard him. And together, the five of them moved into battle. The air outside the facility was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. The security team had set up a defensive perimeter just beyond the main entrance, using overturned barricades, sandbags, and vehicles as cover. The gunfire was relentless, the sound echoing off the walls as they poured round after round into the oncoming wave of thralls. At first, they had held strong. The thralls came fast, lunging forward with unnatural speed, their pale eyes vacant, their bodies moving like puppets strung together by some unseen force. But there were too many. Sergeant Reynolds slammed a fresh magazine into his M4, sighted a target, and squeezed the trigger. A burst of gunfire ripped through three thralls at once, sending them to the ground in jerking spasms. They didn't stop. They never stopped. Fall back! One of the guards shouted from the left flank. We're getting overrun! No! Reynolds barked. Hold the damn line! A screeching thrall slammed into the barricade, reaching for him with clawed fingers. Reynolds barely had time to react before he fired point-blank into its skull. The creature went limp, but two more were already crawling over its corpse. A bloodied guard stumbled backward, his leg torn open. Another was dragged to the ground, screaming as the thralls piled onto him. Reynolds gritted his teeth. They were out of time. Fall back to the entrance! He roared. The remaining security forces moved as one, covering each other as they retreated. They fired as they ran, their last rounds cutting down another dozen thralls before reaching the main doors. The security team was in full retreat, falling back toward the main building, firing in controlled bursts to slow the incoming wave of thralls. They weren't running, but they were damn close to breaking. Sergeant Reynolds covered the left flank, barking orders between bursts of gunfire. Spent casings littered the ground, bodies of the fallen, human and thrall alike, strewn across the battlefield. Then Michael rolled into position. With a practiced flick, he loaded a fresh 40mm round into the M203 grenade launcher. Let's see how you like this, he muttered, taking aim. Thwump! The grenade arced through the air, landing dead center in the oncoming horde. Boom! The explosion ripped through the front line of thralls, sending bodies flying in all directions. The sheer force of the blast momentarily halted their advance, creating an opening for the remaining security forces to pull back. Michael was already reloading, firing again. Another blast, another break in the wave. Move, move, move! Reynolds shouted, waving his men toward the entrance. Michael winked at Elizabeth as she fell into formation beside him. Looks like I still got it. Elizabeth smirked. You're lucky I don't make you run laps for showing off. Another explosion rocked the field, and that's when Darren's voice crackled over the radio. Facility, this is Wolfmobile. 60 seconds out. Get to cover, because we're coming in hot. Reynolds grabbed his radio. Copy that, Wolfmobile. We'll have the welcome mat out. Elizabeth turned to the others. Get everyone inside and brace for impact. This isn't over yet. The security team scrambled for cover. Darren was bringing hell with him. Caleb was already in the Wolfmobile, engine growling, systems hot, turret primed. The second he saw Darren sprinting toward him, he couldn't help himself. A smirk tugged at his lips as he leaned against the turret. Damn, Darren, you take any longer and I was going to start collecting Social Security for you. Darren didn't break stride as he jumped into the driver's seat, grabbing the wheel. Say that again after I throw your ass out at full speed. Caleb chuckled, bracing himself as the Wolfmobile lurched forward, tyres spitting gravel as they shot out of the workshop. Darren keyed up the radio, switching channels to the facility. He had one job, get to them before the line broke. Facility, this is Wolfmobile. 60 seconds out. Get to cover, 'cause we're coming in hot. There was a beat of silence before Elizabeth's voice came through, sharp and unimpressed. Move your ass, Darren. You're already 60 seconds late. Caleb laughed. I like her. Darren just gritted his teeth and pressed harder on the gas. Gunnar stood over the battlefield display, his cybernetic fingers curling into a fist as he listened to the exchange. The fight outside the facility was minutes from a total collapse. The drone feeds showed it all. The thralls swarming like insects, security teams pulling back in tight defensive formations, and the last barricades on the verge of breaking. He tapped into the radio. Lioness, this is Gunnar. Hold on. Bulldog is en route. He's almost there. Elizabeth's voice came back over the comms, calm but strained. Tell Bulldog to hurry. We're about to lose the damn porch. Gunnar's jaw tightened. His blue eye never left the screen. Darren could already see the facility coming into view. The main entrance was barely holding, the security team in full retreat towards the last defensive line. Caleb adjusted the turret, flipping off the safety. Hope you don't mind, but I'm about to ruin their whole day. Darren grinned and slammed the throttle forward. The Wolfmobile hit the battlefield like a wrecking ball. The Wolfmobile tore through the battlefield, its miniguns spitting fire and steel, cutting a blazing path through the oncoming thralls. Caleb held the trigger down hard, his grin widening as the tracers and enchanted rounds carved through the horde like a divine execution. Then the gun went dead. A flashing red warning light blinked on the dashboard. Jammed. What the? Caleb yanked on the controls, frustration lacing his voice. Darren, we got a problem. Darren barely had time to react before the roar of the minigun fell into eerie silence. He cursed. Hold on! He swung the Wolfmobile hard to the left, skidding over bodies as he pulled them away from the thick of the fight. Caleb was already trying to clear the jam, but the mechanism was fused tight. We need a minute. Darren keyed the radio. Miniguns down. We're pulling back to fix it. Hold the damn line. Elizabeth, Olivia, Alex, and Alethea stood together at the front, their firearms still raised, but they all knew the truth. It wouldn't be enough. The last wave of thralls closed in. 50 yards, 40, 30. The gunfire around them began to thin. The security team was running dry. Michael fired another grenade, the explosion sending thralls flying, but more kept coming. 20 yards, 15. Then it happened. A sickening, guttural shriek echoed through the battlefield. The thralls broke into a dead sprint. Elizabeth exhaled slowly. She flexed her wrists, and with a sharp metallic click, the retractable daggers in her gauntlets slid into place. What's a lioness without her claws? She murmured, her voice steady. Olivia dropped her MP5, rolling her shoulders as she took a stance. About time we got personal. Alex tightened her gloves. You guys ready for this? Alethea smirked, drawing her combat knife. Hope they are. The thralls crashed into them, and the real fight began. Desera lay prone against the rooftop ledge, sniper rifle steady, eyes sharp through the scope. She had spent a lifetime behind the trigger, and in that time she'd learned one absolute truth. The real threats weren't the ones charging blindly. It was the ones who watched. She scanned the tree line, searching for the flicker of something out of place, a shadow where there shouldn't be one, a glint of movement that betrayed an unseen enemy. Then she saw it, a lone figure, too still, too precise, not a thrall. Desera adjusted her sights, centering on the target. The figure crouched low, raising something to their shoulder, a scoped rifle. "Trooper," she muttered, heartbeat steady. She exhaled. One shot, one kill. The rifle kicked against her shoulder. The trooper's head snapped back, body crumpling like a rag doll into the brush. "Target down," she confirmed. Ashley, positioned beside her with the 240B machine gun, had been scanning the opposite flank. She hadn't fired a round yet, until now. Ashley's finger tightened on the trigger as she spotted movement on the right, a group of thralls, fast and aggressive, closing in on the facility's side. "Right side! Engaging!" The 240B roared to life, spitting fire and lead. The first wave of thralls crumpled instantly, their bodies ripped apart by the sheer force of the high-caliber rounds. The survivors twisted unnaturally, adjusting mid-charge, but Ashley didn't stop. She walked her fire through them, cutting down another 4 before the rest scattered for cover. "Damn things don't quit," she muttered, reloading the belt with practiced speed. Then Shade tensed. He wasn't behind a weapon, he didn't need one. His talent was something else. Something colder. He stared ahead, unblinking. Then he saw it. "Front!" His voice was low, sharp, final. Desera adjusted her rifle, shifting her aim forward. The shadows moved, not one, not two, many. She tightened her grip. "This isn't a probe anymore." Ashley growled, slamming the bolt to the rear on her weapon. "Number this is the real thing." Shade's expression didn't change. "They're coming." Inside the war room, Gunnar stood over the holographic battlefield display, his single blue eye locked on the drone feeds. The fight outside was brutal but manageable. Until now, the heat signatures shifted. More than that, the battlefield itself was changing. Gunnar's jaw tightened as the first rift flickered open on the edge of the battlefield. Then another, and another, small controlled portals. Not random breaches, but deliberate insertions. Strategic. Calculated. From each one, hostiles emerged. They weren't thralls. These were something worse. Gunnar didn't need confirmation, but Ashley's voice crackled through the radio anyway. "War room, this is Roof. We got incoming. This ain't just more thralls. Rifts are opening, and I got unknowns forming around them." Gunnar didn't look away from the display. "I see it." Eli, seated at the controls, was already rerouting the drone feeds. "Gunnar, those portals, those are placed." She wasn't wrong. This wasn't just an assault. This was a real attack. The question was, what the hell were they about to walk into? The fight on the rooftop was a war zone all its own. Ashley had the 240B roaring, the heavy machine gun sending waves of lead into the advancing forces. The muzzle flash lit up the roof, the recoil kicking against her shoulder, but she never let up. Rounds spit through the air, tearing through enemy ranks below. Every burst bought them seconds, every second mattered. Desera was surgical with her shots. Her sniper rifle cracked once, one of the approaching troopers dropped, another shot, another down. She never wasted a bullet. The new wave of hostiles weren't just rushing in like the thralls. These were disciplined. They moved tactically, using cover, dodging fire, returning shots. Then, Shade moved. He dropped to one knee, flipping open the bag he'd carried up to the roof. Grenades, lots of them. Ashley's gun clicked empty for a brief moment. Shade pulled the first pin. "Fire in the hole." He lobbed the grenade dead center into a forming cluster of enemies. Boom! Bodies flung into the air. Ashley grinned, snapping her 240B's bolt back into place. "Good call." Desera didn't stop sniping. "We need more good calls unless we want to be overwhelmed." Shade already had another grenade in hand. Inside, the tension was thick. Katrina, Rose, Clara, and Omega stood at the main doors, the last line between the facility and whatever was coming. Katrina's katana was already drawn, the shadows curling around her legs, whispering in anticipation. Rose stood beside her, clad in her fire-kiss armor, the dark plating shimmering with heat. Her bullwhip was coiled at her hip, and her hands flexed, ready to ignite. Clara's eyes were sharp, her body balanced, Omega growling low beside her. The doors shuddered as another explosion hit nearby, then Gunnar walked forward. He had seen enough. He turned to Eli. "You have the comm." Eli's violet eyes flickered, but she nodded. Without another word, Gunnar walked to the doors. Alpha padded beside him, silent but coiled with tension. He stopped at the threshold, rolling his shoulders, loosening his grip. Then he reached for Starbreaker. The massive weapon hummed as he pulled it from his back. Katrina's katana shimmered, the runes along its length glowing faintly as her shadows pooled at her feet. Outside, the enemy was coming. Gunnar exhaled, feeling the energy in the air shift. Hold the line. Then the doors swung open. Darren and Caleb had pulled the Wolfmobile back, the minigun dead in the turret, its warning lights blinking like a cruel joke. Darren slammed the brakes, sending the vehicle into a controlled skid behind a half-collapsed barricade. Caleb was already scrambling, wrenching open the weapons maintenance panel. "Darren, this thing's jammed up tight. I think a casing got lodged in the feed system." Darren growled, slamming his hand against the steering wheel. "No, really? I thought it was taking a break." Caleb shot him a look but didn't stop working. The radio crackled. Elizabeth's voice cut through the static. "Bulldog, status?" Darren grabbed the handset. "Minigun's jammed. We're fixing it." "Fix it faster," Elizabeth snapped. "We need fire support. Now." Darren gritted his teeth. "Yeah, thanks for the motivational speech, Lioness." Ashley's voice came through next, calm but strained over the roar of her 240B. "Roof's engaged. Target's closing. Whatever you two are doing, make it quick." Caleb grunted, shoving his arm deeper into the turret's mechanisms. "Come on, you stubborn piece of—" Clank! Something gave way. Caleb yanked a warped casing from the feed system. "Got it." Darren didn't wait. He flipped the safety switch, repriming the weapon. The minigun hummed back to life. The radio lit up again. This time it was Gunnar. "Bulldog." Darren keyed in immediately. "Go for Bulldog." "Get back in the fight. We need you at the front." Darren grinned, slamming the Wolfmobile into gear. "Copy that." He looked up at Caleb. "You ready, kid?" Caleb cracked his knuckles. "Let's turn him into mist." The Wolfmobile roared forward, back into the fray. The battlefield was chaos. Thralls poured toward the defensive line, their grotesque, snarling forms moving with unnatural speed. Elizabeth moved like liquid fire, her daggers slicing through enemies with lethal precision. Every step, twist, and pivot was an extension of years of muscle memory. Fighting was as natural as breathing. Then, a low, guttural snarl cut through the air. Her cougar spirit animal emerged from the smoke, muscles rippling, eyes locked onto the charging thralls. Then it lunged. A thrall barely had time to react before its throat was torn open, the cougar slamming into another, sending it sprawling. Elizabeth allowed herself a small, sharp grin. "Missed you, girl." Olivia wasn't far behind. She moved low and fast, her MP5 barking short, controlled bursts. Each pull of the trigger put another thrall down, but they just kept coming. Michael sat back against a barricade, reloading his M203. "You know, I thought I was done with this shit." Alethea flipped a thrall over her shoulder, snapping its arm before jamming her knife into its skull. "You say that every time." Another wave of enemies surged forward. Alex sidestepped a lunging thrall, planting a precise shot into its skull before driving her boot into another's chest. The four women moved like a well-oiled machine, back to back, covering each other seamlessly. For a moment, just a moment, it felt like old times. Then the air cracked with a sharp whine. A searing energy bolt cut through the battlefield, punching through a fallen thrall and melting a crater in the dirt. Elizabeth barely had time to react before another blast scorched past her. "Tree line! Take cover!" The Black Dawn troopers had arrived. The thralls were still there, but now they weren't the only problem. Olivia slammed behind a barricade, MP5 still hot. "Oh, this just keeps getting better," Elizabeth growled, her cougar circling, snarling at the new threat. Alethea wiped blood from her face, flipping her blade. "I guess we're doing this the hard way." The Black Dawn opened fire. The fight wasn't over. It was just getting started. The battlefield was a storm of chaos. Elizabeth and her team had been pushed back, caught between the last of the thralls and the Black Dawn firing from the tree line. The Black Dawn troopers were smart, using cover, suppressing fire, forcing the team to stay pinned down. Olivia reloaded her MP5, glancing toward Elizabeth. "We're losing ground fast." Alethea ducked as another energy shot seared over her shoulder, biting into the concrete behind her. "We need a break now." Michael, still hunkered down, loaded another grenade into his M203. "I could use a damn miracle right about now." Then they heard it. The distant howl of an engine. Elizabeth snapped her head up. Through the battlefield's smoke, a familiar set of headlights burned through the haze. Then came the sound, the unmistakable gut-rattling growl of a high-caliber minigun, spooling up. The Wolfmobile had returned. Darren's voice crackled through the radio. "Hold on to your arses." Brrrt! A wave of fire ripped into the tree line. Caleb laughed like a maniac, his hands gripping the minigun's controls as round after enchanted round tore into the Black Dawn troopers' position. The enemy fire stopped instantly. One trooper tried to reposition. His body was torn apart before he could take 2 steps. Another dropped behind cover, only for Darren to swerve the Wolfmobile, shifting the angle, shredding his hiding place. The facility staff didn't waste a second. Elizabeth whistled, "Move!" Olivia, Alethea, Alex, and Michael fanned out, taking up new firing positions. The thralls, disoriented by the shift in firepower, were quickly put down by the regrouped staff. Elizabeth watched the battlefield shift. For the first time since the fight started, they had control again. She keyed her radio, a rare grin on her face. "Nice timing, Bulldog." Darren smirked, swerving the Wolfmobile, kicking up dust. Yeah, you just missed me." Caleb, still on the turret, let out a low whistle. "So, do we just keep mowing them down, or do you need a breather?" Elizabeth flipped a dagger in her grip, eyes locked on the remaining troopers. "Nah, we finished this." Elizabeth had just stepped forward, ready to lead the counterattack, when the air cracked with a shrill whine. A single energy bolt tore across the battlefield. It slammed into her side. She barely had time to react before the force of the shot sent her spinning, her body crumpling to the ground. Her cougar roared. The spirit animal saw the shooter instantly. With a furious snarl, the massive feline launched itself across the field, slamming into the Black Dawn trooper before they could fire again. The trooper screamed, but only for a second. The cougar's claws tore into their throat, silencing them permanently. Darren saw everything. His knuckles went white on the steering wheel, his heartbeat hammered. Then, without thinking, he slammed the radio. "Lioness down! Lioness down!" The radio erupted with overlapping voices. Olivia. "She's hit!" Alethea. "I'm on her!" Gunner's voice cut through the noise, sharp and immediate. "Get her inside now!" Michael was already moving, pushing toward Elizabeth's fallen form. But the battle wasn't over. And now? Now Darren was seeing red. He gritted his teeth, voice low. "Caleb!" Caleb didn't even hesitate. He swung the minigun toward the remaining Black Dawn forces. Darren's voice dropped into something cold. "Burn them down!" The Wolfmobile opened fire. Ashley ejected the last spent belt from the 240B, the heavy machine gun falling silent. She exhaled sharply, rolling her shoulders, feeling the tension in her muscles. Beta stood beside her, tail stiff, ears forward, sensing the fight wasn't over. Ashley grinned, flipping her dagger into a reverse grip. "Time to get our hands dirty, girl." Beta let out a low growl, eyes locked on the battlefield below. Desiree, still steady behind her scope, continued dropping targets. Crack! Another enemy jerked back, lifeless before hitting the dirt. Then Shade stiffened. He wasn't watching the last of the thralls anymore. His gaze had shifted to the tree line beyond. Ashley saw the way his fingers curled instinctively, the way his posture changed. Something was coming. Desiree adjusted her scope, scanning where he was looking. Then she saw them, figures moving through the trees, silent, controlled. Their robes were dark, their hands glowing faintly with conjured energy. Mages. Not many, but enough. Desiree cursed under her breath. Black Dawn just upped the ante. Ashley tightened her grip on her dagger. Yeah? Well, so do we. Gunnar stood at the front door, Starbreaker in hand, watching the chaos unfold. Beside him, Alpha shifted, muscles coiled, ready to lunge. Clara gripped her staff tightly, Omega at her side, growling low. Katrina's katana was drawn, the shadows around her flickering like living tendrils, waiting for her command. Rose, in her fire-kiss armor, twirled her bullwhip once, flames licking at the air. Then came the flash of light from the tree line. The Black Dawn mages began their assault. A wave of crackling energy surged toward the facility. "Move!" Gunnar barked. The team scattered as the attack slammed into the ground where they had been standing. Rose rolled into position, snapping her whip forward, sending a fiery strike toward the nearest mage. Katrina was already moving, shadows propelling her forward at unnatural speed. Clara dropped low, sweeping her staff outward, a shockwave of energy deflecting an incoming magical blast. Gunnar didn't hesitate. He charged forward. The battle had begun. The battlefield was chaos. The mages had barely begun their spell work when the first fell. Crack. A sniper shot from above. Desiree's work. One mage dropped lifeless to the dirt, their casting cut short. Another barely had time to turn before Katrina surged forward, shadows wrapping around her form. She moved like a ghost, her katana flashing in a single deadly arc. The second mage stumbled back, blood spraying across the ground before collapsing, then shouting from the tree line. 10 Black Dawn troopers emerged, weapons up, firing, but they couldn't hit shit. Their shots went wide, blasting trees, dirt, and anything but their actual targets. Clara and Omega broke right, instantly engaging 2 troopers near the edge of the clearing. Omega lunged, tackling one to the ground, his powerful jaws clamping down on an exposed throat. Clara twirled her staff, deflecting a poorly aimed shot before slamming the weapon into the other trooper's chest. A pulse of energy sent them flying into a tree with a sickening crunch. Meanwhile, Gunnar and Alpha tore straight into the heart of the troopers. 4 against 2, not even a fight. Gunnar moved like a force of nature, Starbreaker cleaving through the first trooper's armor, sending them sprawling. Alpha flanked left, his powerful bulk knocking another soldier flat before tearing into them. The remaining 2 tried to scramble back, panicked. Gunnar never gave them the chance. With a powerful swing, he sent one of them crashing into the dirt, unmoving. Alpha finished the last. At the same time, Rose stood amidst the burning remains of the last thralls, her whip curling around her as she turned. The battlefield was clearing fast, but the fight was far from over. Clara twisted her staff, sending a final pulse of energy through the trooper she had just put down. The battlefield was shifting. The enemy was thinning, but something wasn't right. She scanned the chaos, eyes sharp. Something was missing. She turned toward Gunnar, voice cutting through the fight. "Has anyone seen Ravina?" Silence. That single question froze the team for half a second. Rose's brow furrowed as she turned, fire still smouldering in her armor. "No." Katrina's shadows twitched uneasily. "She's not here." That was a problem. Gunnar's grip on Starbreaker tightened. If Ravina wasn't on the battlefield, then she was playing another game, and he hated unknowns. Then, Darren's voice erupted over the radio. "Lioness down! Lioness down!" The entire team went still. Jewel, still in the war room, stiffened. She didn't hesitate. She was already moving, shoving past Eli before anyone could stop her. "Jewel, wait!" Eli called, but it was no use. Jewel grabbed a set of medgear, mounted the dirt bike, and peeled out of the compound, heading straight for the facility. Back at the battlefield, Clara's gut twisted. Ravina wasn't here. And now, Elizabeth was down. Something was very, very wrong. Then, the remaining mages made their move. The air crackled. The temperature dropped. A surge of raw, unnatural energy flooded the battlefield. The fight wasn't over. It was just getting worse. Gunnar could feel it. The battle wasn't over, not even close. And if Ravina wasn't on the field, that meant she was already inside or looking for a way in. He turned to Rose and Katrina, his voice firm and sharp. Get inside. Secure the facility. Rose's gaze snapped to his. She knew what that meant. Katrina hesitated. What about you? Gunnar's expression didn't change. I'll hold the line. Katrina clenched her jaw, but Rose grabbed her arm. Move! They turned and sprinted inside, weapons at the ready. The heavy steel doors slammed shut behind them. Immediately they went straight for the storage area where the Voidstone drug had been kept. Rose checked the locks. Untouched. She exhaled. It's still here. Katrina wasn't convinced. Then where the hell is she? Their next move was clear. They searched the workshop, checking every corner, every shadow, every possible hiding spot. Nothing. And that's when it sank in. Ravina was hunting Argos. Rose and Katrina exchanged a look. Then they moved, heading straight for Argos. The battlefield was shifting. The thralls were dead. The mages were falling one by one. The last Black Dawn troopers were barely holding their ground. Gunnar fought like a force of nature. Starbreaker cleaved through an enemy, their body collapsing lifelessly at his feet. A mage raised their hands, gathering energy, but Gunnar moved first. His cybernetic arm shot forward, gripping the mage's throat. With a brutal twist, he slammed them into the dirt, snuffing out the spell before it could form. He never saw what was coming next. Clara did. She felt it before she saw it. A presence, a threat. Then, it was there. The Super Trooper stepped out of the shadows, its monstrous form illuminated in the flickering firelight of the battlefield. It was huge, towering, armoured in void-infused plating, veins pulsing with raw, unnatural energy. Its movements were too fast for something its size, and it was coming straight for Gunnar. Clara's mouth opened to shout, but it was too late. Boom! The impact shook the earth. The Super Trooper slammed into Gunnar like a runaway freight train. His body was lifted off the ground, flung backward with bone-breaking force. He crashed into a pile of wreckage, steel and stone collapsing around him. Alpha howled, surging forward, only to be swatted aside like a rag doll. Clara's breath hitched. This was bad, and this was really bad. She saw Gunnar trying to push himself up, dazed from the hit. The Super Trooper wasn't done. It was stalking toward him, slow, deliberate. Clara's heartbeat pounded, but instead of racing, it slowed. Something was happening. She could feel Omega. Not just the way she always had. Something more. Something deeper. She felt her breath sink with his. Felt his instincts flooding her mind. Her vision shifted. The battlefield became sharper, brighter. She could see the way the Super Trooper moved, every shift of its body telegraphed before it even happened. Her muscles tensed, but not from fear. From power. From something ancient, something primal. She wasn't afraid. She was becoming. Her hands curled into fists as Omega let out a deep, echoing snarl. The bond snapped into place, and Clara let it take her. A shockwave of pure energy radiated from her as the merge took hold, her form blurred, shifting, her human instincts mixing with Omega's raw, untamed ferocity. Her vision became sharper. Her body was faster. Her strength doubled. For the first time, she wasn't just connected to Omega, she was Omega. And the Super Trooper? It was hers. Clara launched forward, eyes burning like twin embers in the night. The hunt had begun. Clara felt everything. The battlefield, the wind shifting, the heartbeat of every living thing around her. All of it. She was herself. And she was Omega. Their instincts, their thoughts, their movements, merged, fused, intertwined. They were one mind, one force. But they were still two warriors, two hunters, and their prey was standing right in front of them. The super trooper loomed, towering over them, its massive plated fists flexing, its head tilting slightly as if recalibrating its approach. Clara and Omega did not hesitate. They moved together, one fluid, synchronized force of precision and power. The super trooper swung first, a brutal earth-shaking blow. Clara sidestepped, but Omega moved at the same time, flanking, circling, calculating. The enemy never saw the second strike coming. Omega's massive form crashed into the trooper's side, teeth finding exposed flesh between the armor plating. Clara was already moving, staff in hand, using the opening to drive it forward. Straight into the enemy's knee joint. Crack! The super trooper staggered, its balance momentarily lost. Clara and Omega didn't stop. They attacked like a storm, relentless, tactical, unyielding. Clara twisted, using the momentum of Omega's strike to pivot her staff upward. A precise strike to the throat. The enemy choked, stumbled back. Omega lunged low, his powerful body slamming into its back, forcing it even further off balance. They were hunting, and they were winning. Behind them, Gunnar groaned, pushing himself up. He shook his head, his vision refocusing, just in time to see Clara and Omega fighting as one. His chest tightened. He had been the first to merge like this. He had felt the raw power of true unity between man and beast. But this was Clara's first time, and she was perfectly in sync. Gunnar didn't move, didn't interfere. He watched. Because this fight belonged to her now. From their vantage point on the roof, Shade and Ashley had a clear view of the battlefield. And what they were witnessing? Neither of them had ever seen anything like it. Ashley had fought beside Gunnar and Alpha countless times. She had seen their merge, watched them fight as one, as something more than just man and wolf. But this was Clara and Omega. And for the first time, someone else was stepping into that power. Shade watched, unmoving, calculating. His dark eyes narrowed, tracking every movement. The way Clara and Omega moved together, perfectly synchronized, seamless. They weren't just faster, they weren't just stronger. They were a storm. One hunted from the ground, the other from above. One struck, the other feinted. The super trooper was struggling to keep up. And that was terrifying. Ashley let out a low whistle, eyes locked on the fight. Holy shit! Shade said nothing. He had fought alongside Clara for years. He had seen her push herself to the edge over and over. But this was the moment she became something else. A true alpha. Ashley reloaded her pistol but didn't fire. For once, she wasn't looking for an opening. She was just watching, because whatever was happening down there, it was bigger than just this fight. It was a turning point. Then, below them, Gunnar shifted. He and Alpha were moving, not to interfere, not to take over, but to position themselves. They were waiting, watching for the perfect moment, the moment Clara would create, because Gunnar wasn't going to take this fight from her. But when the time came, he and Alpha would end it. The battle outside was chaos, the sound of gunfire, the howls of the wolves, the clash of steel and the raw energy crackling from the mages. It all masked the quiet footsteps approaching the front entrance of the workshop. From the shadows at the side of the building, she emerged. Rose. Or at least, that's what everyone would see. She moved casually, effortlessly, as if she had no concerns in the world. Her stride was confident, controlled. No one challenged her. No one questioned her. Why would they? Rose belonged here. She reached the front entrance of the workshop, stepping inside without hesitation, the chaos of the battlefield fading behind her. Inside, the facility was dimly lit, the distant echoes of combat muffled by thick walls. And for the first time, she smiled. This was it, the moment she had waited for. Everything was going according to plan. Ravina moved through the workshop with ease, every step purposeful, every glance calculated. She knew exactly where she was going, and who she was looking for. The war room was quiet compared to the battlefield outside. Eli stood near the comms monitoring the fight, her violet eyes sharp and calculating. Evelyn sat nearby, fingers twitching slightly, her energy coiled, ready for whatever came next. And in the center of it all, Argos. She looked tense, anxious. She knew this fight was because of her. Ravina, still wearing Rose's face, stepped inside, exhaling like she had just been through hell. "We need to move." Argos looked up, startled. "What?" Ravina. Rose kept her voice steady. "Gunnar sent me in to get you somewhere safer. This place isn't secure." Eli's brow furrowed slightly, eyes narrowing, but she said nothing. Evelyn glanced between them. "I thought this was the safest place." Ravina sighed, stepping closer. "Not anymore." She looked at Argos, voice laced with just the right amount of urgency. "You saw what happened at the facility. We're under attack. If Ravina gets her hands on you—" She let the sentence hang, watching as Argos swallowed hard. Eli tilted her head slightly. "Where exactly do you plan on taking her?" Ravina didn't hesitate. "Gunnar and I talked. There's a secured room underground. I'll take her there myself." Silence. Argos looked uncertain but nodded slowly. Eli still wasn't convinced. Then the door opened again, and Rose walked in. The real Rose. The room went dead silent. Argos froze. Eli's expression darkened. Evelyn's eyes darted between the two, realization dawning. And for the first time, Rose locked eyes with herself. The air was thick with tension. Then the real Rose smirked. "Well, this is new." Ravina, still wearing her face, smirked back. "I was just about to say the same thing." For a moment, the two Roses stood there mirroring each other. And, for once in her life, Rose had finally met someone who could keep up with her. The two Roses circled each other, identical in every way, down to the smirk, the stance, the flick of fire in their eyes. It was unsettling. Even Eli, with all her intelligence and observation skills, had lost track of who was who. Evelyn squinted. "This is a problem." Argos, gripping the celestial gem tightly, looked between them, clearly panicked. "What the hell do we do?" The two Roses spoke at the same time. "Oh, that's easy." Then they both turned to each other and scowled. "Stop that!" "You stop that!" Eli exhaled sharply, rubbing her temples. "This is going to give me a migraine." "You think you have a migraine?" One of the Roses scoffed. "Try standing in my boots and realizing I now have a cheap knockoff." The other Rose arched a brow. "Please, if anyone's the knockoff, it's you." "Oh, really? Then what's my favorite drink?" "Coffee, black, because we don't have time for frilly bullshit." The real Rose hesitated. The fake Rose smirked. "See? Even you're doubting yourself." The door swung open and Karina stepped in. She took one look at the situation, then sighed heavily. "Great. There's two of you. My nightmare has officially come true." Both Roses pointed at each other. "She's the fake." Katrina, ever unimpressed, folded her arms. "Yeah, that's helpful. How about proving it?" The Roses grinned simultaneously. "With pleasure." And then it became a game. Eli had seen enough. The two Roses were too busy trying to outsnark each other to notice anything else. Katrina, arms still folded, watched with her usual dry amusement. "You know," she mused, "I always thought one of you was already too much. But this is just cruel." Both Roses snorted at the same time, then glared at each other for doing so. "I say we just start throwing punches," one of them suggested. "Oh, you'd love that, wouldn't you?" the other taunted. Eli, ignoring their nonsense, leaned toward Argos. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Go." Argos blinked, confused. Eli's eyes didn't waver. "Run to the portal. Get to Alfheim." Argos's breathing hitched. "But—" "Now." For once, Argos didn't argue. She slipped backward, moving cautiously toward the door. The Roses were too busy trying to verbally destroy each other to notice. Oh, please, if you were actually me, you'd already have a plan for this. I do have a plan. I'm stalling while the real Rose sneaks out the back. Eli smirked. Ironic. Because Argos was already gone. The fake Rose grinned. Face it, you can't prove you're the real one. You can't even prove it to yourself. The real Rose smirked. Then she slowly raised her right wrist. The silver bracelet glinted in the dim light. The fake Rose's expression didn't change, but for the first time, she hesitated. The real Rose didn't. Wham! Her fist slammed straight into the imposter's face, full force. The fake Rose stumbled back, cursing. The real Rose shook out her fist. Hope you're ready, sweetheart. Then they lunged at each other. Darren and Caleb were still in the fight. The Wolfmobile rumbled forward, its tires kicking up dirt as Caleb scanned the battlefield from the turret. The numbers were dwindling, but the enemy was still putting up resistance. Then, Jules' voice crackled over the radio. Incoming, I'm en route. Cover me! Darren gritted his teeth, gripping the wheel. Copy that. Bulldog's got your back. Caleb swung the turret, searching. I don't see her yet. Then, movement. A dirt bike ripped through the battlefield, weaving between fallen enemies and debris. Jewel was coming in fast, too fast, and right behind her, more Black Dawn troopers. Caleb locked on. I got 'em! He opened fire. Tracer rounds lit up the battlefield, streaking toward the pursuing enemies. Darren pushed the Wolfmobile forward, giving Jewel a path to reach them. The fight wasn't over. But if Jewel was coming, that meant Lioness was still alive. And that meant they had a chance. The battlefield was still hot, but the tide was shifting. Jewel was closing in, Caleb laying down cover fire as Darren maneuvered the Wolfmobile. Then, the radio crackled. A new voice came through. Echo base. This is Hawk 1. We are 5 minutes out. 2 Hawks, fully stocked. Confirm status. Silence. No one answered. Darren rolled his eyes, shaking his head. Oh, sure. Now we get back up, and suddenly no one knows how to work a radio. He grabbed the mic, keying it in. Hawk 1, this is Bulldog. You're coming in loud and clear. We got a hell of a welcome party waiting for you, so I'd recommend bringing extra snacks. The radio was quiet for a second. Then, laughter from the other end. Copy that, Bulldog. Snacks and ass-kicking en route. Darren grinned. Caleb chimed in from the turret. Why the hell didn't anyone else answer? Darren shrugged. Guess they're too busy playing hero. Lucky for them, we know how to multitask. The radio crackled again. 4 minutes out. Hawk 1, out. Darren clicked the mic off and smirked. See? Was that so hard? Caleb snorted. You're impossible. Darren grinned. You love it. Ahead, Jewel was still weaving through the battlefield, and the fight wasn't over yet. They just had to hold out a little longer. Reinforcements were coming. The moment Jewel reached the Elizabeth, gunfire erupted from the tree line. Contact! Tree line! Caleb shouted, swinging the turret around. Darren gritted his teeth. Because of course they were waiting for us. Jewel ignored the chaos, immediately dropping to Elizabeth's side. The former director was pale, her breathing shallow. Jewel's eyes darted over the wound, her gut twisting. A direct hit, right in the side. But the worst part? Her nervous system was shutting down. Same effect as Shade's wound, same damn rifle. Jewel knew the symptoms, knew the paralysis was temporary, but severe. Elizabeth tried to speak, but her words slurred. Her eyes flickered, her fingers barely twitching. I got you, Jewel murmured, working fast. Just hold on. The radio suddenly crackled. Echo base, this is Hawk 1. Recommend all units take cover. We are 60 seconds out. I repeat, get under something solid. Darren grabbed the mic. Hawk 1, this is Bulldog. You see the minigun fire? That's your problem area. Caleb, grinning like a lunatic, let the turret rip. Tracer rounds lit up the tree line, a blazing neon storm of destruction. Darren watched the rounds pour in, then keyed the mic again. Light 'em up. The Black Hawks were almost here, and the bastards in the trees? They were about to have a really bad day. The moment Ravina dropped her disguise, Eli slammed her palm onto the console. Lockdown initiated. A series of metallic clanks echoed through the war room as the blast doors sealed shut, cutting off all exits. Ravina's eyes flicked to the doors, then back to Eli. Eli smirked. "Oops, looks like you're stuck." Ravina's lips curled into a slow, dark grin. "You think a little steel is going to stop me?" Rose cracked her knuckles. "No, that's our job." Katrina twirled her katana, the shadows around her curling like living things. "You locked yourself in a room with 4 pissed-off pack members." Evelyn rolled her shoulders, hands glowing with magic. "Bold move. Stupid, but bold." Ravina sighed, shaking her head. "You mortals and your arrogance." She lifted her hand, dark energy crackling around her fingers. Then she lashed out. A wave of black energy surged across the room. Evelyn met it head-on, throwing up a shimmering barrier that rippled violently under the force. Katrina moved fast, darting to the side, circling like a predator. Rose was already moving, fire licking at her fingertips. "You want a fight?" she grinned. "Let's make it fun." Ravina smirked. "Gladly." And with that, the war room became a battlefield. The war room erupted into chaos. Ravina moved like a spectre, her magic lashing out in waves of shadow and raw force. Evelyn threw up barriers, deflecting the worst of it, but it was taking its toll. Katrina darted in and out of the shadows, trying to find an opening. Rose was relentless, fire crackling at her fingertips as she hurled flames at Ravina, forcing her to stay on the move. For a moment, Ravina was holding her own. But then, Eli smirked. She pressed a final command on her console. "Magic dampeners, engaged." A deep hum vibrated through the room. The walls pulsed, runes flaring for a brief second, then every flicker of magic in the room died, the flames in Rose's hands gone. The energy in Evelyn's fingertips snuffed out. And Ravina stumbled. For the first time, her eyes widened. She tried to summon power, but there was nothing. Her magic was cut off. Katrina grinned. She cracked her neck, rolling her shoulders as she twirled her katana once before flipping it backward, choosing to fight the old-fashioned way. "Well, well," she said, stepping forward. "Looks like the playing field just got leveled." Ravina growled, shifting into a defensive stance. Rose smirked, flexing her fingers. "What's the matter, sweetheart? Don't like fair fights?" Evelyn rolled her shoulders. "This is about to be fun." Ravina exhaled sharply, bracing herself. This was no longer a battle of magic. This was about who could hit the hardest. And the pack, they knew how to brawl. The Super Trooper roared, muscles straining as it fought against Clara and Omega's relentless assault. It swung wildly, massive fists crashing into the ground, but they were too fast, a blur of movement attacking from every angle. Its enhanced body was tough, but even monsters had weaknesses, and Clara was finding them. She darted in, blade flashing, cutting into the tendons of its right leg. Omega lunged, sinking his teeth into its shoulder, using his weight to pull it down. The creature stumbled, nearly collapsing, but it wasn't done. With a guttural snarl, it twisted, grabbing Omega midair. Clara felt the pain through their bond. Her vision flashed red. Before the monster could slam Omega into the ground, Clara was already moving. She vaulted up onto its back, wrapping an arm around its thick neck, dagger pressing against its throat. "Drop him." Her voice was low, cold, and full of promise. The Super Trooper hesitated. Then it made its final mistake. Instead of letting go, it squeezed harder. Omega yelped in pain. Clara saw nothing but red. Her dagger drove deep into the creature's neck. It roared, thrashing, but Clara held firm. Gunner and Alpha moved in. Gunner fired Starbreaker point-blank into the monster's gut, the enchanted round detonating on impact. Alpha lunged, clamping his jaws around its arm, twisting with raw strength. A sickening crack. The Super Trooper collapsed. It was over. Clara didn't move. She could still feel its body twitching beneath her, feel Omega's fury running through her veins. Gunner stepped forward, his voice quiet. "Clara." Her breathing slowed. She let go. The Super Trooper was dead. And Clara and Omega had won. The battle was over, but Clara wasn't done. She could still feel it. The pulse of adrenaline, the fire in her veins, the hunger for more. Omega stood beside her, panting, his fur bristling, muscles twitching. But Clara, she couldn't move. Her breathing was ragged, her vision hazy. The blood rage had taken hold, a deep primal instinct that surged through every fibre of her being. This was what it meant to merge. This was the cost. She wanted to fight, needed to fight. Her body was wound too tight, every nerve screaming for another kill. Omega let out a low, steadying growl. Alpha moved to his side, pressing close, grounding him, steadying him. They knew. They had felt this before. And Gunnar, he knew it too. He stepped forward, voice calm, steady. Clara. She didn't look up. Her fists were clenched, her entire frame shaking. Breathe. She tried, but it wasn't enough. Her pulse was too fast, the merge still clinging to her, still demanding more. Omega whined softly, pressing against her. Clara blinked, finally looking down at him. She saw his exhaustion, felt it through their bond, not just his. Heron, and then her knees buckled. She collapsed, gasping for air. Omega pressed close, not letting her fall completely. Alpha let out a short, commanding bark, an instinctual call, a signal for support, for package. Then the doors to the workshop burst open. Aeliana strode in, her armor gleaming, her violet eyes sharp as the elves surged in behind her. Reinforcements. The elves fanned out, securing the area, cutting down any stragglers. Aeliana's gaze swept the battlefield. Then she saw Clara on the ground, Gunnar standing over her, Alpha and Omega at her side. She took in the exhaustion, the tension still radiating from the pack. Then her eyes narrowed. She turned, looking toward the war room, the sealed doors. Why is the war room locked? The deep, thunderous roar of rotor blades split through the battlefield. 2 Black Hawks came in fast and low, the downdraft kicking up dust and debris. Before the enemy could react, the first bird opened fire. The miniguns spun up, unleashing a storm of lead into the tree line. The second bird followed, laying down a relentless barrage. The Black Dawn forces never stood a chance. Darren grinned, watching from the Wolfmobile. Now that's what I call customer service. Caleb chimed in from the turret. I'd leave a 5-star review. Darren keyed his radio. Hawk 1, Bulldog. Beautiful work. Let me guess. Extra charge for premium delivery? A chuckle came over the comms. Oh, you bet your ass. The first bird peeled off, circling for another gun run. The second bird flared hard, touching down. The side doors slid open. A team of heavily armed agents poured out, moving like a well-oiled machine. Suppressive fire ripped through the battlefield as they took up positions. The second Black Hawk came in next, landing just long enough to deploy another squad. Then, both birds lifted off, banking hard. As they pulled away, they rained down one last gun run, wiping out any remaining resistance. Then, they were gone. Darren whistled. Now that's an exit. Caleb grinned. Think they do weddings? Darren snorted. Not unless you want your in-laws vaporized. The battle was ending, but inside the war room, it was just beginning. Clara blinked up at Gunnar, her body still heavy from exhaustion. Wow, that was all she could say. She gave a slow nod. Gunnar patted her shoulder once, then turned away, heading toward the war room. As he approached, the sound of the battle inside became impossible to ignore. Flesh hitting flesh, a crash, a snarl, a grunt of pain. A full-on brawl was happening behind that door. Alpha fell in beside him, ears perked, body tense. Aeliana followed, eyes narrowed. Gunnar glanced at the control panel. The readout was clear. The magic dampeners were engaged. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. Aeliana tilted her head. You going in? Gunnar considered it. Inside, Rose, Katrina, and Evelyn were locked in a brutal fight with Ravina. No magic, no spells, just fists, blades, and pure will. He could charge in, could end it now. But They had this, he could tell. Alpha huffed beside him, watching the door, waiting. Gunnar crossed his arms. Let's give it a minute. Inside the war room was wrecked. Chairs were overturned, screens cracked, and the massive table in the center had a fresh dent from where someone, probably Ravina, had been slammed into it. The fight had been brutal, fast, and relentless. But now it was slowing. Rose, panting, blood trickling from her split lip, wiped her chin and smirked. Hey, Eli, she huffed, shaking out her bruised knuckles. Eli, adjusting her glasses, still at her console, glanced up. Yeah? Rose rolled her sore shoulders, watching Ravina struggle to stay upright. You got any more of those magic dampening tricks? She held up her wrist, the silver bracelet still locked around it. Or was this one just made for little old me? Eli held up 2 identical bracelets, wiggling her fingers. Rose grinned. Oh, sweetheart, you just made my day. With that, she drove another brutal punch into Ravina's jaw. The sorceress stumbled, dazed. And that was the opening. Karina moved first, swift as a shadow, slipping behind Ravina, locking her arms. Ravina snarled, trying to twist free, but she was already too slow, too worn down. Rose grabbed one wrist, Karina grabbed the other. Eli was there in an instant, snapping the first dampener shut around Ravina's wrist. Karina secured the second. A pulse of energy rippled outward. Ravina froze. She could feel it. Her power gone. Completely cut off. Evelyn, wiping blood from her temple, flicked a hand, picking up shackles from her kit and placing around Ravina's wrists, snapping together with a metallic clang. Rose, grinning, patted Ravina's shoulder. Tough break, honey. Karina sighed, cracking her neck. Finally. Ravina slumped against her restraints, chest heaving, eyes burning with hatred. But she was beaten. Eli, smirking, keyed her mic. Gunnar, you're going to want to see this. Argos walked numbly down the hall, her footsteps echoing in the empty space. She had one goal, reach the portal, escape, leave this all behind. But then she stopped. Her breath hitched. This is all because of me. People were dying, fighting. And for what? A gem she never asked for? A power she didn't want? Her hands trembled. She couldn't keep running. Not when they were bleeding for her. Instead of heading to the portal, she turned. She pushed open the back exit, stepping into the cold air. And then she froze. A shadow loomed in front of her. Tall, broad-shouldered, clad in black, Draven's captain. She recognized him instantly. Her blood turned to ice. Before she could react, he moved. A hand seized her throat, lifting her off her feet. She gasped, clawing at his wrist, her legs kicking in open air. His face was unreadable, cold, calculating. You should have run, little goblin. With a burst of strength, she twisted, breaking free. She stumbled back, but didn't run, didn't scream. Instead, she held up her hands. Stop it! Her voice wavered. Stop the fight. I'll go with you. The captain tilted his head, studying her. Then he smiled, a cruel, knowing grin. Good choice. He moved swiftly, snapping restraints around her wrists. The cold metal bit into her skin. She barely felt it. As he led her toward the tree line, she looked back, and she saw it. Gunnar and Clara. She watched them deliver the final blow to the Super Trooper. Watched as they won. And then a rift opened, a dark, swirling portal to God's knew where. She stepped through and vanished. No one saw her leave. The battle had been too chaotic, the aftermath too consuming. The war room was still sealed, with Ravina trapped inside, fighting for her freedom against Rose, Evelyn, and Karina. Outside, Gunnar was focused on Clara's state, watching as Omega nudged against her, grounding her in the aftermath of the merge. Aeliana and the Elven troops moved across the battlefield, securing what was left, cutting down any lingering threats. Darren and Caleb remained at the facility, assisting in the recovery efforts. Everything was still moving, still tense. No one noticed the back door standing slightly ajar. No one saw the small footprints leading away from the workshop. No one saw the rift open. By the time they realized something was wrong, It would already be too late. The tension inside the war room hadn't fully settled. Ravina was shackled, battered, but still defiant, her lips curled in silent fury. Rose, breathing hard, ran a hand through her sweat-dampened hair. Hell of a workout. Karina leaned against the table, shaking out her bruised knuckles. Remind me not to fight witches in closed spaces again. Evelyn, still seething, kept her eyes locked on Ravina, ensuring there was no trick left to play. Then, Eli moved. She swiped across her console, disengaging the lockdown. A mechanical voice confirmed, "Lockdown lifted. All systems restored." Eli barely paid attention. Something had caught her eye. An alert, unauthorized exit detected. Her stomach plummeted. With a sharp breath, she pulled up the security feed. Her violet eyes widened in horror. The back door. She watched, helpless, as the video replayed. Argos stepping out into the night. The shadowed figure waiting. The brutal grab. The moment Argos broke free. Only to stop. Only to surrender. Eli's breath hitched as she watched the restraints snap onto Argos's wrists. Then, the rift opened, and just like that, she was gone. Eli froze. The colour drained from her face. Then, she slammed the emergency beacon. Gunner's voice crackled over the comms. "Eli." She turned, locking eyes with Rose, Karina, and Evelyn. "We have a problem." The war room was suffocating with tension. Gunner stepped inside, his eye immediately locking onto Eli. She didn't hesitate. "Argos is gone." Silence. Then, chaos. Rose's expression shifted in an instant, from shock to unfiltered rage. Her eyes snapped to Ravina. "Where did you take her?" Ravina smirked, bloody and bruised, but still silent. That was the wrong move. Rose launched. She slammed into Ravina, sending her chair toppling, her fists flying. The first punch cracked into Ravina's jaw. The second snapped her head back. The third made a sickening thud. "Where is she?" Karina and Evelyn moved fast, grabbing Rose's arms, yanking her back. But Rose wasn't having it. She thrashed against them, her face twisted in fury. "Let me go!" Ravina laughed, spitting blood onto the floor. "Is that all you've got?" Rose snarled, breaking free, ready to go again, until Gunner's voice cut through the room. "Enough." It wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. But it held weight. The kind that could crush mountains. The team froze. Even Rose, chest heaving, fists clenched, hesitated. Gunner took a step forward, then another. Ravina looked up at him, something flickering in her eyes, just for a second. Something like fear. "You're wasting your time," she sneered. "I'm not telling you anything." Gunner crouched beside her, calm, collected, terrifying. "You will." His voice was low, certain, unshakable. Ravina glared at him, but her pulse had quickened. He could see it in her throat, in the way she swallowed. Gunner straightened, rolling his shoulders. "Everyone out." Alpha's ears flattened, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Rose whipped toward him. "Like hell! I'm not leaving." "Go." It wasn't a request. Rose looked at him, fury still in her eyes, but something else too. She knew. They all did. There were no rules in this room, not tonight, not when Argos was gone. Karina, Evelyn, and Eli hesitated, but they moved. Rose was the last to go. She stood there, glaring at Ravina one last time. Then she turned, shoving the door open so hard it nearly came off its hinges. The room sealed shut, and Gunner turned to Ravina. His eye was cold, his voice like iron. "Let's begin." The room was silent, the kind of silence that came before a storm. Ravina sat where she had fallen, her breathing uneven, her lips split, bruises forming along her jaw. She wasn't smiling anymore. Not now. Not with Gunner standing over her. He exhaled slowly, flexing his wrist. A whisper of metal, and the silver dagger slid out from his cybernetic arm. The runes glowed. Ravina's eyes flickered to it, watching the light dance along the blade. She knew what that dagger could do, knew it wasn't just steel. It was pain. It was an ending. Gunnar turned the blade casually, watching it catch the dim light. Why is it always so hard? His voice was quiet. Too quiet. Ravina said nothing. He tilted his head, his blue eye unreadable. What's your loyalty to Draven, huh? What purpose does all this chaos serve? No answer. He flexed his wrist again. The dagger retracted. A long, slow breath. Then he crouched, bringing himself level with her. It's always the hard way. A shadow passed over his face. I'm done with games. He leaned in, his voice dropping to something cold, something final. I'm done with you. And your type. Thinking you can do whatever the hell you want. Ravina stayed still, but he could see it now. The crack. The first hint of fear slipping in behind her defiance. Gunnar held her gaze, and then he flexed his wrist. The dagger snapped back into place, but the promise of what came next hung in the air like a blade at her throat. Last chance. His voice was nothing but steel. Where did they take her? The floor cracked beneath his fist. Stone splintered outward in jagged lines, dust rising from the impact. Ravina flinched, but not fast enough. Gunnar was already on her. His cybernetic hand closed around her throat, the cold metal pressing against her skin. His grip tightened, just enough to remind her how easily he could end her. The room felt smaller, suffocating. Ravina tried to hold on to her defiance, tried to stare him down, but this wasn't like before. This wasn't just anger. This was rage, a storm that had been building for far too long. Gunnar's eye burned into her, his voice nothing but quiet, lethal steel. Last chance. Ravina's breath hitched. She could feel the metal against her throat. He was going to do it. This wasn't a bluff. This wasn't a game. She cracked. All right. Her voice was hoarse, shaking. I'll talk. Gunnar didn't move, didn't loosen his grip. Start talking. Ravina coughed, eyes flickering in panic. Draven wants control of everything. Every realm, every crossing, every portal. He's gathering power, influence. He's using people like me, like the captain, as pawns. Gunnar said nothing, but his jaw clenched. Ravina kept going. I freed Trinity. That made him freeze. His grip twitched. Ravina swallowed hard. She's in the wind. I don't know where. Gunnar gritted his teeth, breathing sharply through his nose. And Argos. Ravina nodded quickly, desperate now. The captain wasn't working with me. It was a coincidence, but he will take her to Murkdust, to Draven. A cold realization settled over him. Ravina gasped, trying to lift her chin away from the press of his fingers. Draven has the ability to open rifts anywhere. He doesn't need an anchor. He's impossible to trap. Gunnar stared at her, expression unreadable. Then he let go. Ravina slumped, coughing violently, holding her throat. She had told him everything. It wasn't enough, but it was a start. Gunnar slowly stood, his presence still a weight on the room. He exhaled, rolled his shoulders and turned toward the door. He pushed it open and froze. The entire team stood there, watching, waiting, even Aeliana. His cybernetic fingers flexed once before he spoke. His voice was calm, cold, unshakable. Take her. He didn't ask. He didn't wait for a response. His gaze locked onto Aeliana. Secure her in Alfheim. No negotiations. Aeliana held his gaze for a moment, then nodded. Gunnar didn't wait to see them take Ravina. He had work to do. The surgical bay was quiet, save for the steady beeping of the monitors. Jules stood at Elizabeth's bedside, her arms crossed, exhaustion clear in the tight lines around her eyes. The operation had been delicate, almost too close. She had removed the remains of the energy bolt, repaired internal damage, and stabilized Elizabeth's vitals. But it had been damn close. 2 inches, that was all. 2 inches higher and to the right, and Elizabeth's heart would have shut down instantly. Jewel exhaled, rubbing her temples. She had seen her fair share of close calls. But this one had hit differently. Elizabeth had been part of this fight since the beginning, and nearly died for it. Jewel looked at the monitors again. Stable. She glanced over her shoulder, spotting Michael in his wheelchair near the doorway. He had a tight grip on his M14, his knuckles white. He hadn't said a word since they brought Elizabeth in. Jewel stepped toward him, lowering her voice. "She's gonna make it," Michael exhaled sharply, nodding. "Yeah?" Jewel's eyes flicked back to Elizabeth. "Yeah, but it was close. Too close." Michael leaned back, letting out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Guess she's still got some fight left." Jewel smirked. "Like hell she doesn't." She turned back to Elizabeth, watching as she took another slow, steady breath. They had won today, but the fight was far from over. The aftermath was a battlefield of its own. Sophia's reinforcements had finally arrived, sweeping through the facility like a precision machine. Agents in full tactical gear moved with efficiency, securing bodies, collecting intel, and reinforcing the damaged perimeter. The Elven troops, Aeliana's warriors, were just as methodical. They moved through the grounds with graceful precision, securing fallen enemies, checking for survivors, and placing protective wards to prevent further incursions. Darren stood near the Wolfmobile, his shotgun slung across his back, watching as two agents hauled a fallen Black Dawn trooper toward a containment area. Caleb walked up beside him, dusting off his gear. "Any surprises?" Darren let out a slow breath. "More than I'd like." Inside a makeshift debriefing tent, Eli and Bianca stood over a table littered with weapons, armor, and several disturbing findings. Bianca crossed her arms, her expression dark. "This isn't just void stone infusion. It's something else. Something worse." On the table lay a dissected Black Dawn trooper's arm, the flesh stripped back to reveal unnatural reinforcement. Eli pointed at a network of darkened veins and strange, rune-etched metallic plates embedded into the muscle tissue. "These aren't enhancements, they're integrations." Darren frowned. "In English?" Eli exhaled. "Draven isn't just using Voidstone anymore, he's fusing magic directly into them. These soldiers aren't just enhanced, they're evolving." Eli adjusted her glasses, which means Ravina wasn't just experimenting, she was perfecting it. Eli glanced at the datapad beside her. "I'll need more time to break it down, but one thing is clear. Draven isn't just arming his forces, he's rewriting the rules." Darren sighed. "I hate that guy." Caleb smirked. "Get in line." Across the camp, the cleanup efforts continued. Bodies were being burned, intel was being gathered, and every moment brought more questions than answers. One thing was clear. This war had just escalated. Aeliana stood at the threshold of the portal, her expression unreadable as she watched Ravina, kneeling in magical restraints. The elven guards stood ready, their weapons glowing faintly with protective enchantments. Ravina was bloodied but unbowed, her eyes burning with defiance, despite the bruises marring her face. Aeliana exhaled slowly. She had seen many creatures of darkness, many who had chosen the wrong path, but Ravina was different. She wasn't mindless. She wasn't a puppet. She had chosen this path knowing full well what it cost. Aeliana stepped forward, her gaze sharp. "Stand." Ravina smirked but didn't move. "You sure you want to take me to Alfheim, Princess? Might corrupt all your pretty, delicate people." Aeliana didn't blink. She simply lifted a hand. A surge of magic erupted beneath Ravina, yanking her up with an invisible force. She stumbled, her smirk faltering for just a second. Aeliana's voice was like steel wrapped in silk. "You misunderstand, Ravina. You're not being taken to Alfheim as a guest. You are a prisoner of the Guardian Council. And unlike Draven, we do not play games." Ravina scoffed, but there was unease behind her defiance. "Oh, please. You think your little council scares me." Aeliana tilted her head, the faintest ghost of a smile on her lips. But you should be terrified of me." Ravina's smirk faded. Aeliana leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. "You have seen what I can do, even while bound by my oaths. In Alfheim, I will not be bound. The council will demand answers, and I will be the one to extract them." A faint shimmer of magic wrapped around Aeliana's fingertips, crackling like static in the air. Ravina exhaled sharply, her confidence flickering. Aeliana watched her for a long moment. Then, without another word, she turned toward the portal. The guards moved in, gripping Ravina by both arms, dragging her toward the glowing gateway. Ravina glanced back, her eyes flickering with something unreadable. "This isn't over." Aeliana didn't stop walking, didn't look back. Her voice was calm but final. "Number, it isn't." And with that, they stepped through the portal, vanishing into the realm of the elves. The war room was silent. Not the heavy, oppressive silence of loss, not the quiet rage that had settled over them after Lyra disappeared. This was different. This was exhaustion, calculation, the calm before the next inevitable storm. Gunnar stood at the head of the room, arms crossed, eye scanning over every face. Clara, still pale from the merge, sat with Omega at her side, looking steadier than before. Eli leaned against the console, her violet eyes sharp, the datapad in her hands filled with grim findings. Darren sat at the table, one boot resting on the chair beside him, arms folded as he processed the mess they were in. Rose was silent, still fuming from the fight with Ravina, her fingers drumming against her knee. Katrina and Evelyn sat near her, quiet but tense. Bianca had her axe across her lap, like she was just daring someone to say the wrong thing. Shade, Ashley and Desera stood at the back, watching, listening, waiting. Caleb leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "All right, let's hear it." Gunnar exhaled, his voice as steady as ever. "Argos is gone. The captain took her to Draven in murk dust." No one spoke. They already knew, but hearing it stung. Gunnar's jaw clenched. Draven has the ability to open rifts anywhere. He doesn't need an anchor. We don't know how he does it, but it makes him harder to pin down. That changes our strategy. He let that sink in. Ravina confirmed that she freed Trinity. We have no idea where she is, and that's another problem for another day. Rose huffed. "Fantastic. Another psycho on the loose." Gunnar ignored it. Bianca and Eli confirmed that the new Black Dawn troopers weren't just Voidstone enhanced. Draven has moved beyond that. He's fusing magic into them at a fundamental level. Bianca tossed a small vial onto the table, filled with the thick black liquid taken from the trooper's body. "This drug is 50 times stronger than the first version. These soldiers don't burn out. They last. They fight. They're built to survive." Darren whistled low. "And here I thought regular super soldiers were bad." Gunnar kept going. "Draven is amassing power. We don't know his endgame yet. But we know one thing. He's making moves, and the time for reacting is over." His voice dropped into something harder. "We're going after Argos." No hesitation. No room for argument. They were getting her back. Clara straightened, her hazel eyes flashing. Then what's the plan? Gunnar looked around the room, taking in every single person. He had fought too many wars, lost too many people. Not this time. Not Argos. "We're hitting Draven where it hurts, and we're not stopping until we bring her home." The team didn't cheer, didn't shout. They just nodded, because this wasn't a choice, this was a mission, and Draven had no idea what was coming for him. The folding table collapsed beneath Gunnar's cybernetic arm with a sharp crack, sending reports, scattered rounds, and an empty coffee mug tumbling to the floor. He barely registered it. This week had cost too much. Gunnar rubbed a hand over his face, scanning the reports one last time before they lay scattered at his feet. 3 KIA from the facility security team. 5 seriously wounded, 8 walking wounded. No students lost, but the facility's defences had been shredded. The outer buildings were wrecked. The kennels and stables needed major repairs. And then, the supplies. Wolfmobile ammo. Under 100 enchanted rounds. 50 cal rounds, 100 left. 7.62 millimeters. Only 100 rounds for the Wolfmobile. 5.56 millimeters, 30,000 remaining. Pistol ammo. Expended. The enemy losses were high, but it barely felt like a victory. 150 thralls at the facility. 10 Black Dawn troops, 1 mage, 20 thralls at the workshop, 15 Black Dawn, 5 mages, 1 super trooper. And that damn super trooper was still sitting in Bianca's kitchen cooler, driving her insane. Gunnar leaned back in his chair, jaw clenched, exhaustion pressing into him. This wasn't over. A soft knock at the door. He exhaled sharply, dragging a hand down his face. What? The door pushed open and Jules stepped in, still in her scrubs, looking as exhausted as he felt. She glanced at the broken table, the mess on the floor, but didn't comment. "Elizabeth's stable," she said simply. "She's expected to make a full recovery." Gunnar nodded but didn't speak, still staring at the chaos around him. Jewel crossed her arms, watching him carefully. "You need sleep before you put a hole in the wall next," she muttered. Before Gunnar could respond, another knock. The door opened again and Eli stepped in, datapad in hand. She took one look at the broken table, then at Gunnar's expression, and wisely didn't say a word. "Got a list of all the gear that needs replacing," she said instead, handing him the datapad. "Ammo, vehicles, weapons, armor. The Wolfmobile's minigun is almost trashed. Security team's armor needs reforging, and we're running dangerously low on enchanted rounds." Gunnar barely glanced at the list before handing it back. "Fix it," he said flatly. "Your way." Eli blinked at him, clearly expecting a fight. Instead, she smirked. "That's dangerous." She tucked the list under her arm and turned to leave. Jules shook her head, exasperated. "That's it? No discussion?" Gunnar rubbed his temples. "Eli's got it handled. And if I say no, she'll do it anyway." Eli paused in the doorway, looking over her shoulder. "Just so you know," she said lightly, "I'm ordering a real desk this time. No more collapsible tables." And with that, she was gone. Jules sighed, glancing at the broken table again. "Seriously," she muttered, "this is why we can't have nice things." Gunnar just leaned back in his chair. The war was far from over, but for tonight, at least, it was quiet. She lay on the bluff overlooking the valley, the cool night air whispering through the trees as she studied the scene below through her binoculars. The land stretched out before her, familiar yet always shifting, a place where shadows moved unnaturally, where danger lurked beneath the surface. She adjusted her grip on the worn binoculars, the same ones issued to her not so long ago. A flick of her fingers pushed stray strands of blonde hair back over pointed ears, her keen gaze locked onto the open ground below. Then the air shuddered. A rift split open at the base of the valley, warping reality as a portal formed with a pulse of dark energy. Her breath caught. What now? She focused the lenses, scanning the disturbance, expecting another squad of Black Dawn mercenaries. Another patrol. Another nightmare. But then she saw it. A small, shackled figure emerged, dragged forward by unseen force. Argos. Her breath hitched. The goblin-turned human's posture was stiff, her movements sluggish, but she was alive. Behind her, a tall, armoured form followed. A familiar presence. Draven's captain. The figure moved with the same controlled menace, his grip firm on the shackles that bound Argos. She lowered the binoculars, heart hammering. This changed everything. They had Argos, and now she had a trail to follow. The hunt was on.